Okay, good evening. Lot to discuss since the last live stream. There's a lot of things that I need to cover, explaining a little bit of the lack of content on the channel in recent weeks. Um, Two reasons. One, I've been battling this horrible flu-like virus that's been going around for a couple of weeks or so, and secondly, I'm most likely going to be having dental surgery next week, and I've had issues with one of my wisdom teeth, and it looks likely that I've got to have at least one, maybe two teeth out next week. So I've been a bit under the weather so far since Christmas. It's been a bit frustrating. It's been a frustrating start to the new year. As you can tell, my voice is still a little bit of a huskier nature, um, which is a bit frustrating, but I'm still here, still plodding along. I'm slowly working my way through the NRL season previews. Obviously, the NRL season gets underway at the beginning of March. We've got a month and a half to get through those previews. There's a lot going on with the NRL at the moment. Obviously, the potential for rule changes, amongst other things. I caught a little bit of the Broncos game. I was actually a little bit surprised that they were live streaming the game on their own channel. And I caught a little bit of the second half, and it was so one sided that second half. Widnes just did not look like they were very, very fit. I know, obviously, the Broncos have signed some Super League and NRL talent with the hope at the end of last season that they would be a Super League side this season. But the ownership have basically stated that that was wishful thinking, as in that was one of the objectives. However, a more realistic plan was to build for a year and then be in a much more competitive state on and off the field for 2027. We'll see what happens. But there was definitely a golfing class, especially in the fitness, but also in the actual skill set of players. Um, I was a bit pissed off with some of the comments in the comment section from the armchair fans. Look, I do think there's players in that Broncos side that are too good for the championship. I think we can all agree on that. I think um, potentially we'll see how the Super League plays out with the three promoted sides. I've always made it clear that I'm not a fan of the IMG grading system, and that on-field achievement, what you do on the field, both in victory and in defeat, should count for something. If you are terrible on the field deliberately because you are playing and gaming the system, which is what Hull FC have been doing for a couple of years, for example, I don't like that. I don't like deliberate tanking where the club is felt like it's protected from relegation. Also, the Featherstone Rovers situation is not a good situation, yet Salford somehow their problem suddenly got fixed very, very quickly with a rebranding and a rebirth, which shows that they could have been saved last season. And it shows how the vested interests of various people within the RFL and in clubland are working in this country, which is why the game is the sport is in trouble. Well, it's not just that it's erupting. My other three have also come through in various stages, but I've never had any complications with them. I know one is actually wonky and potentially will also, I get told by the dentist on Thursday, that's got to come out as well. But I've had no pain from it. This one, I think there might have also been, there's been damage to my gum and a potential abscess that sort of exploded. So, which could potentially also, worst case scenario, be a cancerous tumor. So there is actually a reason why I've been a bit quiet in regards to social media. I find out more on Thursday afternoon. I've booked the following day off work as well, doing it unpaid because I've run out of holiday. Any other appointments I'm going to have to put down as sick. So my work are really not understanding. So I've got to be careful how much I criticise management, but I do think that there could be a little bit more of understanding. There's a lot going on at work as well, which is not good. There's a lot of uncertainty at work as well. With contracts being TP'd over and changes and structural things and a new company coming in to run the contract. So it's all a little bit up in the air. But yeah, it's not just my wisdom tooth. There's a little bit more to it. I might potentially, worst case scenario, 2 teeth out and a potential partial bit of my jaw getting taken out as well. That's just the procedure. That's not including any other complications because there are potential complications with this. Basically, over Christmas, New Year, at points my face was like out here, so it's less painful than it was. I've only taken one strong painkiller today. I didn't take any yesterday, so it hasn't hurt as much lately, I think. But there's things going on. I'm not the only one of my friends actually having wisdom teeth out or looked at and things. But I'm lucky that my dentist has charted it as NHS treatment, and I'm classed as an NHS patient for this, so I'm not paying through the roof. If I was fully private, I would be in real difficulty paying for it. But they've talked me through the pricing for things. I'm not that bad, but there was a point in between Christmas and New Year where I couldn't open my left eye properly, and it was like out there. And I was gritting and bearing. Thankfully, I've got a bit of a beard, which hid it a little bit. But if I was clean shaven, you could definitely see I was swelling on the side of my face. So it has gone down a little bit. The more it's, I think this is the wisdom tooth that's coming through the straightest as well. But this is the most pain I've had with a wisdom tooth ever. My other three at various stages of coming through. Some of them have, I think, stopped. One's come through at a funny angle, but it hasn't caused any problems and is stopped. This one is just, it's been a month of agony, so near enough. So hopefully, this time next week, this time next week, I'll be actually watching the 24 Hours of Daytona. So I doubt I'll get much sleep over next weekend because I've been told, looking at advice, medical advice, sleeping in the seated position, which is the most uncomfortable thing when you've got the back problems that I have. So I doubt I'll be sleeping much next weekend. But that's not a bad thing because the 24 Hours Daytona's on. So there's always a positive silver lining to having a very swollen face. Another thing I've been enjoying a lot is actually watching the Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2 games live on YouTube as well. Not the watch-alongs with Mark Goldbridge or the overlap because I can't stand them. But actually just watching them. I think that's a great bit of business done by the Bundesliga to just get live games on YouTube. The Bundesliga too, every game's on YouTube. Although yesterday they made a bit of a cock up with the kickoff times streaming of it. I watched the Holstein Kiel match against SC Paderborn today. There was a nasty neck injury for one of the Paderborn players right at the end, right at full time. We were about to go into added time, 89, 90 minutes on the clock. There's going to be some added time. There's been a lot of niggly fouls in the game. And it's a collision in the box. Now, the defender's got the ball all wrong, and he's sort of just holding his ground. The Paderborn player tries to jump over him, cartwheels, lands. The way I could describe it, I thought he'd actually broken his neck because he didn't move for a couple of minutes. The Holstein player's out. He's knocked cold. He gets up eventually, looking a bit groggy, but the Paderborn player did not move at all, and that's when you know this is serious. And then suddenly, very very quickly, when both sets of players are watching the treatment, very quickly both sets of players are like, "No, get not. This is more than just the trainers. We need to get the actual match day doctor, paramedics. They need to deal with this." And it took a good further 8 minutes. Gently getting him into a safe position and making sure he is conscious and feeding things, and then off on a stretcher. Had it taken any longer, I think the game would have been abandoned. But it was so close to full time. I wouldn't be surprised if the referee said, "Right, it's full time. We're calling it done." But the game did continue. It just took another 8-9 minutes of treatment, which was concerning that he didn't move. It was basically a good nearly half-hour treatment he required. He didn't move. It was quite a sickening fall. I would say that there's no deliberate intent by the defender to foul him. He just gets the ball wrong, stays stationary. He jumps, and it just is just an awkward challenge. But honestly, though, that was not nice viewing. I think it was more that it was the landing that was the shocking bit, just how he landed and the lack of movement. Straight up, that's a neck injury and potential broken neck. He didn't move, which says to me he was knocked cold when he hit the floor, but he did not move at all. And very quickly, the stadium went very, very quiet, which is always a worrying sign. But I have been enjoying watching the Bundesliga games in both the main top flight and the second tier. It's refreshing seeing a top European league structure, a top European league, realizing, you know what, we can reach a wider audience. We can select the game of the week that's going to be the Bundesliga game we're going to show, and then we're going to show every single second tier game, which means those second tier clubs get a wider audience. And I have to admit, some of the kits, some of those Bundesliga kits are looking kind of desirable for me to want to purchase. Not going to lie. And there's some big clubs in the second tier in Germany that have been historically very established in the Bundesliga, had success as Bundesliga clubs. So it's refreshing. I wish unfortunately, the Bundesliga is an awful league. No, the second tier is brilliant. And look, you could argue it is. You could argue the Bayern Munich side of things. Okay, it has been about 15, 16 years of lopsided titles. They haven't won every season, but they haven't had clean sweeps, and Bayer Leverkusen have had the best ever domestic season that a German club's ever had, unbeaten. So Bayern can't say they've done that. And yeah, this season, okay, they're running away with it, but at the end of the day, if that's the viewpoint, you're not watching the other games and how fun they are. And there's a reason why all the stadiums packed. The atmosphere is really good. Even just watch the second tier Bundesliga games. Everyone can beat everyone. Schalke have shown some vulnerability. Everyone can beat everyone in the lower level. And look, yeah, Bayern, okay, they're just running with it. But I can't see Bayern long term dominating German football. I really can't, because I think Bayer Leverkusen show what you can do. Dortmund have shown flashes in the past. Wolfsburg had that one season. So there's been challenges. It's just sustaining that challenge. Eintracht Frankfurt 2018 beat them convincingly in the cup final. So there are challenges there. It's about getting that consistency. And unfortunately, Bayern just, when they have a defeat, we're going to buy all the good players. I do think at some point, I think Bayern's dominance, I think, is actually hurting German football internationally. As time has gone on, from them winning the World Cup in 2014 till now, they've struggled internationally in major tournaments. I think there's only one major tournament where they progressed to the latter stages, and we're talking quarterfinals, semi-finals, since 2014. The 2018 World Cup, they were at the group stage, and they've not really internationally, yes, they're qualifying for tournaments, but they haven't really internationally done very well. And that in itself is, I think, a symptom. I think Bayern's dominance is not good for the German game. In saying that, the second tier in Germany is really good fun. Really good fun. I've been following it before the winter break, and since the winter break, I've seen a couple of games. And it's fun to watch. It's entertaining, and I try not to think about Bayern Munich. I find Bayern Munich irrelevant to me. I like watching the games. I mean, I watched the Sapoli game last week against Wolfsburg, and both sides are struggling. I think that's fair. Wolfsburg really are struggling, which is surprising, considering over the last 20 years how consistent they've been in the Bundesliga. In fact, they've won it. They've won a couple of German Cup titles in there. They've played in the Champions League, and their home form is atrocious. They win the game. Now, is this the beginning of the wheels turning for Wolfsburg? Wolfsburg, all German sides are renowned for their youth policy, homegrown talent policy. I think potentially the German FA, the German Federation, are going to have to look at this and go, is this what we want? Bayern versus everyone else. There might potentially need to be tweaks to club funding, how many youth players you can pinch from other teams. Berlin's an interesting one because Hertha are in the second tier and Union are mid-table in Bundesliga. And neither have really done much in regards to silverware. Even when Union Berlin were in the East German League, Magdeburg was the best side. So they haven't really, and Leipzig and other teams were better than them. There is a significant lack of success in Berlin. It's an interesting one where they're the only league in Europe where the capital teams haven't had success. It's really interesting that. It is really interesting where the teams from the capital haven't had success. And it's an odd one. It's an outlier. Every other European league, doesn't matter if they're classed as lesser leagues, teams from the capital tend to do well. Historically, doesn't matter what league we're looking at. They have some success, silverware. but Berlin, for some reason, it just hasn't kicked on. Whereas you go across the border into Poland, Legia Warsaw, for example, is the most successful team in Polish history. They're not doing well right now, but historically, you go to Switzerland, young boys of Bern, they're recently become dominant again. You know, you look at Vienna, you've got a couple of successful clubs in the Vienna region. Athens in Greece, you know, hotbed of success there. You know, Lazio and Roma in Italy, obviously Real and Atletico in Madrid. You know, Benfica, for example, and Sporting in Lisbon. There's other clubs in Lisbon as well, like Belenenses, but you got them there. You know, even London obviously has got multiple clubs. You go to Sweden, you go to Norway, Denmark, all over Europe, Belgium, Holland, and then Germany. And it's I don't. It's a difficult one. Now, could the Cold War have something to do with it, and the disruption to families and youth systems and economy and stuff? Well, yeah, you had a divided city politically. But the lack of success is very striking. There's only one club from the capital in the top flight. There's two clubs from Hamburg, for example, in the top flight this season. So, and Hamburg is a big city. Let's not knock ourselves. Hamburg is nearly the same size as Berlin. It's the biggest city-state out of the three city-states in Germany. Obviously, Bremen and Berlin are also city-states, but it's the biggest for population because Hamburg also. Den Haag, yeah, they've got a side in the top flight. You've got Amsterdam, obviously got Ajax. It's just interesting how you look at it, and yeah, some clubs do dominate leagues, and the Portuguese league isn't necessarily the most competitive historically. Though I think only 4 teams have ever won the title, but Boavista have obviously had their financial issues, and whether they reform and start again, we shall see. But you look at it, and Germany is an outlier, is unique. Germany is very, very unique in the sense that both Union Berlin and Hertha Berlin have never won the Bundesliga. Yeah, Belenenses have also won it. Yeah, I've mentioned them, but Boavista, their collapse is unfortunate, but there have been warning signs for a while that Boavista were being mismanaged. I think is the way to look at it. Not financial difficulty. Their ownership were crooks. And I've done the club histories on these clubs. Please, I should know. I have notebooks with these notes in. I did my research, but it's unfortunate what we're seeing. I mean, Paris Saint-Germain getting knocked out the French Cup by Paris FC was kind of nice. Last week, that was kind of warmed the cockles of one's heart. The nation-state-run club gets beaten by some communists, which was nice. Because Red Star, basically, there's the foundation of PSG and Paris FC and all that. They literally do, yes. Not always historically. They obviously had to build a new stadium for Paris FC, but yes, they basically. It's closer than. Is it Boca and River Plate, or is it Newell's Young Boys in Buenos Aires and Dundee United and Nottingham? I mean, look, Aston Villa and Birmingham City are like 400 metres apart. So there are Dundee is like 50 metres apart. But that's the concern, that you need to have money in the French league in regards to survive. And most clubs are making a loss, even with wealthy owners. They're losing money. The TV deal is crap. It still is. The TV deal is still not good enough to sustain the league. It's a gate-driven league, which basically means if you are a club owner, you're probably making a loss, not a profit. Which I don't know how it works with the French tax system and writing off losses and such, and whether club memberships have a part to play in club finances. But I do think at some point, France, much like Germany, is going to have to look at the competitiveness of its league over the last 2 decades and go, we have a problem. And the fact that the league chairman and the federation's chairman, they can't sell the league rights to TV companies. They can't sell It's basically trying to sell a dead horse. Getting rid of the League Cup was one of the first mistakes they made, because PSG kept winning it. So they thought, we'll reduce revenues for everyone else by getting rid of it. It's good. Well, rugby union, rugby league in France is very popular, especially in the southwest. But pretty much, you go anywhere, and every little village will have the local rugby league or rugby union club. Now, rugby union is better financed, better structured, and is more professional than French rugby league. But again, there's a government thing there as well, and the relationship between the clubs and rugby league, especially, and the French government, because of the French government pulling the funding on the World Cup. They were meant to host last year, and then Australia were like, we'll host it again because we can. But the relationship between French rugby league and the government's been poor since World War II. And there's a lack of trust and a lack of faith in the authorities to assist with grassroots funding, and that's been proven. Whereas rugby union, basically rugby league was seen as a resistance sport by the Nazis and the Vichy regime between 1940 and 1944. And because a lot of resistance groups used to meet at rugby league clubs, and then they continued playing, and the Gestapo realised this, and the milice realised this, so they banned the game. And Marshal Pétain was also a little bit of a rugby union fan, and that distrust, and of course the fascists nicked all their equipment, seized their assets financially, and looted the rugby clubs of everything from groundskeeper, anything that could be of use. They stole it. Yes, the MLS is going to change to a European style format. I think it's long overdue. I understand why they did go with a summer league, because they were concerned. Obviously, the NHL and NBA and NFL, obviously, they're not going to get TV revenue. But that was the decision taken when the World Cup was hosted in '94, when the league was being set up and the ownership and the franchising and then the structures were put in place. That was the decision they went with back in '94 for the league to launch in '96. And part of the reason why the World Cup was hosted by the US. But yeah, I mean, look, I think some mistakes were made by the MLS and the US Federation, USA Soccer. I hate calling it soccer, but I've got used to it over recent years with the amount of content I do with rugby league with my Australian viewers. Mistakes were made by the MLS in regards to the season formatting, but they realised very, very quickly that they were in a ratings. In order to get a TV audience and not have to compete with the more established leagues that had a better TV deals, we're going to need to be a summer league. But then they never appealed to the global audience. And it's the problem. Obviously, we saw yesterday we had the NHL back on free-to-air TV for the first time live, apart from Premier and Free Sports. But Free Sports, you had to have a Premier Sports subscription to get it weird. We've obviously saw for the first time in a long time the NHL having a free-to-air agreement with a UK broadcaster. I was watching that game, obviously, on ITV4, but it was on the NHL network. But every intermission, they were like, the majority of social media posts were from the UK. And that was quite interesting. And so I think the MLS did sort of miss a trick in the long game. They had struggles early on because they waited 2 years from the World Cup in '94 to launching. I think they lost a bit of momentum they could have had. So that's all very interesting. But the MLS moving to a winter league is, people have been asking for that for 20 years. And I think they've established themselves enough now that they're brave enough to do it. But at the same time, with the media landscape in the US, with TV rights looking a bit shaky right now. I know there are Canadian-based teams. There are 3 Canadian-based teams at the moment. But the media landscape with broadcasters struggling and viewership being up in the air, and the quality of what we're seeing. I don't mind watching MLS games. I find them quite entertaining. It would be kind of cool if the MLS was to do what the Bundesliga is doing and show some games on YouTube to, overseas viewers. So that in itself could be interesting. Paris FC average 1070k. Not everyone in Paris, not everyone in France likes PSG. A lot of people don't. So there you go. Seriously, there's a lot of people in Paris. In fact, a fair few people in Paris that really hate PSG because they believe it's like a manufactured club. Paris FC is older. PSG have, only formed in the 1970s. So a lot of people believe it's manufactured. It's a forced merger of clubs. I think Paris FC were part of that merger, then pulled out. I have to double check my history on it. But PSG is not particularly loved club in France. They don't like to claim they are, but actually a lot of people love to hate them, partly because of the ownership. But yeah, Paris derby. I mean, if PSG win on the final, it's just I'm hoping Paris FC start becoming a bogey team for them because that just it makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. But yeah, I understand they've got funding as well. The social media reaction. I mean, look, when it was announced just before New Year's, a lot of people thought it was a hoax. And I got accused of making clickbait titles up and hoaxing, and some of the comments saying, I think you're blagging. I didn't like that. I think ITV and the NHL could have done better. I also understand that other free-to-air networks around the world were also showing that game. Now, whether that's the NHL doing a one-off or if it's going to be a long-term thing going forward for the rest of the season, that a game on a Saturday on the NHL network, be it a matinee or an evening game, depending what it is broadcast live, free-to-air around the world. We shall see. I'm hoping it's more than just a one-off. And the fact it was Minnesota Buffalo, Minnesota is the hockey state in the US, and Buffalo have got a decent fan base because they're the underdog because they've been disastrous for the best part of 2 decades. But there are other teams with bigger fan bases. I hope some of the Canadian teams, if this is to become a long-term thing, are on the NHL network to be broadcast in these games. You've got 32 teams to choose from. There are enough, I think, weeks left in the season before the playoffs to potentially get every team on there in regards to the NHL network, but I don't think we're going to be able to see every team for the playoffs. I wish this deal had been negotiated before the season started so you could get to see every team play at home, and at least every team have that chance to be broadcast and viewed. Obviously, you've got playoffs as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how ITV4 handle this. I think, as I say, could have been promoted better. Because a lot of people we're not seeing it on the schedule, and they only start to sort it out on the schedule officially 2 days before the game. I mean, come on. You don't let something like that slip on social media and get leaked on social media and then make no announcement to deny or confirm or deny and then leave it in limbo until 2 days before the game. I think ITV, as the host broadcaster here, could have done better. Again, I don't know what the reaction was in Australia or New Zealand or South Africa or any of the other Anglosphere nations or even in continental Europe, what the promotion was like with the sister networks in regards to who were broadcasting this free-to-air game. But I think the NHL could have done better as well. I think they've definitely under-promoted it, didn't advertise it very well. I just happened to stumble across it on a group, Facebook group, social media. I don't have X anymore. I'm not a massive fan of a certain owner of that social media company. In fact, I don't have Threads, X, Truth Social, what points in that. I don't have a lot of those social medias. I have Instagram and I have Facebook and YouTube. So, and I barely even use Facebook now. Instagram, I just find funny things on Instagram to share with my mates that I find funny, like humorous memes and mostly sports facts, actually. But I think that when the game was actually being broadcast and people actually realised it was true, and suddenly it went viral, most of the time when they were going in these intermission breaks to look at the social media reaction, most of it was from the UK. There was a handful outside in Europe and Australia, New Zealand. But I think the viewership was quite good. From what I can gather, it was strong response to it. I feel it could have been dealt with better. I also was a little bit disappointed that we had a US broadcast without, sending a broadcast team over or having just ads. It was just ads. Historically the big clubs in France? Marseille's the biggest. Lyon, Strasbourg have got historical fan base. Bordeaux, Montpellier, Dijon back in the day. Saint Etienne were very successful. Nantes, Lille have been successful in the past. Bordeaux, obviously, they had their financial issues, but they're quite a historical club. Just all the regional clubs have their own strong fan bases and history, and then issues happened with French football in the capital and PSG. FC Paris aren't much better. Obviously, they're only a year older, but Red Star, people say that's the true Parisian club, but they're communist. And there's a lot of politics when it comes to French sport, and PSG is one of those merger clubs where there was forced mergers put in there. And Paris FC were like, nope, we're oping out, and Red Star were like, no, we're not interested either. PSG is like a forced merger of a club. But a lot of French football fans hate PSG, partly because of the damage they've done to the competitiveness of the league. And people were saying that Lyon, when they won 4 titles in a row, which was historic, was bad for the French game. Very bad. Lyon are basically bankrupt now. And look at it. Look how much money PSG have spent to win 1 Champions League. It's not Man City. Look how much money they've spent to win 1 Champions League. 1. And then there are allegations, and a lot of them have been proven, of corruption. And PSG have been dragged into this, and they've been given UEFA bans that have been rescinded or reduced on appeal. But there's basically a lot of dodginess there. But then Marseille aren't much better. You could say, on the trophy count, yeah, but how much of that is artificially inflated because of the Qatari nation state through their public investment fund, basically distorting the domestic league to a point where the TV deal's gone, the League Cup is gone, and the league is most of the time uncompetitive. And unfortunately, I think this is why a lot of fans are like, we don't like this anymore. And it has caused pushback. And fans are like, nah, we're done. We're not. Fans are basically saying en masse on social media, week in, week out, the game is gone. And what they mean by that is it's artificially being manipulated by a handful of wealthy owners, which is damaging the core fabric and ideology of the game, which was seen as a working class game where local communities founded a club, and that was the local community asset, and they would play against the rival local community, even if it was in the same town or city. That's how rivalries are born. And there's been a distortion. And now a lot of leagues have become less competitive in the last 2 decades, especially in the last 15 years. And you look at, for example, the historical foundation and the importance of, the club asset to the community. It is a meeting point of locals. It's a meeting point where you get to see your friends and your family. Especially in a lot of working class communities where you're working 5-6 days a week, that one day where you're going to the game, or that half day at work, you meet your friend who works in the other factory across the road. That 5 days a week you might see down the pub on a Friday, on payday, and then you might see on match day at the weekend. And that was your thing. And then if you're middle class, okay, you're management position, you might get a bit more time off. You have that bit more disposable income. You can go to a couple more away games and things like that, and go to a restaurant with your mate. But like cafes, pubs, and sports teams are the 3 community assets, and we're losing all 3 of them. Going to a football match or a rugby league match, rugby union match, cricket, it's expensive now. Pubs are disappearing and restaurants are disappearing, and you're losing that independent pub and that independent restaurant that's not tied down by a chain. And so therefore you get an impersonal service, and it's you're not meeting up with your friends anymore. And so we are losing these community assets, and that's a social thing, and I think that's partly by design, deliberately. And I try and keep politics out of it, my political views out of it, but I do think government policy, be it local or national, has also contributed to what we have, and your sports team or your pub and the people who frequent there and the views that are spoken about and they are symptoms. When things are going wrong, they are symptoms of the society. So when we see a spike in football disorder or we see a spike in pub violence, that's because the working classes are pissed. Not in a good way. And I think there is a growing frustration and there is a political element to it. And you're seeing, for the first time ever, a lot of firms, a lot of football fans of rival clubs uniting behind the point that enough is enough. These are community assets, and there is definitely a political element to it now within fan bases. Going, we can use the football club or the rugby league club or whatever sport event we're going to also tell the politicians how we feel, because we're going to come up with chants. Because that's one thing football fans and rugby league fans and rugby union fans are a little bit more tight-lipped, and they try and not say the quiet thing out loud. But we are starting to see this now, where the sports fan is using the sporting event as a social meeting point, and they're airing their views. They don't like the government. They don't like the politicians. They've been promised regulation. They've been promised transparency in sports funding, football regulators. A lot of these sports got government loans and grants during COVID. There was government involvement. And now, down the line, a few years later, the sports are on their knees financially. There's clearly a lack of trust with the governance. The government's promised, and the past government promised, independent regulation. We're still not getting it. And then it turns out, the Culture Minister, Lisa Nandy, who I think is the most vacant person in government, because she just looks like, I'm a droid, I'm just repeating ad nauseum government ideology, party line, even though she clearly wants to say something. But no, the switch has been triggered. No, you must stick to the script. She took money from a donor for her own leadership bid before Keir Starmer was obviously made leader, but she took money twice from the guy that she then wants to appoint as the football regulator chairman for election campaigns, basically. She took money. And so, I'm sorry, conflict of interest. She needs to resign. He needs to lose that position, because that is nepotism. That is the definition of what the current government said. We want change. We can't carry on like we did before. We're going to be different. We're going to be transparent. BS. Sorry, I'm going to call it out here. When the minister in charge, whose portfolio covers sport and culture and media, when the minister in charge is basically taking a backhander, and the person who's giving her the backhander or the funding wants to have that lucrative chairmanship position where the government has an involvement, and then she goes, yeah, you can have it. I'm sorry, go. Because that person has paid for that position. They can go. They've got no integrity, and the minister can go as well. Sorry, that's how I feel on that. I think the media aren't pushing it enough, forcing a resignation, which is where I think the media should, independent, mainstream, should hold that minister and that chairman to account. The government clearly are for the shite, because they are. I'm not a fan of any of their policies, because it's making my life more difficult. It means I can never buy a house, basically, with what I'm earning right now. It means I'm struggling paying the bills. And it means I'm getting taxed more when I'm earning, in real terms, less than what I did pre-COVID. So, love it. Absolutely love it. It means my savings are worthless. That's my political rant. Not that I like the previous government. I hated them as well, because my taxes pay for people to do fuck all at home. And my taxes pay for people to do nothing. And for failing companies pre-COVID to get bailed out, and then dodgy PPE contracts. So I don't like any politician. I think they're all lying scumbags, and that's as political as I'll get. There you go, political rant over. I want Hearts to do well in Scotland. I know one of my best friends is a Hibs fan. and obviously there's that rivalry there. But I think deep down, I think she knows it's good for Scottish football that the two big Glaswegian clubs are shite, and it's a good thing for Scottish football that someone else wins, not called Rangers or Celtic. Um, I personally wish it wasn't Hearts. I wish it was another club as well. But it's nice to see it, even at this stage, past the halfway point, still someone else leading, not from Glasgow. So even though perfect world, I would like Partick to do a Leicester City, not going to happen. But that's a club from Glasgow, so there's debate there. But do you like the Premier League? It's marketed well, but for the best league. I think looking at what I've watched, the Bundesliga 2 games that I've watched, there is entertaining football out there with a lot of goals, even if they're goalless draws, a lot of action, fun, good atmosphere in the stadium, crowd numbers good. It doesn't need to be tactically perfect. It doesn't need to be this pep style football, which I find antiseptic and anti-football. Really, none of these goals are perfect goals. It's fun. It's entertaining. There's mistakes in there. It's open. The one of the games I watched the other day, it finished 3-3. I think it was the Eintracht Frankfurt game I watched the other day. Both sides led. One team was 2-1 up. Then it's 3-2. Then it finished 3-3. I'm trying to think who they were playing. It was Eintracht Frankfurt, and they were playing. Who were they playing? Basically, it was a mid-table clash, and it was like these two sides. Neither side wanted to defend. They both want to attack. They both want to attack. They both want to win, and they both went for it. And it was refreshing to see. I'm trying to remember who they were playing. It was only bloody midweek game, but both teams were going for it. It was 6 goals. 6 goals. People got Bayern Munich win the league. Watch any other. Just don't watch Bayern Munich games. Then don't worry about any other games. Just watch the Bundesliga. And people are saying the Bundesliga is a fun. It really isn't. It's highly entertaining. Werder Bremen were playing Eintracht, and it was 3-3. And I was like, does any team want to defend it? This is ridiculous. Because was it 4-4? All I know is Eintracht got in the lead. We're controlling the game, and then they just imploded. And then Werder Bremen scored like 2 goals in like 2 minutes. And then they imploded right at the end. They couldn't see out the game. It was 3-3. Atmosphere brilliant. Okay, it was a few empty seats because Werder Bremen hadn't been playing particularly well consistently enough, but it was entertaining. Both these clubs have won the Bundesliga in the past. Both these clubs have played in the Champions League. Eintracht have won a lot of trophies, actually, not called the Bundesliga. They've won a Europe. Glasgow's old team. They've won European trophies, German cups. These are 2 good sides with solid fan bases, and it just was entertaining. Today, the Holstein Kiel Paderborn game, apart from that nasty incident at the end, which was just, you had to look away. It was a nasty neck injury. That was a really entertaining game. I like. To be fair, I like the Holstein Kiel kit. I want to collect that. That kit is the regional colours as a kit. I mean, there's none of this whatever. It's not just Kiel. It's the Holstein region just supports the club, so it's a regional club. It's good. And they were a Bundesliga club. And Paderborn, I had friends actually. One of my friends was when he was in the army. He was based at Paderborn for a while. I like to see Osnabrück and Münster do well because I lived in Osnabrück. I was born in Münster. And yeah, cool. They're not like household named clubs for people at home. But then the other day, I watched the Eintracht Braunschweig game. I think that was on Friday night. And they've been a bit indifferent. They won the game. They played well. They played really well, actually, against Magdeburg. I know they lost the game. Did they lose the game? I've watched so many Bundesliga 2 games lately. It's unreal. Oh, they lost the game. Magdeburg beat them. But this is a former Bundesliga champion. This is the first German club to have a shirt sponsor, which was Jaeger. And these people forget there's a lot of clubs with a lot of history in Germany, and the fans. I mean, Magdeburg and Braunschweig, they're like neighbours. So there were people from the same, friends. There were Magdeburg fans allowed to be sat in the Braunschweig home section, and there's no aggro. I think I think sometimes you've just got to take the big club. Don't watch many Bayern Munich games then. Just watch the rest of the Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2. It's highly entertaining. I can't stand Mark Goldbridge's rant saying it's a shite league, slagging it off, and then he signs up with a deal saying, I'm going to have watch-alongs on his channel. And he claims he's not getting anything out of it. He is. He still makes money off YouTube, so he is making money out of it. So I can't stand the hypocrisy of Mark Goldbridge, because then the interview he gives when he's won this broadcast rights agreement, where he claims he's not making money, but he is. Let's not kid ourselves. He might be making no money from the Bundesliga, but he's making money off YouTube. So in third-party terms, he is making money. The hypocrisy from him is unreal. In terms of big leagues? No, in the last 20 years, okay. But if you really look at it, I would class the Scottish and the Dutch league and the Portuguese league as big European. Class every European league as a big league because you're playing in your nation's top flight. More competitive than you realise, which is one of the reasons why I expanded the Football Club History series from the English clubs to Scotland, to Scandinavia, to Germany, was to prove a point. It's not just the Bayern Liga. They don't win everything. And I had that idea back in 2018 when Eintracht Frankfurt beat them 3-1 in the final, cup final. I do think there are problems. I wouldn't say it's the worst. In recent times, the French league is just as bad. And I think the Austrian league was sliding the same way with RB Salzburg. And there was a big pushback against that in Austria, and the same in Germany with Leipzig. Well, it means their winter break can be longer, and the players are generally fresher. They're less worn out, but they don't have a League Cup either. But that basically means they can have a longer winter break than other leagues. It's an extra week. They had a 3-week winter break. So by taking those 2 extra fixtures in the league and a League Cup out of it, you get a longer winter break. That doesn't necessarily translate to European success. It means you also get a weaker TV deal as well with the broadcasters because there's less games to be shown. So bear that in mind if you want to talk about broadcast deals and increasing revenues and therefore clubs making more money. But it also then means with a slightly weaker TV deal, prices are actually affordable for fans, and fans have a big stake in that 50+1 rule in regards to majority of club ownership. Oh God. Oh, great. So my bank is telling me you have payments upcoming. Yes, I also have the expensive dental appointment upcoming. Please don't tell me these things. But I think, do I like it? That's the German league decision. That's the German Bundesliga and the German the German Football Association, the German Football Federation. That's their decision. That's how they want to structure their league structure. And to be honest, below the second-tier Bundesliga, there are some big clubs in the regional leagues, but ice hockey's a lot more popular in regards to fan attendance and quality level than here in the UK, although it's a growing sport. It's how their system is structured. That's how they decided to do it. It's like, for example, I don't agree with how their relegation and promotion system works. Where you have bottom 2 get directly relegated, but the third bottom team and one of the teams in the promotion places have to play like a playoff format. But then again, that's very similar to the Scottish system a little bit, which is a messy system. But again, it's the sustainability of the pyramid, where the further down you go, you're slipping into semi-professional and then amateur status. There's a reason why only a handful of leagues have that 20-team top flight, and why England is one of them is because the professional structure of the pyramid can sustain that, because there's more than 92 professional teams in English football because of even the non-league, the majority of the National League. And I even think a couple of National League North and South technically are at professional status where they can offer full-time contracts to every player, because either they've got the fan base, the gate receipts to do it, or they've got the owners willing to lose a few pennies in the lower divisions until the club can work their way back up the divisions. So I do think the depth of the professional structure pyramid can do it. That's where I think that comes into play. Brazil's obviously got the population where they can sustain it. It's a much bigger population, and it's a religion in Brazil. Now, the money isn't as great, but then the cost of living is a lot cheaper in Brazil. So your money goes further. So if you're on a decent... But there's a reason why only 3 leagues in Europe. And it's to do with that professional pyramid and then the drop off to semi-pro and amateur status. And the German system has decided, in order to protect some of the lower levels from overspending and financial issues, because there have been clubs in Germany that have struggled financially. Borussia Dortmund, one of the most successful clubs in German football, have basically run out of money on more than one occasion. I think there has to be... 1860 Munich used to be, big rivals of Bayern Munich, and they've had to stop using the Allianz because it's just not affordable for them. And they've had their struggles. Both Berlin clubs, have struggled. There have been struggles for teams. But that's a German decision. Now, whether in order to potentially make the league shake it up a little bit and prevent Bayern from dominating all the time, maybe they do expand to a 20-team league and they go, right, we still haven't got a League Cup. We're going to play an extra couple of games per season. We'll make it a 20-team league. Again, I think they can do that, but it means they have to shorten their winter break by a week or a handful of days. They're still getting that winter break that we don't have. So I think the winter break works for the German league. Even with that winter break, games were getting cancelled because of the weather when before and after they resumed play, because Germany has a bit more of a continental climate than we do, especially in the south and east. It can really get cold. And a lot of the European leagues have winter breaks, in part because the weather can be a little bit more wintry than here. Although I do think there is merit to a winter break system or some kind of break in the season. That might mean sacrificing the League Cup, which some fans might be in favour of. But we've already sacrificed a lot of the traditions from the game, like the FA Cup replays, which have definitely hurt the lower leagues. The TV deal for the FA Cup this season is shite. I would agree with that. I think a lot of fans are not happy with how the free-to-air broadcaster only gets 2 games per round, one of the semi-finals, final, and only 2 of the quarterfinals. I think that is a terrible, terrible decision. No, I don't think they go down to 18 teams because that hurts the TV revenue. That will hurt ticket prices. I don't think they get rid of the League Cup because actually the Premier League doesn't control that. That's a Football League competition, so they have the say on that. And that makes the Football League clubs a bit of extra cash. And it's a chance to make more money. And if they get, the FA Cup, the broadcast rights is farcical. Absolutely farcical. And fans, it didn't work when BT Sport last had the rights 4 or 5 seasons ago. They were losing money. TNT actually financially are worse off than what BT Sport were. And there's pushback, and there's a reason why the illegal... I've got mates at work who talk about dodgy fire sticks still, and the workarounds in illegal streaming. I just tell them, just get a VPN, get the American feed. You might have to put up with some really retarded American commentary, but just get a VPN and pretend you're in, watching NBC. I personally don't do that because it's just something that I just can't be asked for the faff. But I know people who will say, "Why are you paying X amount for the dodgy fire stick when all you've got to do is get a VPN legally?" And suddenly you're in an overseas market where you might have to mute the commentary, but you can watch the game for nothing or very, very even little. Was what Palace losing to Macclesfield. Sutton United Coventry was, I think, the last time the holders were knocked out by a non-league side the following season in the 3rd round. In regards to the biggest upset, no, there's been some big ones in regards to how things have gone. There have been some bigger ones, but I think we are losing that little bit of magic. But Palace haven't been playing well going into the Christmas and coming out the Christmas period. And of course, there's uncertainty around if Glasner's going to be the manager for much longer, considering he made that announcement and the discussions he's had with the ownership that I'm leaving at the end of the season. And then they decided to sell the club captain like the day of the game, which is shite. Sorry. It was known that Gay was going to leave at the end of this season. That had been agreed. They weren't going to release him early. They just going to let him wind it down and go seasons end. They were in discussions with another club saying that let us have him one more season. You can have him. And suddenly that's changed. So I think the ownership have got that one wrong. I think the ownership have handled things poorly. I think that the manager's right to come out and go, "No, this is shite. What's going on behind the scenes?" And he knows he's leaving. He said quite openly that this is going to be my last season here. I'm happy with it. And many managers have gone out and the club have respected the wish and said, "Look, we'll let him do his last lap of honour." But I think there's things going on behind the scenes at Palace that aren't pleasant. But I think several clubs handle business quite poorly. It was a breath of fresh air. They won the FA Cup, and against the opponents they did win against, which was nice. But I do think, that's been badly handled. I wouldn't say it's the biggest upset, but we are getting them less often. But then you look at the TV schedule for the fourth round, it's disappointing. And I see it daily that there's people are starting to really boycott. Look, I will say this. The only reason I have my Discovery Plus account is to watch the 3 European finals for free at the end of the season. Now, BT Sport, for all the flaws, they always have the European finals free on the YouTube channel. That's not the case anymore. You've got to, unfortunately, get an account where you have to give over your details. And they keep trying to force you to sign up for what I can only describe as ridiculous prices, which I'm never going to pay. And they've got rid of Eurosport, which was a great broadcaster in this country. I think we've reached a point where we're being ripped off, and I think we need a reset on. But we pay the most for energy, sport, you name it. This country is rip-off Britain. And unfortunately, the authorities, it's got to be deliberate. There's no way. Because we were always told, and this is the lie we've been told for nearly 34 years now, is that competition will keep prices low. And so your ticket prices won't be affected, right? So having these media rights deals keep prices low. Now, in the initial years, it was just Sky Sports had the exclusive Premier League rights, but the European games and the FA Cup and the League Cup were all free to air. Well, not all of them, because there was also a proportion of the European Cup competition games were on Sky. And then BT Sport comes along, and 2014, suddenly, 12 years ago, the Champions League, what became the Europa League, which was the UEFA Cup, the Cup Winners' Cup is gone, but they were taken away from us. But BT Sport, in order to sort of win some brownie points, said, but we'll keep the finals free to air on YouTube. And that gave them some brownie points, a little bit, just a little bit. Sky have realised we've got to get some brownie points here. We'll give certain League Cup games free to air coverage on ITV, but we still have the Sky Sport, but we'll share the rights. Because the pushback. And I think TNT Sports have lost a lot of respect for their pricing. It's too high. Production quality is even worse than BT Sport. And not doing what BT Sport did, which was what they basically came in to save, because there's still BT involvement with that, and get rid of the YouTube aspect, which I think won them a little bit of love. And they wonder why illegal streaming is a thing. Snooker, I've watched the occasional game, not in full. When I pop in my local pub, it's on the big screen. I might watch a game here or there, or a couple of frames. But I don't follow snooker anymore. There's too many corruption scandals surrounding the sport. And it involves some pretty decent players. These aren't no hopers in journeyman players. Mark King with his ban. That for me was validation, I think, for my views on the way since the Hearns got involved with snooker in the last 2 decades that the sport has been heading. And I'm not a fan of Higgins. Christ, every time it is mentioned that he did take bribes, he gets shitty about it. I am sorry. It's Maguire as well, the other Scottish player. They were implicated, and there's evidence they actually took backhanders. Now, whether they actually did do what they were asked to do by the fixers is another thing, but they were willing to take money to throw games. I'm sorry. That for me, I've never. Wizard of Wishaw. I think he needs his jaw breaking, let alone Wizard of Wishaw. Wish he had a jaw. Because honestly, the integrity of the game, I think that was a big moment where people are like, I think there's something going on here. And then Bingham breaks betting rules. Early on in the channel's history, Stuart Bingham even admitted, I broke rules. And you're thinking, hang on a second here. I know we're not allowed to have tobacco sponsorship anymore. And I used to smoke embassies. I know tobacco sponsorship is no longer allowed. Fine. But the way they went straight after the betting companies as sponsors rather than get a car company, get a soft drink company, get a, whatever other firm, they went from tobacco, which we can all agree is not necessarily the best thing in the world. And I sort of quit smoking. I have the occasional cheeky cigarette, but for the best part, I'm not a smoker anymore. I quit, right? Partly for financial reasons. It wasn't to get better, but then my brother was ill and chemo. I thought, you know what? Actually, there's two reasons merged into one make good sense. But I will say this. You see the change. You're not allowed to have tobacco sponsorship. Fine. Okay, that's been written into legislation. Suddenly, gambling sponsorship, they've gone big and hard for it. Right? And suddenly, it wasn't as if players were like, oh, yeah, do you want to buy some moody fags? I've stolen them off the back of a truck. You have to be of a certain age to purchase. And there is a black market for ciggies. I know a few people who sell a bit of the old dodgy backy here or there and a few dodgy smokes, partly because that's half my work, mate. But the tobacco doesn't lead to match fixing and therefore corruption in regards to the sporting aspect. Gambling companies, well, there is built-in red flag checks, and it's far more heavily regulated here and in Europe in general than in the US and Canada or in Australia, where I've seen documentaries about how weak the regulation is. So the regulation here has been strict ever since it was fully legalised and you go to a bet shop. There is very, very strict regulation. The legal bookmakers have to inform the authorities if there are suspicious betting patterns, which they have done in every single one of these cases that players have been banned. But look at the amount of cases of players who are on bans, be it shorter bans to life bans. It is ridiculous. And the amount of players being accused. And as soon as John Higgins and I think it was Maguire were sort of, we're investigating, it's a thing. Now, whoever leaked that out but John Higgins gets very, 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 he just gets shitty about it. Let's not kid ourselves. I think he's been rumbled. He doesn't like the fact he's been rumbled. But Stephen Lee got a 10-year ban. Mark King will never play again. Stephen Lee, is he playing again now? I don't think he is. I mean, it's basically a life ban. They happily took money to fiddle, right? They took money. They were corrupt. They either spot fixed or match fixed games. They took money. They openly took money. They've been caught. There was a big match fixing ring involving a lot of Chinese and Welsh players a couple of years. Players have been outed now for the best part of a decade. We're seeing these allegations, and they're increasing. It's the same in tennis. We've seen it in many sports. Look at the US right now with the NBA and Major League Baseball. It's got a bit quiet lately, but I think more is going to come out. Yes, darts. I mean, darts. I think is very obvious you're fixing it. The drug side of it, that's recreational. That's not someone taking Adderall, for example, to be more focused. Because if you haven't got ADHD and you take Adderall or Ritalin, it's basically like taking speed. Your jaw's swinging because it's designed as a is it a hormone endorphin balancer? So basically, it's a chemical imbalance in the brain in regards to, I wouldn't say, is it the hormones or is it endorphins? I think it's endorphins classed as a hormone. Anyway, your body releases endorphins, right? And there's a reason why a lot of people end up being drug addicts and alcoholics is because they've got that endorphin imbalance. And ironically, smoking or drug use or alcohol use, recreational drug use, that is, sort of balances out like the ADHD kind of or ADD kind of aspect of things. And that's something that I've had to deal with. Probably one of the reasons why I'm drinking more caffeine since I've knocked smoking on the head is that chemical imbalance with the addiction side of things. Now, as long as you declare your medications, especially if you've got like a chemical, an actual medical condition where you need that to basically lead a normal life, if you choose to go medicated and you're staying within it, so you're on Ritalin or Adderall, for example, for ADHD, or you have a chronic health condition where you need a certain steroid to live and live comfortably, where you have to control a pain medication or an anti-inflammatory or whatever, you have to declare that. It's called a therapeutic use exemption. Or is it therapy? Is it a PED or a therapeutic use? Anyway, there's a term for it in sport and in doping, and it has to be declared. And if you say, look, I need this to especially in certain sports. I mean, other sports, they say, look, if you're that asthmatic, for example, asthma, you need a type of steroid in your inhaler to breathe properly. Now, that's where, the personal exemption use thing, therapeutic use, has been abused by cycling teams and by long distance runners to improve blood oxygen levels. There's been allegations about jiffy bags with cycling and certain things like that. But I forget it was, he's failed his second drugs test in 12 months. That's got to be a recreational drug issue, whether it's performance. I think it's a recreational drug thing. And I think it's the image the sport wants to change, is that kind of pub laddish culture. Unfortunately, with darts, it's a sport that's a working class activity, pub based. Snooker, working class men club kind of thing. And the problem is, has social media made it harder? In what sense? What, to live a normal, quiet life away from the media and away from fans? Look, before social media, players and managers, they've received bomb threats and death threats. Like if they change teams, or if they have a bad game, or they've made something controversial has happened in a game, like a sending off or an injury, or supposed foul play. I mean, which Geyer brother was it? It was one of the Geyer brothers in the NRL. I think it Mark Geyer. They both played for Penrith, but one's obviously got Maverick Geyer's dad. I think it's Mark Geyer. Obviously, his relationship with the Panthers as the 90s wore on got fractured, and he still lived in the Penrith district, so he still lived locally to Panther Stadium. And it was very, very publicly. I think he ended up going to Bulldogs. I can't remember. But someone put a pipe bomb in his wheelie bin and tried to blow him up. This is in the mid-90s. A Penrith Panthers fan, or a group of fans, bombed his house. This is in the day of fax machines. So Neil Lennon, when he was manager of Celtic at one point, was sent death threats from paramilitary groups in the mail with bullets, actual live bullets. Now, whether that's to do with organised crime or the paramilitaries or both, and there were death threats against him and his family. I mean, we know obviously what happened with Big Dunk Ferguson, with the guy broke into his house when he was already on license because of previous, I think, was it before or after he broke the guy's jaw in the match? When Big Dunk Ferguson was having some of his legal issues in the 90s, someone broke into his house and he battered the burglar. But the fact the burglar knew whose house he was robbing, battered the burglar with a golf club. and he went back to prison because he was out on license because even though he was defending himself, his family's property. Again, these are all pre-social media era. Although Neil Lennon, I think, was in the early days of social media, but somehow individuals found out where these people were living and threatened to kill them. Gaza obviously had his issues, and that was the mainstream media. But I would say it's changed. It's definitely changed the dynamic when it comes to hate mail that players receive. But at the same time, players have always received love mail as well, in regards to fans saying, thank you very much. We're sending positive things in and requests to sign autograph. They get that positive stuff. But we only hear about the negative side a lot of the time in regards to the threats that they get. Now, I think it's made it more public, the amount of abuse, managers and players and athletes get on the regular. But some of them make it difficult for themselves with their on-field and off-field antics. There are some players who just generally make it difficult. However, unfortunately, there is now seen to be everyone's got a camera phone. So you can't slip up. You've got to always smile in public. You've got to deal with the hecklers. And sometimes, when players go about their daily lives with the wife and kids, they're getting abuse in public. They're getting accosted in the street. They're getting threatened in the supermarket. And it's not just a UK thing. This is all over the place. And I think it depends on what sport certain players play. So there's a reason why when it comes to like the NHL, a lot of players, when they're free agents, are going, I've had enough of the overbearing media in the traditional NHL city. So US Northeast, Canada, obviously, and some of the border states. So they want to go to the Sun Belt because they can be pretty much incognito away from game time and away from team activities. And it's the same with certain different sports where you can go out there and no one knows who the hell you are. That's why some high-profile athletes don't have a social media presence. They can be a bit more incognito, but it depends on where people live and how you embrace the local community for good and bad. Like McTominay, for example, it doesn't matter if Napoli are winning or losing, he's embraced the local kind of cafe culture, the local Italian, Southern Italian kind of what is socially acceptable. He's not going around, flashing his wealth because he's well paid, but he's bought into what it's like to live in the Napoli area, and they leave him alone. They let him enjoy his time at the cafe. They don't hound. But other clubs, it doesn't matter how much you try and, lead away from things, a bit more of a quiet thing. The abuse on social media is there. Well, I think it was to do with some Everton fans. They call him God on Merseyside. And a lot of Liverpool players supported Everton growing up, and vice versa. A lot of Everton players supported Liverpool growing up. Fandom on Merseyside is very interesting because it is very interesting. But Robbie Fowler, I think he had a set to on a night out with some high profile Everton fans. I think there was something happened at the time. However, there was that kind of Spice Boys, and the media were going after this. Because the Premier League era, it was new, and then suddenly the players were making far more money than they ever had, and they continued to do so. But wages exploded in the 90s. However, what I find interesting is what a top player was getting paid per week or per month in the 90s is like a day's pay now. So when we're talking about wages exploding, that's your average League One salary now, or Championship salary now. So let's get some, perspective. But at that particular moment, the wages obviously reached record levels every season. They were going up. And the TV deal was making money, and tendencies were improving, and all this. But the Liverpool team, especially, I think it was to do with, it started with Stan Collymore, but then some of the younger players got up to a few antics, had a bit of a party kind of side of things off the field after games and on weekends. But the team wasn't performing as well as it could have performed. So there was a bit of a culture issue. They were not the only club and they were not the only bunch of players to misbehave a little bit and get a little bit rowdy off the field. You listen to Under the Kosh podcast, and I actually find it kind of cringe listening to it now because it sort of glorifies the pisshead, stupid culture that we had in the 80s and 90s at this point, where it was just excessive drinking and not taking things as seriously. And you might kind of need to let your hair down every now and then, but at the same time, it sort of glorifies bad habits. And we see this a lot in rugby league circles as well, and to a certain extent, rugby union circles and cricket. A lot of these sport podcasts, you're thinking, okay, some of these instances are quite funny, but it sums up the drink and the overtly unnecessary lad culture. There's a limit to where you go, this is stupid. This guy's clearly got an alcohol problem, or this guy's got a recreational drug use problem. We need to get him out, but we're going to carry on the piss up as long as the team's winning, right? That's a positive culture, when actually it was very damaging behaviours that down the road have caused a lot of problems for a lot of people. And then there's the Stan Collymore instance. So this time, Stan Collymore, the domestic violence allegations were very, very public. Obviously, you've got Gaza with his falling apart. So it's not just a Liverpool FC problem. We hear more stories coming out of a multitude of players at different clubs at this time doing some ridiculous stuff, like stupid stuff. But the Robbie Fowler one, there was he had a set till on a night out in Liverpool City Centre, I think, and there was some Everton, nuts, as I call them, Everton tragics. They were either in a bar, restaurant, or club, or something. Something happens, and someone leaks something to the media that the whole club was off their tits every weekend. All the players on the booze, on the drugs, with the women, going to strip clubs, prostitutes, all this kind of shit. And there was a false allegation made that the mainstream media, I think it was the News of the World and the Sun, not very popular on Merseyside following certain events in 1989, but we'll move on from the Murdoch media. But multiple tabloids, I think it was News of the World, but other tabloids also ran with it, that drug use, yet not a single player of that Liverpool squad failed a drugs test. Because I do believe drugs tests were done. This is not long before Mark Bosnich at Chelsea and Man United fame does, and Paul Merson do fail and have drug problems very publicly. But there was false allegations made, and his response was he scored a goal. I think it was actually in the derby match against Everton, the sniff the line following all these allegations on this abuse. And he got suspended and fined massively for that. But his excuse was doing it, well, the media's falsely accusing me of something. I've got no right to redress. I'm not getting any support from the league or the Players Association or even the club at this point. I don't know where this allegations come from. Yeah, I'm not faced. And so he reacted. Now, was it the best celebration? It's an iconic celebration. My mum was not very overly impressed with that celebration because that season is the season I went to Anfield as a kid on my birthday. My mum wasn't overly impressed with that because obviously later on that season, my late grandfather took me to Anfield with my sister. And so there was a little bit of, do I really want my kids going to a football game with all these allegations going on? She took a bit of a dim view of it, but there were, but that was, again, my family's response was, we're not taking the best of views. But then my family wasn't really a tabloid newspaper reading family, if that makes sense. They didn't really pay attention to a lot of what the media was saying. But then the Stan Collymore allegations were actually proven to be true with the domestic violence, then Gascoigne's domestic violence, and then you have Mark Bosnich a few years later. So there clearly was an alcohol and a drug culture around the Premier League at this time. But years later, Fowler's come out and said, look, there were false allegations made. He was not getting the support from the PFA, the club, the league. He was basically being thrown under the bus publicly by the media. He reacted. Now, he was a young player at the time, very good player at the time. Always a fantastic goal scorer, I think. Highly underrated. I think criminally underrated by a lot of people because Liverpool weren't league champions when they could have been, but he played at Cardiff, he played at Blackburn, he played, I can't remember, there's a few other clubs he played at, but I remember him at Blackburn. He was a brilliant player. Good, solid veteran presence and a good secondary, at that point with the injuries, a good secondary striker. He was a good player. International, won multiple trophies as a player. He was a good player. But he was a young player. He wasn't given the support. The allegations were proven to be false. He was never charged with anything. But then the FA and the Premier League were like, well, we're going to fine and suspend you for that celebration. But why wasn't he protected and given the support in the build-up, the weeks leading up with these false allegations in the media? Now, we fast forward a little bit, and then Mark Bosnich famously does fail. Adrian Musi famously does fail. And this is not just in English, but Europe as well. At this time, in the 90s, early 2000s, players are getting done for drug use. Players are getting done for domestic violence and assault. And a lot of them, their careers never fully recovered. Their reputations never fully recovered. And that includes Stan Collymore. And he bleats on about how I had to do behavioural things. No, you're just a thug. You're a cowardly thug. Never liked him before. Don't like him now. He was a good player and he's a very good analyst. He still has that chip on his shoulder. Oh, it's because I'm whatever. No, he plays the race card a lot, which is embarrassing. He battered his missus in public. No defence. Shut up. Same with Jeffrey Boycott. Can't stand him. Great player. Absolute tosser of a human being. He got convicted of it. Now he got convicted in absence, but he can't go to France because then we go, oh yeah, well you've got to serve your sentence. Jeffrey Boycott, scumbag, bashed his wife through her down the stairs. Sorry. It doesn't matter. So I have little sympathy for domestic abusers who get called out for it. That's why I'm not. Mason Greenwood can go, he wasn't convicted. Well, the case has been shelved. It hasn't been fully dropped. At some point, his missus or someone in her family can say, look, actually, we do want a prosecution regardless. And the police could reopen the investigation. Now, anyone who says he's not guilty, I mean, look, we've all heard the audio. Some people have actually seen the video footage. Let's not pretend Mason Greenwood's a nice individual. We know what he did. He bashed her up. It's a nice way to put it. Right? Okay? And people go, oh, look, he's playing really well. He's not playing in tall poppy syndrome. No, he also got kicked off an England camp for breaching lockdown rules and smuggling a couple of young ladies who may or may not have been his girlfriend into with Phil Foden. And I think that's why Phil Foden's England career was a bit rocky with Southgate. There's a reason why Mason Greenwood's not getting selected for England. Great player that he is. There's no doubt Mason Greenwood is a very skillful player, very good player. Personally, he's a scumbag. And, there's got to be a moral line you draw where you go, we don't want this culture. Doesn't matter how good a player you are, we don't want this culture. We need, because I know a lot of people say, sports stars shouldn't be role models for kids because your parents and those, family members and friends of family should be your role models. Community leaders should be your role models. Yeah, technically, sports stars who play for your community club, that is sort of a role model thing. When young kids look up to XYZ individual, especially if they're from the same neighbourhood or the same kind of background, poor background or hard-working working class background, and then they see this kind of attitude and behaviour, they think it's normal. And I've met David Williams completely. Honestly, the warning signs were there like 15, 20 years ago. So let's just move on from the art celebrity. But no, if you are a young working class kid from a background or even middle class kid, for example, because not everyone has a happy life at home. Not everyone has two parents around. It doesn't matter if parents divorce or you lose a parent through bereavement, whatever. Not everyone, the perfect family. What is that? Trust me. But I will say this, if you're looking up and going, actually, I find XYZ, this player, he's come from not a lot, he's very humble, he does a lot in his community. I feel Marcus Rashford's been dealt a disgusting hand by social media and the mainstream media. Now, we can debate the pros and cons of Rashford as a player and sometimes his attitude on the field and in training and how, whatever. He leaves Man United, he's a different person. But during the pandemic, he did a lot for his local community where he was brought up. He's come from a very humble background. He's obviously got a decent head on his shoulders. And people take the piss out of him for it because the media tells us to. So, So there is that. I feel sorry for Marcus Rashford. I think he's been dealt and discussed. Juan Mata was brilliant. He, from day one, donated a percentage of his salary, not because it's a tax write-off, to charities of his choice without making a song and dance about it. And he was very disappointed when more players within the PFA, he went to the PFA and said, look, I think we should do this kind of initiative within the union setup, saying actually we should do more as a whole group, not just the Premier League players, but as a whole group of professional athletes, without a big song and dance, where we give a percentage of our wages and each player can individually go, I'll give X percent per pound I make, so 10p, 5p, however much per week, to some form of charity. And he set up a foundation. And he was very disappointed with very few players signed up. And he went public about it. Juan Mata is a decent human being. Hector Bellerin has been very open and vocal on social media about how there are many within the game who've lost sight of what the game's all about, the community aspect. Doesn't matter how much you earn, you can still do stuff for your community, charity, not make a big song and dance about it. Just be a decent human being. There are some high-profile players who've basically called out the negativity and the culture, and there's a lot going on. I think there's a lot about Hector Bellerin in a positive light that people are talking about on social media. Juan Mata, I remember this. He was very, very vocal before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after the pandemic about how much he's always donated out of his wages. Sadio Mane, off the field, very humble. Again, does a lot, basically back in Senegal where he's from, but also in the various communities at the various clubs. He goes into the poor areas and does do a lot of basically unpaid social work, basically a lot of charity work. So there are those good players out there who do contribute more and give back off the field and do a lot, and they don't sing and dance about it, and they get interviewed. Oh, but we're here, we're doing so. And they're like, well, go away. I'm doing my charity work. I choose to do this. We'll go away. This is not the club forcing me. This is me voluntarily in my spare time or in the off season doing my charity work. Go away. And volunteering, which a lot of people, he goes, just go away. What the BBC and all the big broadcasters and more wrongdoing. I've always said if the BBC was like ITV, Sky, Channel 5, Channel 4 is also part funded by the TV license, but any other broadcast that was more commercial based rather than a corporation, I think potentially quicker action would have been taken. David Williams obviously has appeared on other broadcasters, and he's technically classed as an independent contractor. He's appeared on commercial and BBC radio, so there's all sorts there. We've seen it in sports broadcasting. A lot of sports broadcasters aren't the BBC. So that's both here and overseas, where it's commercial broadcasters, be it free to air or behind a paywall. Generally speaking, I would say, look, I want to come at it from a sports broadcasting point of view, but it does transition over to non-sports broadcast. Frank Boff is the example I always use because he was never convicted of anything, but it was known within both the BBC and later on ITV, and also when he was a journalist at newspapers. So he wasn't always a BBC journalist. He started off at his local newspaper, which is commercial. So bear that in mind. Now, a lot of my viewers are either A, overseas, don't know who Frank Boff is, or too young to remember him. I vaguely remember the end of his career. And it was a big thing in our household talking about, certain things that happened, the outtakes and scandal. We had a very open, in my time, a very open conversation about things in the sense that if like my mum doesn't like Jeremy Clarkson, not because he got fired from the BBC for punching the just because she just doesn't like him. She finds him a bit oafish and a little bit too kind of boyish, kind of idiotic, kind of silly, bit juvenile. I like Jeremy Clarkson because of the exact reasons why my mum doesn't like him. However, there's never been any allegations of Jeremy Clarkson being inappropriate in regards to off-camera making inappropriate, suggestive behaviour or racist behaviour. But he does come out and say, and he stated this, what's happening now at the BBC sort of indicates him, because he was always dragged in front of the disciplinary committee for you've done this little thing or that little thing, where he's a bit tongue-in-cheek with his humour. We're going to punish you. We're going to, give you a warning or dock some pay off your contract or whatever. But he goes, at the time he's being dragged over the coals for public bad behaviour on screen, where he's done that little joke on Top Gear, or he's had that little incident with Piers Morgan when he punched him in the face. And I'm like, that's an award ceremony? You're representing the BBC here? He was like, yeah, but the guy's a dick and he's been slagging me off for 20 years. I'm entitled to punch him. And he was right to do so, because everyone hates Piers Morgan. I hate Piers Morgan. Clarkson hates Piers Morgan. He deserves an MBE. That's my joke on that one. I will discuss Frank Boff in a minute. Look at my Paul Kent videos on Paul Kent, the former NRL 360 presenter. I do mention what actually happened to Frank Boff. I think you're a little bit young to remember him, but because you're in your late 20s, early 30s, he was off our screens by the mid 90s. He was done, and there was allegations about his private life. Yeah, Piers Morgan's pervy. I don't like Piers Morgan, but he initially makes his money in tabloid newspapers talking shit about people, and then he gets his talk show going, I'm really sorry for flagging you off, but I made money off making your life miserable for 20 years. Honestly, when Jeremy Clarkson punches Piers Morgan, that's the best thing ever to happen. And that was actually at an awards show. Was it the BAFTAs? It was all TV awards or something, or broadcasting award show. And it was... he punched Piers Morgan that hard. He A, knocked him out, and B, broke his hand. So well done, Clarkson. But my mum doesn't like Jeremy Clarkson, not because she wasn't a massive fan of the new Top Gear. She found it a bit childish and a bit silly, and that's fine, right? She doesn't like his presenting style and some of his political views, and that's fine. We're entitled to, but I always say, no, I find him funny. I find him different. He goes against the grain. He's two fingers to the establishment a little bit. I like Hammond. I like May. I've met them all. Clarkson does come across as a little bit of an arsehole. I said to my mum, I went to school with people like Clarkson. Doesn't bother me. But I don't mind some of the jokes and some of the humour, because it pushes the boundaries. That's what humour's all about. That's what comedy's all about. That's what made Top Gear so popular. It was two fingers to the people who actually employed him a little bit. But he comes out and goes, well, he was doing his thing. They were covering up. Far worse. Lately, obviously, it's oh God, who's the DJ who used to do Radio 1, who's under investigation? Russell Brand as well. You've got another DJ in there. There's Hugh Edward. And he's right. He is right. So there is that. Oh, yeah, Piers Morgan tripped over and fell. Shame. Should have watched where he was going. Shame. What's he going to do? Is he going to sue the local council because he's that petulant? I'm sorry. Have you seen some of the pavements and roads I have to work on? I work for my local council. I've got to be careful slagging them off because I could lose my job. Russell Brand has been arrested and charged. He's on bail at the moment. Who's the bloody former Radio 1 DJ? It's going to really annoy me. And he has been on Radio 1 for a while, but he was also a commercial DJ, and he's... But no, there's things been happening at the BBC. I think these scandals keep adding up, and then we see like the doctoring of footage and a political bias, and you're seeing it with the sports side of things. And I want to circle back to Frank Boff, because they covered up Frank Boff for years. It was known, and this is a thing that former female presenters and journos and staff at the BBC have said about Frank Boff. So I'm going to get onto Russell Brand in a minute. It's very funny, my rant about Russell Brand. Tim Westwood, thank you very much. Thank you. I never liked Tim Westwood. He always struck me as a bit of a knob. But anyway, So anyway, going back to Frank Boff. So in the late 80s, there was reports circulating or rumours circulating that Frank Boff wasn't necessarily the most faithful man to his wife. And it was known, even when he was a local newspaper journalist in Yorkshire for his local newspapers when he started in journalism in the late 60s, that he was a bit of a player, bit of a playboy, right? He liked the ladies. And he was a bit of a Lothario, that's a good one to look at it, a bit of a Lothario, a bit of a Casanova. Rumours, right? But he became very good at his job, and he becomes the host of Grandstand, which obviously, if you're too young to remember, was like from midday till 5:30 final score, live sport, all the sports. So you would have the FA Cup final would be a Grandstand special. Royal Ascot would be a Grandstand special because they'd have all the Royal Ascot races. But generally speaking, on a Saturday and then towards the end on a Sunday Grandstand would be a slimmed down version of the Saturday. You'd have basically daytime TV on BBC One or BBC Two, depending on what was happening in the world of politics and history and whatever socially. You would have 5.5 to 6.5 hours of live sports broadcasting where you would have multiple sports being broadcast in a day. So you would have the horse racing, you would have the halftime reports from the football, you might have a a Challenge Cup match. And at half time in the Challenge Cup, we've got a 5-minute sprint race from Ascot, 7 furlongs. Get that race in there. So you'd have multiple sports going between midday, football focus, through to final score. And that was all the way through. So you had the 2 footballing programs either side and then in the middle. And then the FA Cup game would be in the evening or on BBC Two. And sometimes Sunday would be a Grandstand special. So this is what I remember of Grandstand. I watched Grandstand for the last 12 years it was going. It died in the early 2000s. But Frank Boff was the main host. Yeah, Des Lynam was another host. Steve Ryder, who I've done his bins. He lives locally. He lives up in edge of Maidenhead. Used to do Steve. So, Hazel Irvine started her career on Grandstand. Claire Balding got into being what she is today, Grandstand. Sue Barker used to step in as a guest presenter when she wasn't doing the Wimbledon coverage, Grandstand. Frank Boff was the main presenter for 20 years, right? 15, 20 years. He was seen as a, family values, household name, very upright, upstanding, nice, neat, tidy, professional. Behind the scenes, every intern that came in, every secretary, every assistant, if it was female, had legs and was aged between 25 and 35, he was trying to put his dick into it. And there was quite a few staffers who he had affairs with. That's what was going around. It was known. Oh, you're the new staffer. Well, there's Frank Boff. He's probably going to hit on you. You might want to have sex with him. You might not. It's all going to be consensual. If you say no, it's not the end of the world. But most of the female staff here have had an affair with Frank Boff. It was sort of a little bit what was the gone thing. What did for him was he likes prostitutes, cocaine, and BDSM. That got leaked to the Sun, the News of the World, the Mirror, the Daily People. Every single tabloid that had a red banner got hold of it. And this is in the late 80s, early 90s. And this is at the time when the government were going back to basics with John Major. There's a lot of sleaze in politics and public life. And when you've got a high-profile, straight-cut, straight-edged sports presenter who also occasionally did some news coverage as well, you just step in and go, so-and-so is not here, I'm covering the news. When you've got that straight-edged, household, well-known family name, Michael Barrymore in the 90s and the 2000s, he's gone now, he's washed up. There were quite a few of them who had scandals away from the camera, and they were never convicted of anything or never charged with anything. So, Michael Barrymore and ITV with what happened at his house party. His career's never recovered. He was very quickly dropped by ITV, and he's done celebrity, get me out of here, and a few of these like celebrity Big Brothers. But Michael Barrymore's career after the early 2000s never recovered, and he was a household name. This is just 10 years after. Frank Boff, career never recovered. He's sacked by the BBC. He goes into a bit of hiding because this is very public that he's got sex orgies and prostitutes and drugs. It doesn't make up for the previous 30 years. He was known to be a bit of a Casanova, and he was known to basically have affairs with every female staffer who consented that he could get his hands on. And a lot there was nothing to say he didn't have consenting relations with people, and this is true. But what did him? Oh, he's paid a dominatrix to tie him up and do things. Oh, that's why we're sacking him. But he was having inappropriate work relationships when there should have been a code of conduct, and it was covered up because the ratings were really good. ITV, or what was the regional ITV stations, and early days of Sky Sports, he was seen as the face of British sports broadcasting. Sky Sports actually wanted to get him to give legitimacy to their early days. Sky wanted to get hold of Frank Boff, and if it was not him, Des Lynam or Steve Riley, these are the faces of sports broadcasting, to give them some legitimacy when it came to, their programming. In the end, they get, Jeff Stelling and all that, but he became a household name. But they wanted to get an existing household name to give them, as the new sports broadcaster and the new broadcaster, some legitimacy. That's how highly he was regarded in the 80s and early 90s. Turns out he was a bit of a sleazeball. The media found that, I don't know how the media managed to get hold of the information and how it got leaked out, but it did. He then did a little comeback with ITV. He waited a little while. ITV were brave, went, okay, we'll give you a bit of a go. And within a year or two, new allegations surfaced that he was still up to his old tricks, and very quickly he was done. Never convicted of anything, never charged with drugs possession. We've got to remember this. There were no charges ever brought. He was never arrested. It just was like, oh, it's become public that your straight-edged family values TV presenter is a bit of a sex maniac. But everything he did was legal and consensual. So, well, consuming drugs is actually legal. It's the purchasing and possession, which is the illegal part under the under the Scheduling Misuse of Drugs Act, 1971. Weird that. So you could have as much cocaine as you want and consume it. You just can't be in possession and or carry it around with you. So that's a flaw in legislation, which is why people tend to swallow the drugs, because then it's like, well, I've consumed it, so deal with it. What you gonna do? Put your hand up down my throat. What you gonna do if I throw it all up? Oh yeah, my vomit's now illegal, please. So, and they couldn't legally get any proof that he purchased all this stuff. But it was the fact that the allegations became public, were then proven, because he actually went, yeah, no, I do this stuff. That's where the funny, talking about David Walliams, the funny, outside the house with David Walliams is the disgraced public figure, and Matt Lucas plays the supportive wife. That was sort of the Frank Boff. I apologise, I've basically been caught. Damn good media. Damn good journalist, though, for all his flaws. But the BBC knew about his antics for years. For years. It was very damaging for the BBC because the public face. And Sky wanted to get Frank Boff onto Soccer Saturday, for example. They wanted him to be one of their main presenters to give them legitimacy. The irony that David Walliams is now being accused of being an absolute sleazeball does not surprise me. No, grandstand, yeah, but that's the grandstand thing with Frank Boff. And I use him as the example when I was talking about Paul Kent and his off-camera issues with alcohol and his struggles. Of course, he's now fighting a form of throat cancer. And he has a good chance of beating it, but he's not very well. And you can see he did a special podcast the other day. It's very obvious he was ill. And look, Paul Kent, big name in Australian broadcasting, sports media. He's got a bit of a following over here and globally. People know who Paul Kent is. I think he's owned his mistakes, which is good. He's got back into being an independent journalist, which I think suits him because he's not constrained. And I think he's got a lot of valid points in regards to boxing and rugby league and how the direction those sports are taking. But he's not very well. It's been a tough couple of years, and I'm hoping actually they caught his cancer early because I've lost a good friend to cancer in recent years, and that was tough, very, very tough. Knowing that a close friend's passed away, so I've lived it. So, Sunday was the live Italian football. So Saturday was in the morning was the highlights of the previous week's play and the build up and the highlights of the Friday night game. And then occasionally you would have a live game on Channel 4 and a live game on the Saturday and then the Sunday. So yeah, Italian and then Channel 5 had the rights for a couple of seasons. I wish they'd kept them. I really wish Channel 5 had kept the Italian football rights. But yeah, no, so I always use Frank Boff as the example of someone who has been disgraced. But it took a long time for the BBC to admit, to actually open up and say that. But no one knew until obviously the media expose on his private life away from the BBC. It only became public knowledge after he died, the amount of affairs he had with fellow BBC female members of staff. But the BBC knew about it. This is what's come out when other former BBC employees say, no, management were aware that he would regularly, have romantic interludes with women who worked at the BBC, be it journalists, presenters, or staffers who weren't his wife. And it was known. It was known about. The prostitution thing wasn't. It was that was a known thing. That he was a little bit of a Casanova, but he was very good at his job. But no female member of staff, past or present, ever made a complaint because everything was, they agreed and it was consensual. So it's what you do. But it was the image damage, the damage to the image of the broadcaster forced them to act and go, no, you've been publicly shamed now, we can't have you. Even though they could have put a stop to his behaviour a lot earlier, but he did nothing illegal. Whereas people like Russell Brand, who've been charged with things, this is after Frank Boff has been fired by the organisation. And Jeremy Clarkson's right. James Richardson was the main presenter. He's still doing, involved following Italian football I think he still writes a column. I think he writes a column for the Gazzetta dello Sport. I believe, I could be wrong, but I think he's still based out in Italy somewhere, doing his thing. James Richardson was brilliant. Yes, the Gazzetta dello Sport. There is an English version of it online. I think you do have to pay for it, and I think James Richardson still writes a column for it. The Gazzetta dello Sport is a fantastic sports newspaper. If you can find the English edition, it's rare as, but I do believe they've got an online English edition. They realised, if you know anything about Italian sport, people go, the pink newspaper. Yep, the reason why the Tour de France and the leader wears the yellow jersey is Le Figaro, the French newspaper. So there you go. Who knew? And why Michelin road maps became really popular as Tour de France, because they sponsored. But no, talking about Frank Boff, that's why I make that reference whenever a sports journalist gets fired for doing things. And we've seen it over in the US and Canada. Don Cherry, he made comments about people wearing or not wearing the poppy, and he made it political. He aimed it at immigrant communities and those on the left of politics. And Roger Sportsnet were like, bye-bye, you're fired. On your trot. And there's been a lot of pushback against that. Don Cherry does a lot for charity, a lot for veterans charities, homeless charities, kids charities. He's an old man. He's not a young man. His views are of a period when public service was seen as more important than it is now. But he got sacked in Canada from his media roles. But then you look at Matt Le Tissier. I use Matt Le Tissier as an example. His political views and some of his social views got him moved on. And I do think potentially he has an employment tribunal case against Sky, but that's an interesting one. And he's been very open and go, well, I think he goes, my personal views on certain things, maybe to do with vaccines or whatever, is the reason why I lost my job. But no, talking about Frank Boff, Andy Gray's one, and Ron Atkinson with some hot mic comments. They got sacked. They never got re-employed. I think Andy Gray might have got re-employed and then sacked again, but Jamie Carragher got off. I think Jamie Carragher's lucky to still have a broadcasting career after the spitting incident in the car. And my views on that have changed drastically since he, did that. I think it was 2018 he got done for I think Dan Rowan at the BBC, with some of his comments that he made that could be construed as potentially bigoted or racial in nature. Leicester City refused to have him at press conferences at their ground following his hot mic moments following the helicopter crash. I think they're justified in saying you are a scumbag. There's no mistaking what he said. I hate that video, the way I reacted to it, but I think he should have been sacked. But that's the Vegas games. I think a lot has happened since last year. A lot has happened in the last 12 months. Obviously, the last year's Vegas game were very early on, obviously, and then the Trump presidency. And this is before the shower of shit that the last 6-7 months have been. So that's my view on things that are happening geopolitically. I don't think it's make or break. I think the NRL have basically committed to a 5-year plan minimum. I think they're going to try and get every team to play at least one game there. I think last year was a massive improvement in the amount of tickets sold. I do think, however, with what's happening politically, with visa problems for visitors and the potential for social media, that doesn't come in yet, although the potential for that social media checks could be in time for the World Cup. But I think cities like Vegas, who are missing out on hosting World Cup games, want the revenue. It makes the city a lot of money in a very short time, in a week. For the week, now the build-up, games, and then the fans leaving in the week, maybe make it 2 weeks, 2 weeks, all the fans pile in and leave. It makes the city of Las Vegas and Clark County a lot of money, and Vegas has been hurting financially in the last 12 months. Well, actually, last 2 years. So I think we're going to see prices slashed for hotels and motels. I think we're going to see other prices get slashed. So that I think there's going to be a big push. They've been bearing in mind they've been advertising tickets for the best part of a year. As soon as the teams for this year's event were announced, the NRL teams at least, ticket sales started. The Super League side of things, okay, took a little bit longer, but again, they make up a lesser proportion of fans and attendance. But last year, more US-based fans from all over the US went. And the TV viewership was up. The fans in attendance was up. I do think 3 games in one day might be a little bit much for the US fandom. Maybe split it over 3 days. Super League game, NRL game, make it a longer weekend. But I wouldn't call it make or break. I think the NRL have committed to it. It does actually bring in the NRL a lot of money. And the US, I think, needs it to happen. I think the US actually needs it more than the NRL, ironically. With what's happening with the fallout from the ticketing, shambles for the World Cup, how that's all gone down like a lead balloon, like it was expected to, a shower of shit that it's been. I have more fears for the World Cup than the Vegas games. Ironically, I think the Vegas games so far, the 2 years we've already had, this is the 3rd year, I think the crowd numbers have actually been better than what the World Cup will be this summer. I really do, because, there is that potential, because there's that potential to, the ticket prices are not overly expensive, really. If you look at Vegas NRL tickets compared to World Cup tickets for price, if you are a US sports fan, you look at that and go, actually, okay, I'll give it a crack. And I think what also has helped the last 2 years is a lot of US-based sports YouTubers were at the first set of games, the first year, and they're growing a little bit of a following. And people are going, what? I also think that first year was a bit of a cock-up in regards of the TV with the basketball overrunning. I think they've got a better... We're having this as the main event for the whole day on Fox Sports 1. This is going to be your main event on March. And the broadcasters have gone, okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. So they've got an agreement with a big broadcaster. which is the sister broadcaster of Fox in Australia. There's a working partnership there. The state governor, the mayor of the city, they're backing it, which is important because they need that revenue. Vegas needs the incoming revenue because they've had a dip in visitors nationally and globally to the city because, again, US economic policy, overseas foreign policy, it's hurting the US's image. I don't think the games will sell out, but ticket sales look, again, pretty strong. I do think some of the airlines and hotels actually might try and slash prices for that Vegas destination to try and get more people to go there. And I think state governor, mayor of the city, and also the surrounding, like Henderson, West, I think, is it South Las Vegas or East Las? The other cities in Clark County also will put pressure on businesses to make rates affordable. Let's get people in here. Again, when it comes to the media reporting on this, we're having a more positive thumbs up. Cities open for business, Clark County's open for business, that kind of thing, because visitor numbers are down. So there is a little bit of economics here where they might go, we'll slash the prices just to get people to come. We need to start filling out how hotel rooms, restaurants need customers, other attractions need customers. Vegas itself wants to pitch itself as more than just a gambling location. So sports teams actually want to go to Vegas. That's the important thing. The fact we're actually seeing NRL games played in Vegas before the Oakland Athletics finally get their stadium built tells you something. The fact we've got NRL games in Vegas before the NBA. There you go. So they want to get in there. And even if they get 1% of US sports fans on Fox Sports 1 watching, or 1% of all potential viewers, 1%, that's all they need. That's 3 million people, about 1% of the US population. If they can do that, they crack the US market in a way that I think is a win for them. I think Vegas needs it more than the NRL. So I don't think this is make or break for them. I think this is doable. In regards to the World Club Challenge, it's going to be interesting. Has it been played in Australia or played in England? Because the last few have been played in England, I think I remember. So that'll be interesting. If it's, I also hope it's on the BBC. I think that game needs to be free to air to get more eyes on the product. Has to be. They can't bury it on BBC but it's got to be free to air if they have a chance. I think it'd be a fun game. Is the World Cup? No, that's 15 of the 15 teams that have been allegedly added to the ban list. That's fans. The players and coaching staff get exemptions on their visas. They're relying on expat communities now to fill the stadiums. Also, I think there needs to be congressional approval for certain things, and I am concerned. I am concerned about the World Cup. There are people telling me, no, the corporates will fill out, locals will buy tickets. They didn't buy tickets for the Club World Cup last year, which was a shambles. I just don't think it's going to work. I can see domestic. Look, if the domestic fans in the US are saying we're being priced out, I got criticised for saying Simon Jordan's out of touch and didn't read the room. Fans aren't willing to pay for this. The price is being asked, they're not willing to pay. So don't give me that crap out. I don't understand business. If your customer base is not willing to pay for something, you're not going to sell the product. You've got to make it at a reasonable price. The fact that they've they've overpriced the product, customers ain't going to pay. And if someone says, I don't understand business, Simon Jordan, I think, was it Phones for You? That failed, didn't it? He screwed up at Crystal Palace. He didn't make any money, did he? His business bankrupted themselves. I don't think Simon Jordan's been the best businessman. People say he's very, very wealthy. If he's that wealthy, why the fuck is he a radio presenter? He's doing really well for himself. If he's that much of a millionaire that he doesn't need to work, why the hell is he presenting on TalkSport? I think Simon Jordan's a little bit of a joke, yes. Because was it 1-to-1 or Phones for You? I can't remember which one. It failed as a business. It went bankrupt. It collapsed. He failed as a club owner. He sacked managers like it's going, and then he criticises clubs for making. Just shut up. It's called hypocrite. Shut up with your fake tan and your bloody diamond rings and your overpriced Rolex. Fuck off. Seriously. Failed club owner, failed businessman. He's made money out of his business. He hived the money off, you notice. But then every business he's run's gone bank. Please shut up. Ugh. It's like Mark Goldbridge now co-host, like streaming, watch along to the Bundesliga, a league he regularly slags off as a farmers league, which I find very entertaining. By the way, I love the history of the Bundesliga. I love the quality of play. Just because Bayern dominate, watch any other non-Bayern game. It's fun. Anyone can beat everyone. The second tier is brilliant. Some of the goals being scored are fantastic. The fan atmosphere is brilliant. Yet people like Mark Goldbridge and Simon Jordan, I can't stand them. The hypocrisy is they're just clickbait merchants. They are. Simon Jordan is a failed club owner. So I tune out when I listen to a guy who's failed as a club owner talking about other club owners and how the decisions they make. Bollocks. He was part of that little group. He got the TV money. He took his money and ran whilst nearly bankrupting Palace. Palace fans hate him. So let's just be honest here. Yeah, I'll Talk Sport has now come out with his own little separate little YouTube channels like Talk Golf and all. How about you just cover every sport equally rather than just go on about a sport that is clearly corrupt, not for the fans anymore. It's sold. Ticket prices are extortionate. Merchandise prices are extortionate. We're seeing a weaker product now than what we did 20 years ago. The TV rights is shameful. But people like Simon Jordan make money out of those TV rights. So the hypocrisy saying, we've got to have exit. Fuck off. Fuck off. The average fan has been priced out for the plastic tourist fan, the type of fan we all hate. There are international fans who've fallen in love with the Premier League or rugby league or cricket or whatever, and they watch overseas, and some of them do save up for months, even a year or two. They work their ass off to see one game, whatever, and they do come up. Fine. But when you've got the plastic tourists who are like, I'm in London, let's go to a soccer game. Fuck off. You don't know the difference between home and away fans, and you're lucky you're not getting your head kicked in because the firms realise, it's a tourist. They're not worth battering in a pub at full time. Okay, moving on. Rant over. There could potentially be boycotts, yes. That is the only. You laugh at Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan's. He's an Arsenal. He claims he's an Arsenal fan, yet he's like he's bumming Ronaldo. And there's rumours been circulating that Ronaldo likes it up the bum, and that's true. There were rumours when Ronaldo was a Man United player that he was swung both ways. There's also allegations where there have actually been investigations that he's also a sexual predator. But that's another thing. Ronaldo doesn't really want to go to the US. He might find he's nicked again. And they pay some money, it'll go away. Goldbridge is a juvenile. He's using an assumed name because his real name is De Silva, I think, and he was a copper, so I don't trust him anyway. A fraud copper as well, Mark Goldbridge. And he has the least Mancunian accent ever for a Man United fan. Thank you very much. He's a crisis merchant, clickbait merchant. His meltdowns, some of them are just embarrassing. Grown man, fuck's sake, grow up. This live stream is turning into a meltdown, actually. It's turning into a bit of run. But Mark Goldbridge can't take him seriously. Slags off the Bundesliga for years on his platform. Suddenly the Bundesliga go, because you're a very popular football YouTuber, we want to reach a bigger audience. Yeah, okay. Claims he's making no money out of this arrangement. YouTube will still make him money. Ad revenue, YouTube premium. So he is making money out of it. Fuck off. He's from Nottingham. He deserves to have his head caved in by Forest and County fans for not supporting local club. I know I'm a Blackburn fan. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. But I have got family from the Northwest. Look, Goldbridge is, just he's a crisis merchant. He's a clickbait merchant. Of course he is. Will the tourist fans still turn up? No. West Ham tourist fans? No, West Ham actually do have a very solid fan base, local fan base in East London and Essex. They have turned up in the past when they've been a second division club. They will continue to turn up. The plastic fans who go there because they're playing in the former Olympic Stadium, no. But then again, I think what needs to happen with a lot of these US fans who come over and don't realise the difference that we have home and away sections, and that, and same in Europe as well when they go to watch German games or French games, is that there's a reason why the fans are segregated, and there's a reason why we have a thing called firm, ultra, hooligan. Some of them, it's like one of them I forget who this TikToker or YouTuber, this travel blogger. She went to Serbia. She went to Belgrade to one of the Belgrade derbies and wondered why. This is a local derby. You're lucky you're in that stand and you're in like the VIP section or the tourist section because you would die. like that. You are not getting if you don't know what's going on. You're lucky to get out of the stadium alive. Like this is violence. I mean, Americans are stupid. The lack of research that American tourists do, and I love American sports fans in regards to when they ask the questions. When they want to learn about the history, that's fine. And I'm not ranting about these because I've got a lot of US subscribers. They ask questions, they want to learn. One of the moderators is a US fan. They want to ask questions, they want to learn the history, why we have fan, the culture is different, right? There's a reason why fans are segregated because we attempt to kill each other. And they go, but soccer, it's not. Don't call it that. I know I'm ranting in this video, maybe because I'm on painkillers and caffeine, but so I have nothing against the sports fan from the US or Canada going, question. Why are the fans why do you have a home and away section? What is the history of this team? Why does the Premier League exist? The Premier League exists because 16 clubs got greedy. And they didn't like how the TV money was separated. That's why the Premier League exists, is 16 clubs and a couple of TV executives and a couple of club executives had a bit of a get-together, a bit of a piss-up, and went, oh, yeah, we can get greedy. That's why the Premier League exists. It's got nothing to do with the pyramid. It's got everything to do with being greedy and screwing over those clubs that weren't involved. In part because of the European ban that Liverpool caused. But again, we can't criticise Liverpool because they caused the European ban, which hurt the finances of everyone else. Two tragedies happened in this country in the 80s. And I think the Bradford City fire, Valley Parade, does not get the recognition it should. And Bradford City don't get the support that they should have because a certain club, I know Hillsborough was a thing that should never have happened, and it could have happened to the Forest fans, and it could have because both clubs agreed that there's a few more Liverpool fans turning up than Forest fans at the moment. Do you want to swap ends for capacity? Which was the worst thing because the Forest end actually had more capacity than the Liverpool end when they swapped. But for whatever reason, it was decided between the club chairman and the authorities that the Forest fans would be at one end and the Liverpool fans at the other, not the other way round. So it could have been Nottingham Forest fans that could have been killed that day. Hazel happens the same year of the Bradford City fire. Because of that, Liverpool become the most hated club in England. They do. And a lot of football fans have not forgiven them for the Hazel disaster. And there are those who claim it was Juventus hooligans who started. I don't give a fuck. Not a single Liverpool fan died that day. Don't care. You need to call them out on it. Yes, they deserve sympathy for Hillsborough. It's a hot take, but they deserve sympathy for Hillsborough. Yes. South Yorkshire police deserve everything that gets thrown at them. The government, and I'm going to say this, governments since 1989 till now have tried to cover up and soften legislation and try and worm their way out of any responsibility. Labour, Conservative, coalition, done, blue, yellow, red, they've all tried to worm their way out of any culpability and responsibility. Same with the police. There was no hooligan element that day. There were no ticketed fans that day. It was decided by the matchday commander and both clubs to swap ends for the fans. It was decided. It would have been Nottingham Forest fans crushed to death. So it's just the swapping of ends and the matchday commanders and all that, and they covered it. And then I don't like how the media reported it. No, I felt, look, John Motson, that lived with him for the rest of his life. He sat there and gave us a word-for-word commentary of what was actually happening that day, which is the most haunting thing. And he was impartial the entire way through. And it haunted him for the rest of his life to the day he retired, to the day he died. There were several hooligan incidents, but Valley Parade and Hillsborough were not caused by hooligans. I think Bradford City held a lot of dignity. I think Liverpool fans and Liverpool held a lot of dignity as well. But at the same time, Hazel should not be forgotten. And yeah, the Galatasaray, and the media have not helped for 37 years. It'll be 37 years this April. the media has had a massive part to play in this, which is why I don't like the mainstream media at all. I can avoid it. Not a massive fan of social media either, really, even though I'm on this platform. I was going to talk about rugby league stuff, and I was going to talk about the Zach Lomax situation, and now I'm ranting about football hooliganism and certain fan bases being toxic, vile, and plastic fans and Premier League era. I've generally fallen out of love with football. I'm going to call out BS and bullshit when I see it. Okay. Not enough Liverpool fans have called out the toxic element within their club fandom. Not enough Man United fans have called out the toxic element within their club as well. And it's the same with the anti-Semitic stuff between Arsenal and Tottenham, even though a lot of Arsenal fans are Jewish. That hasn't got called. The Millwall element, West Ham, every club in the country. I'm a Blackburn fan. The Burnley, Blackburn, Violet. Not enough genuine fans have gone, fuck off, you scumbags, you're destroying the image of the game. And that's been like that for 40, 50 years. So football fans need to do more to go, get out. It's like that St Mirren fan who booed during the Ibrox Memorial before the game against Rangers the other week. And the fans around him grabbed him and basically dragged him to the stewards, and the police are going to get rid of him. We're going to kill him if you don't. St Mirren fans policed their own to get this guy out of our away section. We're going to beat the shit out of this guy. Fair play to him for singling him out, calling him out, and getting the authorities to get him out. Because that young lad, that lad, I don't know how old he was, but he looked a bit sheepish, and the cheap skin coat jacket he was wearing didn't make him look much better. He was going to get his head kicked in. And fair play to the St Mirren lads grabbing him and grabbing Stu and go, get this guy out of here, because the Rangers fans aren't going to kill him or their fun. We are. Get him out before he's carried out. Well, Hillsborough's in a poor state of repair, but then you look at the finances of the club. But no, not enough genuine fans call out just the scummy idiots. But then we've now seen at rugby league now with what happens at the Warrington pre-season game the other day, where a young lad was seriously hurt, where some idiots. I can't remember who was Warrington playing. Was it Widnes? Was it Wakefield? There was something happened, and I'm thinking, oh God. And it wasn't even a sold-out game, and it's a pre-season friendly, and they're having a punch-up, and young fan gets hurt. I don't know if he was pushed over, or he fell, or he's involved in trying to pretend he's got some testosterone, and he got knocked about a bit. Yeah, and yeah, look, I remember that in the semi-final, when then Arsenal go on to the final, and more trouble happened. Look, I'm not going to lie. I've seen a fair bit of aggro at football. This is one thing you don't see at the rugby union. I'm going to stress that. It's the only time you don't see it. And it's the only sport, cricket to a certain extent, you can have a bit of judgment, middle class game. Rugby union cricket, you don't, unless it's India, Pakistan, or India, Bangladesh, Pakistan when it comes to the cricket, because there is general dislike there between some nations when it actually comes to bat and ball. You don't generally see the disorder. However, there is some really stupid behaviour at games, and I people always say rugby union fans can mingle and have a good time. I actually find rugby union fans quite an alcoholic bunch, not in a good way, and I find it kind of embarrassing in a sense that because there was one with one of my ex-partners. I was going up to London. We were going to a wedding that night, anyway, wedding reception. But I had to travel and change trains at Twickenham. And this was the first time I'm taking the train to her house, which was in southwest London, just on the edge of southwest London. But I had to change trains at Twickenham. And I was a bit uncertain which platform, because there's a few platforms at Twickenham. It's not just two, there's a few. And it's a junction station. And I was like, which platform do I which platform do I use? And the station staff were very friendly, very helpful. But they said to me, you've got about 5 minutes before 86,000 rather drunk rugby fans turn up, and we're not looking forward to it. I actually said that the first Welsh fans had decided we're losing, we're getting hammered, because it was a pre-World Cup warm-up game in 2011. And the first few Welsh fans and those English fans who wanted to leave, avoid the rush of charging out to Twickenham, were already charging towards the station. I went, I'll get on the next train then. I don't care if I'm going on the wrong way. I'll just wait. And I know, is this platform next train? Oh, thanks for that. And she goes, get on that train, Don't look back. Get on. Get out where you got to go. Change your trains if you have to. I was going to Kingston. I remember Kingston Thames. Get on your train. Get out. Stop you want. Stand if you have to. Because if you sit down, you ain't going to make the exit or whatever. Because I had a big bag with me. I was staying a few nights, so I've got my luggage with me. And I tell you now, they were a nightmare. They were an absolute nightmare at the station. I was lucky my train came in, got on, and a lot of them weren't heading where I was heading. Oh God! And very, very quickly the station filled up. Oh yeah. It was. They were pissed. They were absolutely rugby union. It's. There's no segregation. You mingle together. They were all absolutely hammered, and it was just a lot of drunk middle class yuppie moronic people. And it was just like I'd rather be going across London on a Saturday, which I've done. I mean, 2017, me and my mate, we went to an ice hockey game in Brixton, Streatham, and I didn't realise how many games were being played in London. Anyway, we watched the game. We get back to the station. It's about 6, 7 o'clock, and it's piling. We had Chelsea, Arsenal, Spurs. We had fans changing off the underground to go regionally to the southeast and the mid. Oh, Paddington Station, it was, and then the underground. I was like, someone's gonna. There were some punch ups basically, and I'm thinking, oh God, because we were ice hockey fans. I don't think people realise how violent we actually. To be like a fan of a sport where like they try and kill each other, and then there were a few of us. There were a few ice hockey fans getting the tube, and it was an interesting experience. But I think when the station staff realised, oh, there's a couple of ice hockey. Oh, they were like, no. The players do all the violence. We just watch the violence. We're just going home. It's about 9, 10 o'clock at night. I mean, this was brutal. This was one of the last trains out of London. Oh my God, Paddington was packed. It was a punch up, absolute punch up. I think. I don't think it matters in sport, to be honest. If you've got alcohol and potential to get hold of some recreational drugs, and you've got a large group of people, especially alcohol, you're going to have violence. I don't think the Americans are fully going to understand. If enough Europeans do go, I don't think they're going to fully be prepared for like have the US police gone over and watched the Euros and watched World Cups in Europe. I don't think they're or just gone and as in have the police of these US cities and Canadian cities, because Mexico is different, but have they actually gone over to Europe to see how league matches, let alone international league matches, are policed? Have they actually done their homework? Have they practiced for this? I think they're in for a big shock. I really do. But then again, looking at the reaction to ticket prices, and there are banning orders, so a lot of these troublemakers will be barred from travelling anyway, and they wouldn't get into the US because they've got criminal convictions, which they have to declare. So I think that goes in the favour of the authorities over there. But at the same time, have they seen how the European, and not just in the UK, but the European police deal with disorder? And Morocco are going, so how the Moroccan police deal with it? Have they actually done their homework, gone overseas, and not integrated but observed how European police forces deal with fan disorder, large groups of thugs, basically. Let's be honest. This is organised chaos. Well, a lot of them on banning orders are banned from entering the US anyway, because they've got a violent criminal conviction. They won't be allowed in. They won't be allowed visas. They won't get visas. I think this is what's going to potentially save the US. Is a lot of, not just the UK thing. Germany, Holland, France. There's football banning orders, and they will arrest people. And as soon as you're arrested and charged with a violent offence, you're not getting into the US. You'll be denied a visa. So even if you're from a country that doesn't require a full visa, just filling out some paperwork, you've got to surrender your passport for international and club games. So I think they're gonna avoid. Riot police don't use the firearms at first resort. And when it comes to a sports riot, they get very, very careful. They use the tear gas and the rubber bullets, which is very similar to Europe anyway. But I think the US police, I've not heard any reports of any of them going over to Europe, at least Europe or South America, and observing how on match days the local police segregate and contain and control and observe. I don't think they've done that yet. I think they're going to go in gung ho like US, we're the best. They're not, by the way. US, we're the best, and hope for the best, because look what's happening in Minneapolis. I'm just going to use that as an example. Some of the disorder we've seen. Okay, it's political protest and they can get violent, but looking at how riot police have dealt with disorder of any kind in the US over the years since the LA riots back in the early 90s, I genuinely, and I do mean like Vancouver riot in 2011 and 94, that's Canada, very similar way of dealing with things though, because they've got armed police, you've got to remember that, how the riot police have dealt with certain things. But then there was, I believe in Denver, was it 99? I don't know if it was the Super Bowl or a collegiate game. There was a riot in Denver in 99, and again, the police mishandled it. I don't think the US riot police, I have my concerns. I think the high ticket prices and football banning orders and then the entry conditions into the US, if you've got a criminal conviction, you ain't getting it. If you've got it doesn't matter if you're not getting it. That's simple. I don't think the gun culture's got anything to do with it. I generally think that fans are put off by the price, the politics side of things, and the football banning orders and the entry requirements into the US. As I say, you've got one blot on your record, you ain't getting it. They're getting very anal at TSA, especially with the biometric passports, and comes up, you've been given an 18-month suspended sentence for headbutting a police officer at an Eintracht Frankfurt Dortmund game. I don't think you're coming in, Mr. Hansgruber. Something like that. But looking at the social and civil unrest in the US especially, although there have been angry, violent protests north of the border and south of the border in Mexico and Canada, I don't think they're right police. I don't think they're properly prepared. I really don't. I think they need to listen to feedback from European police forces, and they need to cooperate with them. I don't think last, was it when the Euros were in Germany? I don't think any US police went over to observe. I really don't. I didn't hear any reports of it in the media, and I do follow the sports media, which is very, very something that. Well, I'm not a fan of some of their reporting when it comes to match day reporting in regards, this is the result, this is what we saw, this is the transfer, in regards to the actual facts. Sports journos, pretty good. But when they write opinion pieces, that's where I dislike it. But I do think that the American police, when it comes to crowd control and dealing with large sport, I don't think they fully understand and observe how we do it. I don't think they've got that operational knowledge. Now they may have gone over, they may have sent observers over to see how things are done. Actually, Euros in Germany, I did not hear anybody about it. I think there was a couple of little scuffles with minor scuffles, but again, I think football banning orders are much more strictly enforced now than what they were 20, 30 years ago. You have to surrender your passport, but Germany is right in the middle of Europe. You can drive there from any other country in Europe within a few hours. You're in there. But I do think they knew about who the troublemakers were. Local police force, Interpol, Europol, they were on it. I think there was a few minor incidents, but I think for the most part, fans behaved. I think that's the general gist that we've got from the last couple of major tournaments is, for the most part, fans behaved. I think, we're going to have a half-time show in the final, it looks like, which no one's going to be watching because I'll tune out of that for 15 or 20 minutes. No, so I think Scottish fans behaved quite well. The Germans actually like that. There was a lot of mingling with fan groups mingling, taking the mickey out of each other in a good way, having a sing song, drinking in the beer gardens in Munich and in Dortmund and all that. Having a real good laugh. And at this rate, there'll be no nations going. The jokes aside. I do think we have the potential now in the build-up that if there's this geopolitical tension, and I don't like bringing politics into it, I can see potentially nations boycotting. Yes, that's the concern that I have is nations will go and potentially boycott, which isn't we don't want to see that. And there's a lot of US fans say just let Canada and Mexico co-host and bar the US, because if we're going by what FIFA's done with other nations when there's political disorder and crap going on, they throw nations out of tournaments. Other international bodies have done that. FIFA have done it with Russia and Belarus, barred them. Well, it does, yeah. When the tournament was awarded, Trump was president at the time, and that was a big thing. They did make a big thing of it. Things have changed massively. There's a lot of, I have my reservations. I have my concerns. A lot's changed since 1994. A lot's changed. Yeah, and a lot of Canadian fans have been highly critical of FIFA's ticketing policies and how they're structured and the cost, because it's more expensive in Canada because of exchange rate. So what is $170 in the US is when you factor in that exchange rate, it's like $210 US. So you actually add on a little bit. It's not. They're not happy. God knows what prices are like down in Mexico. I feel sorry for Mexicans. There's not a lot of Mexicans are going to have to be able to afford to go, which is concerning. Although the Mexican kind of entry requirements, it's a cheaper country to go to. I can see the Mexican games doing quite well for crowds because it's a cheaper country to visit. Not the safer country to visit, although there's debate on that. I can't see the cartels and other criminal gangs actually going after the away football fans, because that just doesn't help them. That brings more attention to their illegal activities that they don't want. The Canadians aren't very happy with the pricing and how it actually damages the Canadian image, as well as being a friendly, welcoming country. And why the co-hosting idea? I don't know why they. Yes, the US could host the whole tournament by itself, but then again, not every city actually that could be a host city actually went, yeah, well, we're happy for this. So, well, Mexican Americans, that's if they, well, a lot of them are getting deported from the US. That's if they're brave enough to go south of the border, watch some games. Will they be allowed back in the US with the current government? Look, I'm not a fan of US politics, be it Democrat or Republican. I've got my views on US foreign policy. So I definitely wouldn't be allowed in the US if we're going by this social media. Let's snoop around the social media and bar people from entry. I wouldn't get in the US. Not that I'm a fan of the Democrats either, because I think they've caused a lot of problems that have allowed the situation to get worse than it actually is, because they play culture wars, and that's not worked for them. They haven't actually done a lot for the US people with the various presidents they've had in there. So I've got my views on US foreign policy and how it impacts countries overseas, including our own. And it's I'm not. I think it creates a lot of problems. I'm not also happy with how we as a country suck up to the US. It's just embarrassing. I've never been happy with the special relationship. That was a World War II thing that was necessary to win. Got to get on with your allies. With China, we're going to win. We're going to get so tired of winning. I think my Trump rant from 2018 might get me banned. We've got to go back a little bit back in time. We've got to go back 8 years ago. That famous hour and a half rant might be enough to do it. China. Basically, got to talk like a baby. Bullfighting is quite popular in Mexico. There's a lot of, I think, professional wrestling. Mexican professional wrestling is exceptionally popular. The whole town, whole cities will shut down if there's a major Mexican event going on. No, you have to go. I can't remember which live stream it is, but it's one of the longer ones from 2018. I have to go back. It's so long ago. But I seem to remember this is before I said subscriber only chat. So at this time, I'm getting a lot of growth in the US in 2018. It's around, I think it's just before the 2018 World Cup. And obviously, the Vegas Golden Knights are doing quite well in the NHL. I'm a Jets fan. The Winnipeg Jets obviously also made the conference final. I did a lot of content, the Vegas Golden Knights, and how they were breaking expansion team records and doing quite well despite the injuries and issues with the squad and all that. So the growth in the US was going quite well. And there was a lot of things happening sports-wise in the US at the time that I found interesting. And obviously they were announced as co-hosts and all this. And I was getting a lot of US viewers at the time. More actually, there's a higher percentage of channel viewers then from the US than I am now. Very interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, and this new US viewer, obviously, this is why I basically tried to ban politics from the channel, which is nearly impossible, especially with Olympic bids and government funding for things and COVID pandemic. It's impossible to stadium construction. Who should build stadium? Should the government fund it? Do the sports team need to fund it? Is it a national stadium? Whatever. And what basically happened was this person asked my views on Donald Trump's first term, because we're halfway through his first term before the COVID pandemic hit. So we're into his first term, about a year and a bit in. So a similar length of time into the second term now. And I was asked my views on the president and US, things. And I started saying, well, first up, and I said, look, it's a sports channel, but sod it. You've asked a question, and I'm going to briefly answer that. I'm not a massive fan of the current president and a lot of what is happening in the US and externally from the US. And I could have mentioned I wasn't a massive fan of the current UK government as well, but I was asked about my views on Trump and US policies, domestic and foreign, and economic. And of course, I had subscribers and viewers in the US, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to hold back. Mid-rant, I also kicked off on Obama and the Democrats and why the Democrats lost. And I did it from a point of view as I had studied US politics a little bit, and I'd followed the Obama presidency whilst I was at sixth form college, and I was told to look into it, why, McCain lost and why, the Republicans lost in 2008, and, why Obama had back-to-back terms and the financial crash. So I entered the workplace during the financial crash. It impacted my job prospects at that time and my future at that time and my studies. So I had my views on things that happened economically that started in the US, but also on economic policy, foreign policy, domestic policy. I've got friends who live in the US. I nearly moved to the US when I was a few years younger. My mum used to travel to the US for work a lot. Family friends live in the US. Relatives actually live in the US, although one of my relatives who lived in the US has sadly passed away now. But at that time, my aunt was still alive. So we had friends and family in the US of different political views. Fair enough. It was very interesting. So I had an understanding of this. Now, I went on a bit of a rant. I also ranted about the Democrats as well. So it wasn't just a Trump rant. It was, I hate all US politicians. I think they're all scumbags and I don't like US policy. And I was justified in my rant. But then I very quickly realised, this is a sports channel. This isn't this isn't a political channel. That's what the other channels. That's why I set up the other channel to separate politics and social affairs from sport, which is difficult because sport is a social thing, and there is some political funding with sport, so it's difficult. But that's why I set up the History Boffin channel. Was the reason behind that. So anyway, so an hour and a half later, I just was like, I think I need to stop ranting now because I was laughing halfway through. I could do stand-up comedy on this. This is how crazy this. I could do an open mic night and just this is my views on things. Anyway, following night, we're getting closer and closer to the opening of the 2018 World Cup, and I get in from work because I was a farm labourer at the time, working on a farm at the time, not a million miles away from where I live now, not a million miles away from where I used to live, but I was working as a farm labourer at the time. And I've had a long day. It's been a long day. I'm covered in dirt. It's been a hot, dry day. It was a middle of a heat wave we were going through at the time. World Cup was just about to start, a few days' time, and start the live stream like we are now. And I'm doing the live stream and And the person who asked the question the night before was in the live stream goes, "Oh, evening, some sports questions. Who do you think is going to win the World Cup?" And I go, several teams have a good chance. Views on the possibility of the US. I think this was the time when they were going to announce who was going to be hosting this coming World Cup 2026, and that the US was part of the joint bid. And I went, look, at the end of the day, it's a joint bid. You've got Mexico and Canada as well. I think that's a good thing. And we didn't obviously know that Qatar was going to go from a summer World Cup to a winter World Cup. There was a lot of unknowns. And anyway, it's a normal live stream, sports related. And then someone else obviously goes, "So what's your views on Trump then?" Because obviously at this time, midterm, year and a half into his first term. So obviously elected, takes office early January 2017, although he's the president designate from, he has 6 weeks from the election being announced in 2016 to taking office in 2017. So he's about a year and a half into his first term, which is sort of similar to where we are now. Just we're talking April, May time rather than January, February time. So add on a tack on a few more months. That's roughly where we are in Trump's first term. And someone else goes, "So what are your views on Trump?" And before I can just vein goes, I said, the US subscriber, who clearly was now a subscriber, he'd obviously come back for more. He hadn't disagreed with what I had said the night before. He's come back for a second wind. I'm thinking, oh God, because we don't do that here. And I explained, just watch last night's stream. And the viewer who had asked the question the night before is in the chat. Clearly he's subscribed. He's come back for a second go. Obviously liked what he had to say. I think he's still a subscriber. And I went, "No, we don't do that here." He did it last night. He said it's a one-off. Here's the timestamp. And he'd actually timestamped he copied and pasted the video, because he got basically on your search bar, if you're watching, not on the app, if you're watching on YouTube online, because I've got a Chromebook, and so Google owns YouTube, so I've got the YouTube app. But if you don't have a Chromebook, you can copy and paste the video, the IP address, the search bar, and he timestamped it. And so this guy disappears. And he comes back. I was, that was funny. So this guy asked the question, disappears for 2 hours, comes back after he's watched the timestamp of the rant. He goes, "Yeah, this is funny." And that's when I went, "Yeah, I'm going to try and keep politics off." It's quite funny. It is quite funny. I remember the rant. I just don't remember what I said in the rant. I just remember that I was very critical of the Republicans. Equally, I said, "Don't worry, Democrats, I'm coming for you too." And I remember saying that, and I went into the Clinton administration and the Obama administration. I really went after Democrat governors and Democrat cities where the crime rates are higher and there's issues with housing, and Flint having no clean water. And I went after both parties. And there were veins pop. Anyway, moving back to now, yeah, look, sport and politics has always gone hand in hand. It's seen as a soft power thing. So when it comes to like world championships and Olympics and Commonwealth Games, there is government funding. When it comes to bidding for things and investment into building infrastructure for sport. There has to be government funding. Now, whether we like it as taxpayers or not, that's generally what happens. The proposals for Manchester United's replacement for Old Trafford, they want the government to pay for it. Basically, so Jim Ratcliffe wants the government to pay for it, not himself, which I don't like. Birmingham City's proposal, I don't know if they're going to ask for government funding because of the local situation financially with Birmingham City Council. That might preclude any investment from the local government or national government because Birmingham's got their money. Whereas Greater Manchester financially are better off than the West Midlands in regards to the actual council funding. So City of Manchester, their council is better off, or Greater Manchester have financially got more money in the coffers to assist with, yeah, I think there's a proposal. I don't know if it's national or regional government step in and put some money towards the facility, the circus tent, whereas Birmingham City with the factory, I'm going to call it, circus tent and the Victorian factory. I think there's more private funding, but there's still, we see this in the US all the time as well, and Canada. I think we've seen it obviously with Germany, with France, with the tournaments they've hosted, Switzerland. How much should the taxpayer pay and the local state or the local federal regional government pay? Because Germany and Switzerland are federal governments, because you've got the cantons in Switzerland and you've got the federated states of Germany, federal states and city states within Germany. Does regional, national government pay for these things? Do they go in for some private funding? Wembley was rebuilt using taxpayer money. Not all of it, but a huge portion of it was taxpayer money. There was some private funding, so there was debt that the FA needed to pay back. And one of the reasons why the NFL keeps coming to town. One of the reasons why they try to flog it, even though it had been paid off. Well, what do you mean? What Man United going to do if Andy Burnham doesn't sump up $2 billion or the UK government sump up $2 billion? I don't know. Find the money. They got the money. The Glazers have the money. Jim Ratcliffe has the money. At one point, Man United was a publicly listed company on the stock exchange, so they've got the money. The fact that they're losing money is another thing, but the owners of the money, they just don't want to part with their money because that means they've got to divest their investment portfolio. I don't know. Had they actually invested money in the upkeep of Old Trafford and keeping it spick and span and regularly doing what Liverpool have done with Anfield, for example, and maintaining and refurbing and extending here, repairing there, they wouldn't need a new stadium that's going to cost twice as much than a refurb of Old Trafford. But hey, claiming, honestly, I don't know what they're going to do. They've got to fight. They've put this proposal in. There is planning permission going through. They've applied for it. They own some land. They've got to sort out funding. Plain and simple. They've got to sort out the funding. If, for example, Greater Manchester and that local, Andy Burnham as the mayor, because that Greater Manchester, technically it's in Salford, so I don't know how Greater Manchester is broken up in regards to local council after the Greater Manchester. You've got the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, and then you've got City of Manchester, City of Salford, and the other wards like Bolton and Wigan and Rochdale and Rotherham and Oldham and these other other towns that make up what is now Greater Manchester, these historical working class, industrial towns and cities that make up Greater Manchester, because you've got two cities and I think 6 or 7 rather sizable towns. So this is not the wealthiest, but it's not the poorest area. There's some very wealthy areas in Greater Manchester, like Altrincham, and there's some very poor areas like Oldham. How they're going to figure out, is it a Greater Manchester thing or is it a Salford thing? I don't know, because that's technically Salford is where Old Trafford is. Technically, if we want to get really technical, under the boundary lines. That's up for the various levels of local government in that part of the country to decide. Do Salford sump up some of the money? Do Manchester sump up, even though it's not actually just, does the national government get involved? Who knew? If I would suggest that there would be a public consultation on would public funds be involved in such a project. There has to be. There has to be a public consultation. There has to be planning permission being granted. Not these are the plans they've submitted. This is the timeline they want. They haven't broken ground yet. I don't think they have enough land. They want to buy all this brownfield site, but there's some other potentially interested parties that might be involved with some of this ex-industrial land near to Old Trafford that they want to put the stadium on. It's going to be an interesting one, but it's like with the Athletics, with the fact they want to move to Las Vegas, and they're stuck in Sacramento for a bit. Same with Tampa, with the Rays, these two baseball teams. We've seen it with the Calgary Flames in Canada, in the NHL, about their stadium, arena. We see it in North America. We're seeing it here in the UK. We've seen it in Europe. Who pays for stuff? We know the San Siro, for example, is going to be replaced, and that both Inter and AC are going to be choosing to have two separate stadiums and not ground share anymore. The San Siro is going to go. It's going to be demolished. We've seen what Barcelona have done with the Nou Camp. We see what's happening with the Bernabeu, Real Madrid. We've seen that, for example, Atletico Madrid have built a new stadium. Look what's happened with Valencia, with the Mestalla, with the issues they've had financially. Look what Bilbao did with the Sham Manesh, replacing the old one with the new one across the road. Look how long it took with Tottenham and over budget it went with Tottenham. I think it was all private money, but they had to do some compulsory purchases. It wasn't easy for them. There were some holdouts. With property owners saying, I don't want to sell. And they got difficult, and then eventually compulsory purchases got brought in. And there were definitely issues with a lot of teams getting. I mean, Valencia really bankrupted themselves more than once. Now, it's like St Mary's of Southampton. The fans did not warm to that stadium for some time. Same with the Medeski. I don't think all Reading fans like the Medeski. They miss Elm Park. Now, also, the Medeski is not really near any kind of things to do in Reading. It's in an industrial estate, which is a bit of a not fun for a day out. You go to the game and you leave. It's just it's on a site of an old brewery. So there you go. And an old biscuit factory, I believe. So it's not in the best position, for example. But a lot of stadiums are using these industrial brownfield sites. A lot of stadiums are badly positioned, which don't help with the match going fan experience and things to do around in fan zones or commercial zones. And in part, that's because the authorities are like, there's going to be a riot. We've got to keep them away from a residential area or commercial area, as in High Street, something like that. What? I know they're trying to lobby local and national government for funds to be pumped into the stadium. Now they've submitted their proposals. In principle, yes. I don't think they've been approved yet, so I don't think that Man United can definitely go, we're replacing Old Trafford. But the same could be said for Hillsborough with Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday. Stadium's in a terrible state of repair. There's a lot of stadiums that are crumbling. A lot of stadiums got issues. There's proposals that Leeds United are going to upgrade Ellen Road. It's the same with Crystal Palace with Selhurst Park. There's been proposals that have been approved for upgrades. Again, it's about who pays for it. And this is where it does get difficult to separate sport and politics, because then it's like with the Commonwealth Games. And it's look what happened in Australia. The Gold Coast Commonwealth Games wasn't great. It didn't make any money. The local government in Gold Coast and the state of Queensland spent a lot of money on it. They didn't make the money back that they expected to. And Melbourne, fast forward a few years, they're meant to host, and they went, we can't afford it. We're going to pull out. And so Glasgow said, we'll host it. We've got the facilities in place from when we hosted. We'll just tart them up a little bit. And we're not going to have to spend a lot of money because the facilities already exist. They're not that old. They're still getting used now. And they were like, we'll step up. Birmingham, great Commonwealth Games, but it cost a lot of money to build the facilities. And ultimately, it contributed potentially in part to the city basically being bankrupt. But it was government money involved. Because I think the best one is Olympic Games, and we talk about Olympic legacies and use of facilities. I think the London Olympics, I think, is underrated for it didn't cost as much as some others. It made more money than some others. Whether it was profitable or not, people debate the profitability at the time, but most of the facilities are still getting use today and ironically being profitable today, which in the long term might actually pay off the 2012 Olympics. Yeah, that we talk about Olympic legacy. But you look at what LA are doing for the 28 Olympics, where they're reusing as many existing facilities as possible to reduce the cost to the city taxpayer and the county taxpayer in LA County. You look at the issues that the Winter Olympics are having this year in Milan and Cortina with getting the new build facilities ready, yet they are reusing as many existing facilities and using the Alpine towns not as host venues, but as venues because they've got facilities in place that they don't need to pay for, where local town councils and village councils have already got facilities in place that are government run and privately run that they can work around. They've got the hotel space. They've already got the tourist infrastructure in place. The problems they're finding in Milan is getting some of the arenas they've got to build ready on time. And there's still massive concerns about the state of the ice hockey arena, for example, and the ice skating arena basically not going to be ready on time to the standard expected. They've struggled with some test events. It's cost them not as much money as the Turin Olympics in real terms, but it's still costing them money. It's a bit embarrassing that they're struggling to get facilities ready for the big day, which is about a month away. They're struggling to get things ready. They're still doing building work. They're still doing, things. We've got days to go, weeks to go. The Athens Olympics, they were still building facilities after the opening ceremony in 2004. And a lot of the facilities there aren't getting used now. I think the two Olympics that have had the best legacy for use of facilities is Sydney and London in my lifetime. They've had two test events. The ice surface is crap because they haven't really got the ice ready. The size of the rink doesn't quite meet IIHF standard, let alone NHL standard. So dimensions are a bit wrong. They've had to rush things. It's sight lines for fans aren't great. They're still working on it. How? It's a public sector project in Italy. There you go. There's your answer. Have you not seen some Italian construction projects that involve the public sector? They always blow out over budget. There's always misappropriation of funds, and they tend to get things wrong and then rush it at the end. I will say this: Northern Italy is nowhere near as bad as the South in regards to when they get, these massive infrastructure builds done. They do get them done. But unfortunately, every major Olympic host city, and I will say this, never gets anything completed on time. Now, this is where LA coming in is going to be exceptionally different in 2 years' time. The last time LA hosted an Olympic Games in '84, they made sure they used as many existing venues within Los Angeles and LA County as they could then to save money. They did. And people say in the 80s, that saved the Olympic movement. And they're trying to do the same now, all these years later, for 2028. So basically, 44 years later, they're trying to do the same thing, reuse whatever venues they've already got. Some of them were tweaked up a little bit, but existed for the last Olympics they hosted. LA are trying to basically recycle venues and refurb venues without spending as much money as just building from scratch. They're trying to save money wherever they can for 2 years' time. Obviously, as the US goes, you've got Salt Lake City and Atlanta that have happened in the US since the 84 games, where they got that sort of national experience to fall back on, where they can talk to people who were involved in the Atlanta games in 96 and the Salt Lake City games in 2002 about, okay, where can we improve? Where can we save cost? Where can we maximize facility use? The thing is, I think LA is lucky that there's been a lot of new facilities built in the city in the last 20 years when it comes to sporting arenas they can use. They've got a lot of facilities they can use that are more modern, that have been built in the last 2 decades, that have been upgraded in the last 2 decades. That does save them a lot of cost. They've got a lot of stadiums. And a lot of so they've got indoor arenas where they can play the basketball. They've got outdoor arenas for the athletics and the football, soccer tournament and some of the outdoor events, archery. They've got facilities from the 84 Olympics that they can just go, this one, we've just got to give it a lick of paint here or there. We've got 2.5 years. We can do a little bit of work on it. Not going to cost an arm and a leg. So I think LA have got a bit of advantage in that regard, that they've got existing facilities that don't need a lot of upgrades. Some of them have already been privately funded and built that they can just borrow for a couple of weeks to a month for the Paralympics as well. And go, look, we've already got a facility. We can just ask the owners, can we borrow this for a month? So they're very lucky in that regard, saving them cost. The thing is, they've still got to upgrade their metro system, which is not up to where LA wants their underground, their metro, their subway to be, and improve their bus system as well. And that's where money comes in. So transport infrastructure and accessibility infrastructure. US cities are not renowned for being pedestrian friendly. They really aren't. They are heavily car centric. And I think that's where I think the World Cup and the Olympics are going to have issues. I think London did do a good job. I think they could have done a better job, but they've done a good job. I think there's a lot of criticism aimed at some of the organisation and some of the cost. But I think considering 2005, where we won the bid, financial crash 2007 to 2010 to 2012, I think at the end of the day, I think they did all right in a very fluid, a very changeable time. There was a lot going on with the security side of things, with what happened with 7/7, and then the attempted attack a couple of weeks later on the 21st of July that year in 2005. So literally the day we get announced you're having it, multiple, terrorist attacks happen, and then 2 weeks later more. And there was a big concern, security. So I think the security gets underrated for how well the security was pulled off. I mean, a friend of mine, I don't know if he's still in the army. I've lost a bit of contact. I've got to get hold of him actually and get back in contact and see how he's doing. A friend of mine was meant to be on leave when the Olympics were on. This is back in 2012, and this is what he tells me. He'd put in for leave, and a lot of his squad, they'd done was it their first or second tour of Afghanistan? They'd been on a combat tour. They're not long back, and they were told, look, you've been overseas, you're going to get a lengthy leave. And they were like, great, cool. We've been overseas for 6 months. We've had some casualties, wear and tear on equipment, wear and tear on the body. They've actually lost some colleagues out there. And they were like, we're home. We're going to see some friends and family. We're going to, have a break. And then suddenly out of nowhere, there was a big concern. And this was the negative around the Olympics, was the security. Was it G4S? I can't remember who the security company was. Was it G4S? I think it might have been. There was, I forget the company. I think that was the company. I think it became part of Serco later on. But this is one of the security companies that were given the contract for security, civilian security for the games. There were some issues with it. There was a load of negative headlines, and there were staff shortages, and there were concerns about training and all sorts. Of course, we've had the London riots the year before that spread nationwide. There was a big concern about civil unrest and terrorism, and they're literally about to go on leave. They've got back to base. They're packing up their stuff. They're getting ready to go back on Civvy Street for a few weeks, get off base. And my mate's commanding officer, this is what he told me at the time, came in, called all the lads into the mess hall and said, look, we need to have a chat with the because my mate was an NCO. I think he was a sergeant or corporal at the time. And they basically had to break the news, your leave has been cancelled. And they nearly mutinied. They nearly had a riot. And there was nearly a riot. And from what my mate tells me, they had the military police on standby to potentially lock a couple of squaddies up because it was getting very heated. And I went, look, you've got to do the security. They were asking people from from frontline infantry regiments to logistics, which my mates is in the signals, to the REME, Royal Engine, didn't matter what unit you were in. When the Olympics was on, almost every member of the armed forces had their leave cancelled. The organisers were panicking. The government was panicking. They'd given out this contract. The organisers and the government had tendered the contract for security, and I think G4S was one of the security companies, and they couldn't meet the security quota. They couldn't meet. The training was poor. They stewarding, but they just didn't have enough. But here's the thing. So my mate's regiment was offered one of two sports: the beach volleyball or the rowing. Now, the rowing was down the road from where I live now and down the road from where my mate's parents live. So they've given an option because everyone put their hands up for beach volleyball. My mate made it on the TV for the women's beach volley. He had his fun. But basically almost everyone at that, this is what I was told. Now, whether every single person who put in for leave during the Olympics had their leave cancelled, I don't know, in the armed forces. But I had several other friends who were basically like, yeah, we were put on standby, and anyone who put in for leave was having their leave request rejected. Even if it was like a weekend leave just to visit someone. Everyone during the Olympics and the Paralympics. Because I've got a friend in the Marines, his brother was in the Rifles. I've got one of my mate's brothers is in the Navy, another mate in the Navy, mate in the Paras, mate in the Signals. I've got a lot of friends in the armed forces. And from the sounds of it, it looks like all of them was having their leave pretty much denied or cancelled. And it was a big moment where a lot of these lads were pretty much mutinous. Several of them had done tours over in Afghanistan and Iraq and had been overseas for 6 months. And they were due leave anyway. And they literally just touched down. And they were told, no, your leave's getting cancelled. And they nearly rioted. Now, I think maybe there could be, a little bit of stretching of the truth in regards to did the MOD tell the various branches of the armed forces you cannot have any of your personnel getting leave at this time? Whether that was a direct directive from the Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of Defence Civil Service and the government to say cancel leave for the armed forces, it got sticky bum time. That's what I gather. That's the only, I think, the big negative from the 2012 Olympics was they got the security contracts wrong. I don't think the government, when they handed out these contracts, I think some of the contracts were actually handed out before the coalition government took over in 2010. 2005, Labour were in charge. Blair was Prime Minister, followed by Brown. I believe contracts were put up for tender before 2010. So both governments, Labour and then the coalition government, I don't think did their due process and their background checks on the security companies, the big security companies. They were hiring to do this. And and that nearly that was a lot of negative headlines. That was the big negative headlines that came out of that Olympics. But for the most part, I think it was a very good games. I think the fans had a good experience, both domestic and overseas. The Olympic torch went past my house, so I got to see the Olympic torch relay, which was good because I was actually tracking it. But hang on, my house is around the corner from the route. I'm going to get down there and I did take some photos. I saw it. I was within the length of my double bed from the torch. I saw it. It went past. It went past my house. There was a lot of locals. A lot of people turned up to line the route of the relay, which was good. The cycling events went past my ex-girlfriend's place of work on the road racing, both the individual time trial road and the team events. So they went past my then girlfriend's. She was a hairdresser at the time. Went past where she was working, so she got to watch them for free. My ex-girlfriend's mum was a volunteer at the rowing at Eton Dorney, which is right round the corner from where my mate's parents live, and I actually walk past that rowing facility quite regularly, actually, on the Thames Path, and I have fond memories, I think, of. Well, actually, they didn't sell off the stadium. They leased the stadium to West Ham. So West Ham are anchor tenants. They don't own the stadium. They have a tenancy agreement. Now, that agreement was put in place by Boris Johnson when he was Mayor of London. Now, the Mayor's office have a limited amount of say on the tenancy. There's also, I think, the London Legacy Corporation of the Olympic Legacy. There's a few vested interests in that. Now, the current mayor doesn't like that agreement, not for financial reasons, because it still makes money. It is still profitable. It's just because the previous mayor was from a different party and he doesn't like it, and he's ideologically driven. He wants to make more money out of it. It's not a drain on Greater London at all. It makes money for Greater London. People regularly use the other facilities around that. The stadium has multi-use. Athletics is still hosted there. Boxing events have been hosted there. Live music events. Baseball, Major League Baseball's gone there. It just so happens that West Ham United are the anchor tenant. That's all. It's gone, and the arrangement that's in place, the contract that's been signed, makes the city money. It's profitable. It's not costing them money. It covers the upkeep, maintenance, security. The problem was when West Ham signs the agreement to move from Upton Park to the Olympic Stadium, Tottenham and Leyton Orient were threatening legal action. Especially Leyton Orient were saying, actually, this is in our catchment area for fans. Maybe we should have multiple clubs share the stadium. So you've got 3 clubs staying, because Spurs weren't necessarily going to stay at White Hart Lane. They could have also moved there. You could have 3 clubs share the stadium. And that was the argument economically that Orient and Spurs were also having. Leyton Orient may not have stayed at their stadium, and Spurs, because it actually comes in Leyton Orient's area near their stadium near Leyton, and Spurs weren't decided whether they were going to actually rebuild or stay at White Hart Lane or move. And there was some thoughts on legal challenges and putting in bids, and it was decided that West Ham were going to leave Upton Park and they were going to go the Blue and Ground Upton Park and move into the stadium and make it their permanent home and be the anchor tenants on like a 999-year lease, so an ongoing lease. And there was issues with the police radios not working in the stadium. There was issues with security and the seating arrangements and sight lines, which have never been fully resolved, by the way. The sight lines are terrible. It doesn't work for football, but that's, again, an issue that you would have to redesign the entire interior, which would cost more money. So, and the agreement signed, they sort out the police security issues. Took them a little while. There's been some security breaches there, but it took them a little while. And West Ham are the anchor tenants. They've got a very favourable lease to the club, but it still makes the London Mayor's office money. So Sadiq Khan, it's an ideological driven thing. He doesn't like the arrangement because a political rival was the one who signed it. I think Leighton Orient's argument was that it should be a multi-club stadium where they and Tottenham also should have had a right to share the lease with West Ham. And you could argue whether Orient will sell it out or not. West Ham are starting to struggle to sell it out. So let that sink in. And West Ham fans don't like the stadium. Travelling fans don't like the stadium. There's regularly empty seats when West Ham play games at the stadium. Then again, Spurs couldn't sell out Wembley and they claim they're a big club as well. So, look, if Spurs couldn't sell out Wembley when every tier was available, every seat was available when they had to use Wembley, let it be clear that I'm surprised any London club manages to sell out their ground considering London prices. But, let's not knock Leighton Orient and their fan base because not everyone in London's a West Ham or Chelsea or an Arsenal or a Tottenham or a Palace fan. It's Brentford or whatever. London has a very diverse club fandom and catchment areas, and there's a lot of clubs that also have fans in the home counties as well because of the new town movement post World War II. And Leighton Orient have a smaller fan base, yes. They have an underrated fan base, but they brought in a challenge saying that West Ham moving from Upton Park to Stratford, which came into their catchment area, if we're going by geographical location, was an unfair, because of the success historically of the club and the differences in divisions, that it was unfair to them in regards. Oh, what's my phone dinging for? Does Leighton have the same potential Brentford? Look, I think any club has that potential. The old Wimbledon made the Premier League and won an FA Cup. Now, AFC Wimbledon are a fair way from making the Premier League, but they've got a nice little stadium at Plough Lane that suits their needs, and the London Broncos. And when I was watching a little bit of that live stream, I'm seeing some of these witness fans go, "Oh, this crowd's terrible. This is shit." Firstly, it's the opening game of a season, less than a month after Christmas, and you've got to expect people to pay London prices for transport, food and drink. Ticket prices aren't overly expensive for Plough Lane, but yeah. A lot of clubs can't actually sell out their stadiums every week in, week out. It doesn't matter what league you're in. There's always going to be empty seats. And with the cost of things as they are, fans can't go every week. Not every fan, it doesn't matter where you are in the country. There's always going to be empty seats at games. We've got the 3 p.m. blackout to protect attendances. Oh yeah, because attendances are doing so well by not allowing us to watch games at 3 o'clock on a Saturday. Please, fans feel ripped off. They do. And look, the reason why I would love to go to every single London Broncos home game. I know it's a different sport. Most rugby league matches, most home games are on a Sunday. Now, that doesn't mean I can't get to London, can't watch the game, but it would be difficult. There is less transport available, and it would be harder for me to get there and get back and get home on a Sunday. Engineering works generally is a thing, and people are saying, "Oh, that crowd is terrible." Well, no, you're fixturing the games on a Sunday. A Friday night game, forget it. That is not a Friday night game. Forget it. I would never get home. I would never be able to make it home. It would be far too expensive. The game itself, I can afford the ticket. Um, you know, oh bloody phone. Um, and oh, sorry, I'm just trying. I'm trying to do two things at once. It's not necessarily the bad thing. Trying to message a friend or message her and do this. It's not working. Um, um, well, the FA Cup round, what with the empty seats and the TV look, I watched the Spurs game, but then I watched the Spurs Villa game, and I don't think that game sold out actually. And the fact that the Spurs were booed off both um, oh god, uh, I've just been oh god. Um, you're not sure how much the AFCON final cost, but it's not a great watch. Well, the only game I watched, I think, one game at AFCON, and it was the last group game of the group stage when they had two at the same time. Um, that wasn't a particularly good watch. And, you know, I think I know there's been some criticism uh, of the tournament being every 2 years, being shifted to every 4 years, but the quality isn't great. Oh, hang on one second. I'm trying to multitask. It's so I really I think in regards to the FA Cup and empty seats, I mean, there's been a debate for a long time in regards to the FA Cup for a while, and the same with the Challenge Cup final at Wembley. I did that video last year after the Challenge Cup final, looking at the average attendance, how many fans were in attendance, and the signs were there actually pre-COVID that they weren't selling out. And I know it's the biggest game of the. It's going to be the highlight, the RFL big game of the year. It's mid-season. It's mid-season because they've decided to keep the Challenge Cup as a winter to spring competition, but then switch the league competition to be starting in January or February and then finishing in October. So we've already had round one of the championship. Obviously, Broncos were playing Widnes. But if you were going to switch your league season structure from a end of summer to spring, over the winter competition to a fully. We're going to start end of winter, beginning of spring to the end of summer, early autumn, and you're going to switch that. They're going to have your cup competition come through mid-season when the early rounds actually start, when the amateur clubs are under training restrictions, when the professional team. It's just, the FA Cup, the League Cup, the other cup competitions in the lower divisions and non-league. This has been happening for a while because cup games don't come under league ticket price restriction. And so it's a difficult one. I wouldn't say clubs don't care until the semi-final. We've seen some sellouts, but I would say this: the cup games aren't capped full ticket price. Clubs can jack their prices up. Lower league clubs do it, higher league clubs do it, and so league games are capped with price. Okay, they are price capped for both home and away tickets. They are capped. Cup games aren't, and I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing the empty seats. I still love watching the FA Cup, and I'll try and catch the second leg semi-final of League Cup whenever that's on. But in part because I've always had a thing for the League Cup, and there's a reason for that. 16 years ago, my dad passed away. Now, my uncle, his younger brother, had actually got us tickets for the Blackburn Villa semi-final at Villa Park. And of course, that was the big winter we had, 2009, 2010. We had a very cold winter, and of course, the weather actually was a contributing factor to my dad passing away. But we were going to go. And, it was a father-son thing. It would be the first time we had both gone to a game together. And I know Liverpool. I know if it would have been better if it was, Liverpool Blackburn obviously playing would have been a perfect thing because we support. My dad was a Liverpool fan or a Blackburn fan, but it would have been a great father-son. And it just so happened that my dad had a heart attack, and then when they rearranged the fixture, day before was the day before my dad's funeral. So and Blackburn ultimately lost that game, even though we were well in the game. It was a great semi-final home and away leg, and so for me, I have a feeling, I have an attachment to the League Cup, and for those that so many years it was off free-to-air coverage, that hurt. So for me, yeah, there's a big attachment for. I've always had an affinity for it. Partly because, yes, Blackburn, I got to see them win the League Cup against Spurs. The irony, we're talking about Spurs and Thomas Frank. But I remember watching that game, and that was one of the first finals not played. I think that was the first final not played at at Wembley. That was the first final played in Cardiff. And our Blackburn's record at Wembley is atrocious. I'm just going to put it out there. It is atrocious. I don't think we've ever won a playoff game at Wembley. And every time we played at Wembley, we've lost. So I'm just going to put that out there. We don't have a great record at Wembley. But that was the last major trophy we won. We beat Spurs. It was in Cardiff. So I've got a strong connection with the League Cup for a couple of reasons. But partly because I was meant to go with my dad when I think the first leg was meant to be played. The game we were meant to go to was the day he had his heart attack. The day it was meant to be scheduled. It got rescheduled to the day before his funeral. The weather had a massive part to play. And so that, for me, it means something for me because that was an opportunity for me and my dad to go watch football together. We couldn't do it. I didn't get the opportunity to do it. So that's that is the big thing for me. And that's always so that's stuck with me. So it has annoyed me that for many years the League Cup has been behind a paywall, including semi-finals and finals. It's only been recent years that Sky have sort of given ITV the license to show a semi-final first leg and a semi-final second leg and the final, and some other League Cup ties before the semi-finals. It's only been recent seasons that's been a thing. It was a thing before. And the BBC had exclusive rights to the first leg of one semi-final, the second leg of the second semi-final, and the final. And that was when my dad was still alive, and obviously, you know, yeah. So for me, it has importance as just a human being. It's in regards to the Football League trophy, I think they've undermined that with the introduction of the base. Is it the under-21s of the Premier League and some Championship sides and from the early rounds or something? And again, that's not gone down well with fans, how they've rethought. Yeah, okay, so it's academy sides for the Premier League, and I think some Championship sides who were Premier League sides the season before. I think that's how they work it out. I think that hasn't gone down well. Not every Premier League side applies for their academy team to play, and that's fine. But that hasn't gone down well because that competition used to be for League One and League Two sides only, and they wonder why fans don't want to turn up. I mean, look, if you are a Cardiff fan and you're playing Newport County in the Football League trophy, it doesn't matter what the competition is. You're playing a local rival. Let's be honest. If you are a Cardiff fan and Newport County are playing you, I don't think the competition matters if it's a league game or a cup game. It doesn't matter. Just it's a local rival. Same if Swansea were at that level or Wrexham was still at that level. That's how I would see it. Now, yeah, Cardiff versus Wolves or Arsenal's under-21s or whatever Premier League sides decided to put their academy team in the competition. Yeah, that doesn't sell tickets. Sorry, that doesn't. Cardiff, Bristol Rovers, that sells tickets. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, Bristol Rovers aren't the strongest Football League side. They're not as strong as Bristol City, but for me, that would sell tickets. One of your big rivals from across the River Severn, from Bristol, doesn't matter if it's Rovers or City playing against, that will sell. Newport County, Celtic. Having a Premier League club under 21s academy side play you is kind of an insult to your club, the competition, and what the competition means. It's true. And I hang on. Cardiff City have a big rivalry with Bristol City. Bristol Rovers not really, but I think it's because it's an opportunity. I think I think it is an opportunity. Potentially, it's the League One and League Two clubs. Cardiff are currently a League One club. Whether that, obviously, the club aren't as successful on the field as they were, and but Rovers are still a rival. They're just a lesser rival than Bristol City. But would you rather see one of the Bristol clubs play Cardiff in a cup competition or the league, for that matter, or an academy side play your club in a cup competition? To me, the Football League and the various club chairmen of it means more competitive games for these academy players to develop, and that's fine. But back in the day when I was a kid, you had a full reserve squad, and you had the reserves play the day before against the club you were playing in the league. So if you were Blackburn, were let's say who Blackburn Bolton was your Premier League game, that Saturday or that Sunday or that Friday, whatever game what day it was. The day before, your reserve team would play each other in theory. So you would have Blackburn reserves and some academy players, Bolton reserves and academy players would play on the Friday night. So both squads would already be in Blackburn or Burnley. They would all travel up. And the day before, the night before, would be the reserves fixture, because you might get a call up to say, oh, hang on, Damien Duff's done his knee in. We need a guy from the under-21s or the reserves to fill that position, either on the wing or on the bench. We're going to say they're match ready. They played a game. Reserves game is similarly seen as sort of a training fixture, but they're match ready. They're with the squad. Oh, one of the starters. Oh, he's done his knee in. You know, David Dunn's done his knee in again, or Damien Duff's injured. I'm just using players who were obviously, Blackburn players, or conversely, Bolton. Ricardo Gardner, he's pulled up lame. He's done his hammy. We're going to need a new wing back. Oh well, we've got the reserves. We've got the under-21s. They've played a reserves fixture. Normally, the under-21s would play midweek, but we've got them. We've got a select number of under-21s. We've got the reserves. We've got a player. Then the Premier League decided, and the Football League decided to put squad limits in and overseas player limits in, and. Hang on. So, sorry about that. I just had to respond to a message. But no, in theory, I think the Football League have got that one wrong with how they've organised the league trophy. I think we can all agree on that. I think fans have been very critical of the Football League in regard to their structuring of the competition in recent years. I understand why, some of these Premier League clubs want to give, some of their younger players a bit of a run out against, senior pros, gives them an idea of how they're developing, and that's fine. Although some of them do get, but I think, I do think that the Football League trophy, the structure of it, that's not great. The League Cup, you could argue how they, again, when the higher ranked teams enter the competition, I think we could look at that. The fact the final's so early in the season, the fact we're already playing the semi-finals now. So I've always scratched my head at that. And then you've got the FA Cup, but we don't have replays anymore. So, and people talk about Premier League fixture, managers are complaining about fixture congestion. Well, the club owners want to get as many games as possible because it means ticket revenue on top of TV revenue, on top of merchandise revenue, because it makes them money. The problem is We've seen restructuring of the European competitions. We've seen restructuring of the cup competitions, and we see an ever increasing shorter and shorter off season. But we've now seen squad limits being put in place as rules, which state that Harvey Elliott, for example, he's sort of been frozen out of. Is it Villa he's at, or is it West Ham he's at, where he's sort of been frozen out of whatever? I think he's on loan from Liverpool. He's been frozen out, but he can't play for 3 clubs in one season, and he's obviously not happy with the lack of game time he's getting. Is it Villa? Harvey Elliott's at Villa. Is he at Villa? But he played some games for Liverpool this season. So in theory, he can't play somewhere else because there's a rule that states he can't play for 3 clubs in one season. Some of these are stupid, but we've also got rid of the reserves. So we've capped squad size, which was a response to the financial crash at the time to reduce cost on the clubs, to make sure clubs were staying solvent, but then end wasting their money in other ways. And so we don't have reserves anymore. The squad sizes are technically smaller. There's been rule changes brought in to limit the number of overseas players you can have in an academy and in a squad. And so clubs try to find workarounds of homegrown talent, even though the player is actually an overseas player, but he's played so many youth games before the age of 4. It's where he plays his youth football before 14 or after 14, it's something like that. So these Premier League clubs, some Championship clubs have academies as well of a high standing. Try and get the youth player before he's 14, because if he signs after he's 14, he's fully classed as trained over. It's just some of these are insane rules they've put in, which are confusing. And then we've got clubs like Chelsea and Man City who've fallen afoul of the rules, but we scrapped the reserves. And a lot of the lower league clubs are frustrated with how the loan system works because the parent club can recall them at any time. But because Harvey Elliott, it's just a rule in place where he can't play for 3 clubs in the top flight in the same season or something in the same league. It's just ridiculous. So they can't drop him down to the Championship because in theory he could play in an FA Cup game against it's just cup time. It's just all a bit all over the place, really. And it's all a bit of a mess, if we're being honest. It's all a bit of a mess. But this is what the FA, the Premier League, the Football League, the non-league have all agreed on. They've all agreed on squad limits. They've all agreed on limits, a certain amount of overseas players, a certain amount of youth players who are classed as overseas or homegrown talent, even though they are technically overseas players. It depends when they join the academy system. What the authorities have done, the sporting governance has done, is actually made things worse, not better. It's ridiculous. But talking about attendance and talking about protecting attendance and talking about, fans in attendance and TV rights and have I watched a Football League trophy? I've watched a Youth FA Cup game, if that counts, actually in a stadium, and I didn't think the quality was that bad. You could see that these young players, they're obviously trying to impress not only their youth coaches, but also the big boss at the senior club, and they're trying to impress the big G's to try and get a run out in the senior side, get some game time. They're also trying to impress Football League scouts of all the clubs from non-league through to the Premier League as well, because they want to get game time, they want to play, they want to win. So that was a really interesting Youth FA Cup side that I watched. Look, it's over 25 years ago now, but when I was a kid. But you've got to feel for players like Harvey Elliott. Arnie Slot obviously didn't see him in the club's plans. They're trying to ship him out, but they want him out on loan. He's not getting game time at the club he's been promised he's going to get game time at, because his style of play doesn't suit Villa's system. I think, is it Villa? It's either Villa or Burnley he's at, and he's not getting game time. West Ham, Harvey Elliott. I think it's Villa. but he's barely played any minutes, and he wants to play for England as well, and he wants to get more game time. He wants to. You know, um, it's an interesting one. Look, it's the same with. Well, I wanted to talk about rugby league, like the Zach Lomax contractual situation, where he's obviously wanting to sign with the Storm, but the other clubs are kicking off because he's contractually obliged to Parramatta, and while he's outside of rugby league, he can't come back into the NRL and sign with another club until what would have been the end of his contract, which is 2028. The Parramatta CEO and head of football, they're saying that we want an adequate compensation. Should we legally release Zach Lomax from this contract? Because they only let him leave as long as he didn't sign for another NRL club for 3 years. The club CEO is not happy because he signed a 4-year deal and then he breaks it in his first year. So, player agents, I think Zach Lomax is tried to, say his agents advised him. Yeah, I mean the Paul Kent podcast, they had actually had his agent on and Chimesy, and I just went, mate, you're talking out your backside, mate. He didn't tell you what to do. You advised him this is lucrative, and you're now trying to cover your ass publicly because you've been had. Because R360 is a farce. I met Will Carlin the other day on my bin run, and this is really interesting. I mean, hang on. But you don't see yourself watching any World Cup games. I'm trying to have like two conversations at once because I have got a friend who's messaging me because they're just going through a bit of a crisis, and it's kind of a little bit of this is actually quite funny, but at the same time, I've got to have some sympathy and not be too much of a dick. Even though it's actually one of my ex-girlfriends, so I'm still friends with. It's complicated and but it's all gone a bit Pete Tong in her love life because now ex Take Two has been a bit of a div. You don't see yourself watching many World Cup games. I think the kickoff times. I mean, look, I actually, because of what's happening at my work, I've actually spoken to my manager, my boss. Yes, the contract boss, right? And I basically said, I know you're leaving before the World Cup starts as the contract changes, but technically, I can just say to you, I want to have the whole group stages of the World Cup off, and you're going to approve it. And he went, yeah, you can book whatever holiday you want, and we'll just tick it off. I went, you are joking. He went, no, that's up to the new contract, the new company coming in. They've got to honour whatever holiday we've given, and they can't sack you for having that time off. So I might be a bit cheeky and book 2 or 3 weeks out of my month. I get given like 20 days. I might book it off, but at the same time, Sorry, I'm just putting my 2 cents in on something. Um, well, it's complicated. It's not perfect, but that's but in regards to the World Cup, I've got my concerns about the World Cup. I've covered that with the ticket price and what we saw at the Club World Cup last summer. The fact that also Canada and Mexico weren't involved in the Club World Cup in regards to just making sure they're up to speed as well was a bit of a concern in regards to their prep for the tournament. Not, you know, that. So I do have. It's hang on. I've got. I'm trying to like have multiple conversations. It is interesting when you've got like one conversation on this, that the answer. But no, I while I'm thinking, I'm trying to multitask. Multitasking is fun. Um, but did you get snow? Yes, yes, we did. And I slipped and slid around that work. And we also had some in November, but the snow we had, I had a little bit of snow, a couple of nights actually. We had a few days of it on and off. I think we got more predicted as well. You know, but I don't mind the snow. I don't mind the snow. It just so happened that the we had a bit of freezing rain and that caused a bit of chaos because the gritters have gone out, bit of snow on the ground, going out, keep it going, and then it rained, washed the grit away, then snowed on top of frozen cold surface. It's one of the bus routes that I had to work on as a bin man. It just was that. I had a resident come out and go, "Oh, you must be really struggling." I said, "Love, I love this stuff." And she goes, "What do you mean?" I was like, "I used to live in a ski resort and I'm a massive fan of ice hockey. So I've been skating since the age of 3 and I've been skiing since the age of 6. Like, this is fine. Just a bit out of practice because I haven't skated or skied for over 2 decades, but I grew up with snow and ice, if that makes sense. I used to go to a ski resort and live there for a bit. So I'm not the best skier in the world. I can stand up and I can ski, just not like downhill bloody Lasse Schuss Austrian world Olympic champion. And I'm not fucking bloody moth. Die. Die bug. Oh, I've got a bug and it's gonna die. So I wasn't like a national champion or anything, but I can not crash all the time. I can get up the mountain and get down the mountain alive. I might tumble a couple of times, but I can have fun doing it and go, fuck it, I've fallen over. It happens. But I know actually how to A, fall over safely. If you're losing balance, and go, right, snowplow, okay, just lean into it and just basically skid along, find a soft bit. If you're going to lose it, there's ways of like I'm not feeling comfortable on this. I'm gonna snowplow it. I'm gonna be a bit slower, or I'm gonna make my turns a bit more deliberate, and I'm gonna make it obvious that I'm not plowing down the mountain like a div. There are some people who just don't have consideration for others, so I would generally go for like the easiest slopes to ski on. I would not go down. I think the best you've got green, blue, red, and black runs. I went down one black run because my cousin's a div and he took us down the wrong run and he nearly killed all of us. And he's a much better skier than me, and I'm not a big fan of his anyway, I suppose. But um, but but it's murder on the dance floor. It's murder on the yes, it's murder on the dance floor. You better not heal the groove. Well, in my case, I had to. Uh, like yeah, but yeah, no, I yeah, the Sophia Bexa, yeah, it was murder on the dance floor. It was a bit slippery and slidey, yes, but I was fine with it. There were some others at work who did have a few slips and slides, and we had a few near misses with a few people driving cars that they ploughed it, bin lorries and stuff. But I just got on with it. I do. I didn't mind the snow. At the same time, it was more the freezing rain and the ice. The black ice got a lot of people. If it just snowed constantly, I think we would have been fine. Even driving over it, fresh snow is fine as long as it doesn't freeze underneath. You can have multiple layers build up. You can actually drive on snow really easily if you know what you're doing. Just go on the tyre tracks of the vehicle in front. It is not hard. Don't drive overly quickly. Stay if you're in a manual, second gear at most, and don't reg it because you will just spin and then you will create ice. And it's just quite simple common sense, really. If you've got snow chains, put them on. I know most people wouldn't. But I'm surprised more chaos didn't happen with the sporting events. But this is a reason why it adds to the argument winter break. It adds a little bit. I mean, I know Scotland got hammered, and I know parts of Northern England got hammered in regards to sporting events, but it adds a bit of argument to winter break a little bit. And we're potentially due to have some more in the next few weeks. I can see more snow coming. I can see another beast from the east. I don't think 2018 was unique. I don't think 2009. They were set two back-to-back winters, 2009, 2010. So 2008, 2009, 2009, 2010, back-to-back years, we had very snowy winters. 2009, 2010 was brutal. Fun, but brutal. And I have memories of a negative and a positive out of that winter. 2018, obviously, which I filmed for the channel. I think 2020, 2021, that winter we had snow every month from December through to April. It snowed at least one day per month for 5 consecutive months through winter into early spring. We've had snow so far this winter, autumn from November. New Year's, where I live, although other parts of the country have had it from November, December, and January so far. So I can see more coming. Uh, but when to have the winter break? Well, Germany had it basically Christmas, New Year, and hang on, I'm making a crude joke. You know, when to have the winter break? Germany do it the week leading up to Christmas and then the week after New Year's. So I would, yeah, Germany do it in a quite a convenient time. There are those some saying February, and in part, I think that makes sense in regards to the TV audience and sports audience because the Winter Olympics. You could argue that. The NHL are having a break because of the Winter Olympics, and it looks like that's going to be an annual thing now, having a break in February. And I think they're going to drop the All Star. It looks like I don't think the All Star game is going to have much of a future left. And that's a winter sport having a winter break. Let that sink in. The MLS is going to have a winter break. They've decided that's what they're going to do long term. If when they switch their and so it's. I think you are more likely to have heavy snow in January, February, and March than December. That's statistically been proven. However, we look at this November to January period. We've already had a fair bit of snow in various parts of the country earlier in the winter, but 2009 and 2010, those winters we saw earlier snow. 2009, 2010, we saw nationwide. 2018, that was more around St. Patrick's Day and Easter kind of period, but it was more of a March period. And again, I filmed that for the channel. 2020, 2021, we had snow pretty much December, January, February, March, and April. There was snow at least one day every month for 5 months, and it was generally for a week of each month. I remember that, and again, I filmed a lot of that for the channel. I caught some of that on both channels. 2019, 2020, we had hailstorms and thunder and lightning in end of January, beginning of February. I've caught that on camera, both channels, and but you know, it's an interesting one. I think how that impacts sport. I remember 2018 when we had the Beast from the East. I was talking about I am surprised if any sport takes place. You know, there's a lot of games that have been cancelled. The snow's coming in. Temperatures are freezing cold. It's not stopping. And that you know that was 2018. That was March. So there's you could argue. Oh, that was fun. I didn't mind that winter at all. I did not mind that winter whatsoever. I think that winter, I obviously was following how the Winnipeg Jets were doing in the NHL, and I remember I was talking about how we've got some bad weather here in northern and central Europe at the time and Western Europe, and discussing. And there was one night it hit like -15. I remember because I had a digital thermometer in my kitchen. For some reason, my nan really obsessed with this. I want to be technical. It's like you can't even send a fax. That's like 20 years out of date. You struggle with a text message. Let's just have the old school Mercury. The old school Mercury one, I had to scrape the ice off it. She went, right, I think this is playing up because it's inside and da 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 da. I said, all right, let me check. And I went outside and I took a photo on my phone. I scraped the ice off and I took a photo. I went, well, there's your temperature. I said the mercury's saying -15. Now, of course, there's going to be some wind chill with that. There's going to be some surface chill with that. There's going to be distortion because parts of the garden were in the shade in the daytime, and so therefore they're not getting any kind of light coming off the building. The heating hasn't come on in this part of kitchen. We've got the fire in the living room. The heating comes on. You're keeping it on a third. So we're wearing jumpers. My nan was weird, rationing the heat. She didn't put the heating on because we had the coal fire going, and it hadn't hit that time of day where the heat would automatically come on, even though because the house was actually naturally warm because of the coal fire in the living room. So we opened all the doors. The heat would flow through the house, which was kind of cool actually. Having a wood/coal fire where you could burn it with wood or coal. It was kind of nice having the old roaring fire going, even though it's low sulfur coal, so it didn't actually smoke. And so, obviously, I took a photo of the thermometer outside, and I was like, it's minus like 11. She was like, what? So, it's like minus 11, and this is like 5:30 in the afternoon, 6 o'clock. And it was been snowing all day, and I've been to the pub. So this is the temperature. So here's the photo on my phone. I said, I'm not going to keep it, but I'm just going to show you what the outdoor temperature is saying, because obviously the digital one, you've got the double glazing. It can sort of pick out, but there's more heat radiating out the kitchen because you're behind there. This is in the shade, so it's a bit of variation, about 4 or 5 degrees variation. It was still saying -7, -8 on the digital one, so there's got a little bit of variation, and assume you've got to add buildings into it, and the position of each thermometer is one in the shade, is one not in the shade, that kind of thing. And I ended up using that digital thermometer in the summer as an experiment when it got really hot, when the World Cup was on, how hot my room got inside, not outside, inside, and it was dreadful. I had to sleep in the living room. So that was a thing, and so I do actually think, talking about heat and temperature, obviously we saw what happened last summer with the Club World Cup, with the temperature, the humidity, the thunderstorms, the weather delays. 2018, again, I was farm labourer at the time, and I missed the first 30 minutes of the opening game, but other than that, I managed to watch pretty much every game at the World Cup that particular year. What was interesting is how hot it got. Now, my flat, ironically, south facing. My old bedroom was south facing, and I'm upstairs, so heat rises. You've got to bear that in mind. I had double glazing, right? And it was getting hot. Let's be honest, I was sweating quite profusely. If you look at those 2018 videos, you can see that I'm looking quite flustered. I think it's a good way to look at it. I'm struggling with the heat, and so I went to my nan. I said, "Look, can I borrow your thermometer? I want to do a little experiment. I want to see actually how hot things are getting." And so I took the thermometer upstairs and I left it. I left the actual heat sensor, and I set it up in a way where it's in the middle of the room, so I can see the screen, but I've got the sensor that actually picks things up, which actually lives out the window. And I hung it all inside. It shocked me at how high the humidity was and how hot it was internally. We're talking over 50 degrees. It's like, this is daytime. And I took a photo and I showed me, I said, look, we can't live like this. I'm just gonna get the sleeping bag, and every night I'm sleeping downstairs. I said straight up, I'm not living like this. I'm sleeping in the living room for as long as this hot weather lasted. And that's when we had some record temperatures that summer, high 30s. We nearly, I think it was 38.7 or 30. We broke the 1976 record or something for locally, but not nationally. So we broke some heat records, and we had a bit of drought. Anyway, moving forward, 2020 happens. That was a brutal summer. 2021 was hot. 2022, I worked the hottest day of the year. I had heat stroke twice that summer. Not even kidding. Had heat stroke twice that summer. Not even kidding. What is interesting is every time we had very hot summers, we had very cold winters beforehand. And we had it doesn't matter how limited the snow was, we've had a little bit of snow. So I have a funny feeling this summer is going to be ridiculously hot. I have a funny feeling we're going to see stupid temperatures. And I have no doubt that I'm probably going to melt my bollocks off outside on the bit. Although I am looking for other work as well. I'm just keeping my options open. But I would say that I'm very concerned about the potential for a record-breakingly hot summer. Now, 2024, obviously the German Euros, we obviously saw some massive thunderstorms, and it was very humid in 2024. And my old neighbour came over and watched one of the games, a couple of the Romanian games with me, had a few beers. And even late at night, it was like, we're cooking in here. And I had all the windows open. I was cooked. I was absolutely cooked. It's cooler up north at the moment. That doesn't necessarily mean like a high pressure system won't sit over the north, for example, and hot weather. There have been times where Scotland's in the summer and Northern England's been warmer than the south and southeast. I've seen that in summers past. So there is a big talking point about, like, temperatures, but I do think the World Cup in the summer, I think even pushing the kickoff times a bit later in the day, US time, and really having late kickoff times for basically the global audience. I'm not sure if I think the politics is starting to detract and distract from the potential of a pretty good tournament. I think we could have a very interesting, fun tournament. There's some new nations there, some nations that haven't been at a World Cup for a while. I think we could have a fun tournament on a playing standpoint. We don't know. I do, however, think that enough PR damage has been done with the ticket prices, the foreign policy basically of the US government. I think that's having a part to play. There's a lot of negative feelings going into this tournament. There were concerns going into Russia and Qatar. Qatar was an average tournament. Okay, the final was a good game, I'm not gonna lie. But overall, I think it was a very average tournament. Russia, there was a lot of concerns going into the Russia World Cup. It was a brilliant World Cup for a playing standpoint. I think a lot of fans, while there was a lot of concerns about, the Russian regime or the Russian government and how they're secure. Look, the Russians didn't want any incidents of a negative nature, considering what happened in 2016 in France. They wanted a very positive tournament, make them look good on the global stage. They basically told hooligans, you're not welcome. And look, the Russia World Cup as a whole was a good World Cup. On a playing standpoint, it was. The Brazil World Cup was brilliant. There was some disorder, but that had nothing to do with England fans. That was actually to do with Colombian fans, I think, caused a lot of problems and surged a stadium. I think there was a few instances, but most part it was all right. Look, it wasn't the best final, but I think the best team in the tournament won. So I think it was a just result. The semi-final against Brazil, I think a lot of people will remember that Brazilian implosion in 2014. And but overall, I think that wasn't a bad World Cup either. But again, Russia and Brazil are massive nations, so I don't understand why the US has got a co-host. I think the US could have coped, as a sole host. I was just my nan thought the TV was broken, so I'm out at the pub, and they had the game on, and I went, "Oh, they've scored quite quick," and I get a phone call. Honestly, I think. Hang on. Yeah, I think Germany did stop. Well, Germany, I think, were just as stunned that they were as far ahead as they were. Surprise, surprise! The hosts get a last-minute penalty. Um, Hang on, I'm being a bit of a Karen here. I think I'm not. I've only watched one Afcon game, and I was not impressed by the quality that I saw. Um, and but on the US side of things, yes, they could have hosted this World Cup by themselves. Honestly, I've not really followed the Afcon for a good few years now. I used to watch it, and I used to enjoy it because it was actually kind of fun watching the open style of play, how like chaotic defending could be, a lot of opportunities. There would always be that wild, crazy goal, and the African fans always bring that colour and energy and vibrancy to the tournament because there's always energy. It doesn't matter how your team's doing. There's always that um, the African fans are just crazy in a good way. They bring a lot of colour, they bring a lot of atmosphere. But as time has gone on, I think the quality of African football works without structure. Without structure, it just works. It's fun, it's crazy, it's unpredictable, but it works when there is no structure. And because it's so open, it's just so chaotic because the defending is a bit suspect, the goalkeeping is a bit suspect, and some of the centre forwards are a bit suspect. The whole thing is just fun because they're playing for the love of the game, right? And then a couple of African players got quite good, and then they got signed by European clubs, and then there's that expectation that they're going to, they be more professional in a sense. I think it's 75% of players at this tournament were born in Paris or within 100 miles of Paris in the Ile-de-France region of France. So basically, the majority of players playing at this tournament were French born. I think I saw some article somewhere that actually had a graph of the parts of the world and they coloured in the percentage of players, and it was like 75% of players born in Paris or surrounding areas of Paris. And so basically, the French clubs develop these players, not just PSG, but French clubs. Um, but yeah, there's the best African talent also gets spotted, and if they're born outside of Europe, especially France, they get spotted and they're in club systems. That's how JJ Okocha, for example, and Kanu, 94 World Cup. But I mean, look at the French national side and even the Belgian national side. There's a fair few, and um, and I oh dear, why when we're saying ugly scenes? Is this full time? Well, look, unfortunately, that's going to be what if this degenerates into a um oh, it's still in play. Oh dear. The thing is, if this final does end up with an ugly finish, be it fan or players, and that's not a good look. It wouldn't be the first time that African football's had this problem with a lack of professionalism. But then we've seen it at club games, we've seen it other internationals as well, where it's European nations and South American nations losing it and ugly scenes. If that is how the final is remembered, A, for not being very good, and then ugly scenes with players clashing and coaches clashing and fans, then the pen. Oh God, the player they still haven't taken the penalty. Again, controversy, and that will be what's talked about, not the final itself, the tournament itself, how the final ends. Honestly, though, like I've heard a lot of negative. I've heard some positivity, but then I've also had a lot of negativity about. Uh, but could be corruption. Who knows? I hate. Look, at the end of the day, we need consist. Well, we know there's been dodgy refereeing. We know there's. I don't think any African federation's got enough money to bribe officials anyway. Not being funny, but corruption in sport is a known thing. Africa's rife with it. It's. I hate saying it, but Africa is rife with it. Sporting corruption, it's a thing. I'm not naive. We know it happens. Um, but what you know, it. I think I have my views on the quality. The last Afcon, I tried to watch a few games, and I was like, "This is dreadful." And I did watch a few games at the last Afcon 2 years ago. And this is. I just was like, "This is chronic." The quality had gone definitely downhill. I was like, "This is shit." Be honest. I was honest. I was like, "This is actually unwatchable." And the game I saw, um, the game I saw at the end of the group stage, I was like, "Really? This is the quality that they're dishing up?" You know, I I I think the quality that we've seen in the last, I'm going to say 4 or 5 editions. I would definitely say even before the pandemic, Afcon is not been great. We could also argue that some of the like the 2024 Euros, as soon as the group stages started to reach that second week, that second or third week, you could see the quality dropped off. Players just looked out on their feet. I think the humidity had a part to play with it. The pitches weren't as good as I expected them to be. And I was a bit disappointed with the last Euros. I was a bit disappointed at times with the last World Cup. I think we have to look at the scheduling. We have to look at the Nations League. We've got to look at qualifying campaigns, friendlies, club games. We've got to find a healthy balance where the players just aren't running themselves into the ground. And people go, oh, they're well paid. Not all of them. We've seen those famous Twitter posts where a player's like, oh, look, we're preparing, the Rio Ferdinand one's the best one, or the Wayne Rooney one's another one. With the early kickoff times and shove food in and all that. So Senegal were having a little tantrum. So basically, Senegal were trying to get the game cancelled and replayed. Basically, this is where African football now. This is going to be what the tournament's remembered for: is how bad the chaotic end to the final, a poor final, by all accounts. And I'm going to be honest, some really shockingly bad games. I think the fans make the tournament. A lot of empty seats. I don't know. I don't know what else we can really say. But do you expect any different? I'm glad I'm not actually watching the shambles. To be honest, I am genuinely glad. I'm actually kind of people. I mean, obviously, I would. If this was 2018, whatever, I would probably put more effort into reviewing more games, watching more games. But even then, I was like, the quality of this AFCON tournament is not great, and I'm being honest. I was being honest, like in regards of the actual quality on the field was poor. It wasn't fun to watch because it just looked like the players have been overcoached. The flair aspect and the freedom aspect's been coached out. I remember Andre BK. I remember when he was a Cameroon player. He basically assaulted was it a medic or an official? He threw them out. He got sent off for that. Good 10, 15 years ago, from a Reading player. Players injured on the ground, medic, and he did something stupid. But no, I've had my concerns about the quality of what we see at the tournament for some time. And as I say, if this was pre-pandemic, I probably would have watched a few more games, done a few match reviews. I mean, since the pandemic, I've watched a handful of AFCON matches, and I'm not impressed with what I see. I think this is the third AFCON since COVID. So I'm going to say the last 5 editions of the tournaments. We're going back 10 plus years. Because it's in a World Cup and a Euros, yeah. So we're going back about 10 plus years. Is it on the manager's cap? Well, they could forfeit the final if they don't return. If they don't return, they forfeit. They lose 2-0. The goalkeeper could potentially save the penalty. That's what they don't realise. There's been so much going on. The penalty taker could potentially miss. The goalkeeper could not save the penalty. I think partly on the referee because he hasn't told them to leave the field. I think Senegal are going to get a fine for failure to control their players. The fact that the majority of these players for both sides are born in Paris is ironic. So there will be some inter-neighbourhood rivalry there. There will definitely be a bit of these players will know each other from their youth days as well, within the various youth systems at play. Pretty much, it's There's a bit. I think I've had my concerns about the AFCON tournament for a long time. The quality of refereeing, um, various things. But if Africa is serious about getting another World Cup, because Morocco are very serious. I mean, Morocco are going to be co-hosting in 2030. They're going to host some of the games. But they wanted to be the sole host of this World Cup. That's what they bid for originally for 2026. They were one of the bid nations. If Africa is serious about hosting another World Cup as a sole host, be it a nation or nations like Morocco, like South Africa, this cannot happen. This cannot happen. I think it's on the manager to get his players back out there because they're going to forfeit the game. They will forfeit the game if they refuse to return to the field. Now, if the referee has said there's a safety issue, we've got to suspend players are going to leave the field, that's a referee decision. They risk losing the final by forfeit, and they will not have an appeals process. They've walked. That's sanctionable. They've refused to complete the game. And look, it's a bad look for the internet. It's a bad look. And this is why a lot of people can't take African football seriously. This is why Africa's only hosted the one World Cup in South Africa. And this is one of the reasons why African nations struggle at World Cups. Yes, obviously Morocco made the semi-finals in Qatar. I think they adapted quite well to the weather conditions in Qatar, personally. And they just played really well as a nation. They had a good system. They ground out wins. They pushed nations all the way. They really gave a good account of themselves. Obviously, Senegal, people will say Senegal and Ghana have been robbed in previous, Ghana especially in 2010 with the Suarez handball. And then ultimately they missed the penalty anyway, so they lost. But people will point to that 16 years ago with Suarez's handball on the line for Uruguay. But in reality, let's be honest, apart from Cameroon and Nigeria back in the 90s, having some giant killing moments where they beat a better fancied team, let's be honest, Ghana and Morocco notwithstanding, African nations haven't really set the world alight. And look, he's missed the penalty. So there you go. The penalty's been missed. So the whole Senegal players throwing a tantrum and having a strop. Always go for power down the middle. He's thought he's more skillful than he actually is. Safe to say at the World Cup, he will not be taking penalties for the national side. And if Morocco lose this, I think players will not be playing at the World Cup. But this is one of the reasons why Africa, as a AFCON and Africa, isn't taken seriously. The fact the majority of their players are also eligible for European nations is another problem. The fact that George Ware's son, who could play for Liberia, plays for the US, that tells you all you need to know. Now, when it comes to international selection rules, the debate's there, and that's fine. It's fine to have that debate. The fact that he's missed it and it means the tournament carries on for another half hour minimum is just painful. There's going to be a lot of added time. But again, Senegal have done that deliberately to put the penalty taker off. It's taken a lot of time. He's had too much time to think. He's tried to be clever. He's outsmarted himself. He's missed. But at the same time, I mean, the quality hasn't been great. I think fans of I think, and this is where I think the quality aspect and how poor games have been for consecutive tournaments. It's not just a one tournament having poor games. This is multiple tournaments over a significant period of time. And yeah, the quality is lacking. So that in itself tells you all you need. The quality is lacking. And we're ending up with dreadful games. I think they want to line up with every other confederation that does it every 4 years. They're the outlier. They're the exception. Player availability as well. I think we have that kind of club country, the club country debate. I think I think they want to move it to every 4 years. I think clubs have put some pressure on here. Oh, look, in that case, the referees lost control of it. The players have to take some responsibility for their actions. These are players who play at top level European clubs. I get, obviously, a lot of the players are obviously French born, so there will be a little bit of antagonism from the North African and the West African communities in France. There has been for a long time. People go that, white French racist. If you go to any big city in Europe and you've got large ethnic communities, they don't get on a lot of the time. There's not a lot of integration in some of these communities. So the North Africans don't particularly like the West Africans and the Central Africans. They really don't. And I'm being honest with that. They generally don't like each other. There is that gang issue in France. It's a thing. It happens. And more of the Western Africans and some of the Central Africans are more Christian as well. There's a divide, and a lot of them, if they are from, let's say, Togo or Benin, there's a mix between Christian and Muslim, but they tend to stay in the Benin or Togo, for example, or Ivory Coast. They will stay in their West African kind of community bubble in the banlieue, which is the slums, whereas the North Africans will stay in their North African Arabic kind of Berber section in said slum. So Algerians, Tunisians, and Moroccans will sort of, and there is a little bit of racial tension there. Yeah, there are those who do have that Arab African versus what some will say would be Afro African, the kind of debate. And you've got French Arabs versus French Africans, that kind of thing. There are some African, people of African descent who don't see the Egyptians, the Libyans, Tunisians, Algerians, Moroccans, and even those in sort of northwest Africa, like Mauritania and Western Sahara, as true Africans. Please, they live on the continent of Africa. They've been there for thousands of years. They're an integral part of the culture and history. I give over with some of these moronic people. A lot of them are like these loony lefties as well. They bring the politics and they try and it's just go just but there is community tensions within France, and it boils over, and I think that's part of what's happened here. But again, on the Senegalese side of things, coaching setup, captain. I mean, look, all these players, they play at top European clubs. They've got to be better than this. I think some of the Moroccans play in top league Moroccan clubs, but they've got pretty solid club structures. These are professional players. It's not a good look. And this is why African football at international level doesn't get taken seriously. The quality is not good enough. There's too many games like this which descend into chaos. And that's what people remember. Like the last tournament where the referee blew the whistle like 5-6 minutes early. And then restarted the game realising, I've blundered. And then he still called full-time early. People remember the tournament for that. There will be a story around this now. Did they put the penalty taker off? Was it in a penalty debate? I mean, look, the fact it's descended in this kind of farce, it's very likely we're going to have a penalty shootout to end things. That generally happens with AFCON finals. They're more likely than not, as a percentage, if you look at the ratio of finals that have had penalty shootouts to not, it's generally higher than Euros and World Cups. It happens. Every other major confederation and the World Cup, you look at the percentage of AFCON finals that end up extra time penalties compared to every other major international tournament. You'll be surprised at the percentage. I think you'll be very surprised at oh go away, Rising for Ultra. I think you'll be quite surprised. And but but I love it. I love the fact that Rise of. I'm sorry, I've got a Rise of a Foot Soldier following. I like. I find it so cheesy, but it's based on a true story, obviously. I don't. Oh, so Senegal have scored against a run of play, or look. At the end of the day, it doesn't get away from the fact it's been a poor game. It just takes until extra time for the fucking goal to get scored. Unfortunately, if you extra remote play, that's good. That's good. But I people say that when you're comparing AFCON to the other tournaments, it's a poor comparison. It comes up quite poorly. There's a reason why the Asian tournament doesn't get a lot of viewers in Europe. There's a reason why South America, has their tournament structure, and they invite a guest nation in because they've got another number of nations, because three nations technically play in the Caribbean North American Confederation. But the South American tournament has a good TV deal. Quality is not actually that bad. Obviously, you've got some world-class players from South America. There's a reason why South America and Europe win all the World Cups. But there has to be a point where we look at what's happening, and Copa America, it is generally good quality because, well, look at some of the top players in the world. They're South American. Some of the greatest players of all time are South American, and it's sort of a religion in South American countries. The street kids play in the shantytown favelas in Brazil. I forget the barrios in Argentina. There's another word for it in Peru, and Uruguay surprisingly doesn't have that many slums, because Uruguay is actually quite a good little country, actually. Same in Paraguay and Colombia and Ecuador and Chile. The kids play football. The locals have a kick about it. It's an escape from poverty for some of these people. It's part of their upbringing. They value the local club game. They are very proud of when their players get signed by European clubs and go over to Europe and make a name for themselves. That area will go, well, this kid came from this slum, this kid came from this neighborhood, and wherever he plays, we follow him. Uruguay is a very stable country. It's a very safe country. And as by South American standards, the average take-home pay that is quite, you get good wages. The economy in Uruguay is quite a stable economy. Politically, it's stable. It's very safe. It's not on any warning list for kidnapping or drug gangs or slum violence. Apparently, it's a very happy country to live in. High literacy rate. Very well educated country. Got a lot of high university graduate rate. Basically, it's a good country to live in. it's like a Central European country in regards to living standards. Like we're talking like a Hungary, a Slovakia, that kind of thing. It's on that kind of level of living standards. So it's a pretty it's developed economy. It's a good country to live in. It's just nothing ever happens in Uruguay. Since the last military dictatorship ended in the 80s, nothing happens in Uruguay. It's just one of those countries where you just fly over Uruguay to get to Argentina or Chile. If you're flying from the UK, you just fly over. It's that country between Brazil and Argentina, sort of on the coast. It's there. It's like a flyover state in the US. People overlook it, but it's a very it's got good healthcare, it's got good education system, good employment levels, good literacy rates, access to clean water, all these kind of things that you expect from a EU member state or any European nation. Really, it's one of those countries that, unless it's on a sporting standpoint when it comes to football or rugby, you don't really talk about Uruguay. It doesn't get involved necessarily in politics, geopolitics. It's basically like the New Zealand of South America. It's just nothing ever happens there. It's negative. It's got a positive standing politically. The population's kind of happy. Otherwise, they'd be rioting all the time, and they're not. There's no mass riots. There's none of this. Social inequality is actually quite low. It's the South American version of New Zealand. Just nothing. It's like the South American version of Ireland. Nothing happens there. Good economy, educated workforce, happy populace. Kids have got a good chance of getting a good job and contributing. Low crime rate. It's by South American standards. I mean, the crime rate in Uruguay, I wouldn't want to go out in certain areas of Uruguay after 9 p.m. because saying that, I wouldn't want to go out in my local town after 9 p.m. Not necessarily. There are some small countries that are quite dangerous. Quite dangerous. I mean, Ecuador is a little bit, I think it's about geographically a similar size, bigger population, not safe. Honduras, not safe. Jamaica, highest murder rate in a developed economy. Like the murder rate in Jamaica is terrifying. The violent crime rate in Jamaica is terrifying. They do advise, if you go to Jamaica, don't go into certain areas of Kingston. You will live longer. I've got a good friend from Jamaica. It's a thing. There are areas of Trinidad and Tobago, very wealthy Caribbean nation by Caribbean nation standards. In fact, actually decent wages. There are bits of Trinidad and Tobago you do not want to go to because you will not come home in one piece. Tobago is actually safer than Trinidad. I've got a good friend from Trinidad, so I've got a couple of friends with Trinidad heritage and from Trinidad, and they Tobago is the safe bit. Trinidad, not so much. Dominican Republic may be doing better than Haiti. Still, there'll be certain areas of the Dominican Republic you do not want to go to because you will not be coming home in one piece. In fact, you might be coming home with a few holes in you in a body bag. So there are some very safe, as we say, safe democratic countries that are small geographically, exceptionally dangerous, even though they are seen as safe and stable and full employment. They're still dangerous. But countries like Uruguay they've got democratic government. They've had military government. They have had periods of dictatorship. They don't look back kindly on that time, and they decided, no, we're going to go with democracy. We're going to go with not killing our people. Iceland's small and happy because they just look after their citizens. Denmark and Sweden and Norway, while the Scandinavian countries do better in happiness and education and economy, wealth disparity being smaller. There are some areas in Sweden and Denmark that are exceptionally dangerous. If you are not from that neighborhood, you do not want to go there. Botswana, and Botswana, Namibia, they are big geographically, yes, but they have issues. They are poor countries, but people are generally happy, friendly. They're not going to kidnap tourists. Whereas in South Africa, it doesn't matter what community you're from, and if you're a visitor or a local, South Africa, go across the border, it's very dangerous. South Africa is known to be the most dangerous country in Africa for crime. You go across the border to Botswana and Namibia, and they've got similar issues with poverty in regards to they're not wealthy countries, although they are. Zambia and Botswana and Namibia, for example, they're getting better economically. There is some corruption there, Of course, AIDS and HIV is a massive problem for the health services, but you're not going to get shot in the in like a township. You're not going to get robbed on the highway for your jewelry. You're not going to get kidnapped. They don't have these problems in the same way. There's definitely, look, there is poverty, there is difficulties these countries have to face. But then you look at Namibia, you look at Botswana, look at Zambia, and then you look at other parts in Africa and you go, actually, I wouldn't mind living there in the bush as a white person. I'm not going to get murdered by a gang member. In the towns and cities, you're not very likely to get murdered by a gang member. The concerns that were had about apartheid in Namibia in independence haven't materialised. There's no race war going on in Namibia. Most of the dickheads who believed in apartheid, who are in white minority rule, have left Namibia, and all the other people in Namibia are very happy with that. They buggered off because whereas in South Africa there are still some issues, a lot of issues. A lot of it's to do with government corruption and gang violence. But then you take what's happening in South Africa, for example, in the big cities, and you can translate that to East St. Louis, Memphis, Detroit, and so LA, and some of the big cities in the US, and go, well, this is going to be the wealthiest nation in the world. This is what we're dealing with here. Minneapolis is a very dangerous city. Yes, you've got these. So I'm going on holiday to the CAR in June, said no one ever. Yeah, I don't think the Central African Republic has got a lot of tourists right now. It's not politically stable. Don't go where it's dangerous. You have to be some kind of adrenaline junkie or some loony lefty, new age kind of American missionary Christian type, because that's what they are. Who wants to do a missionary thing or a charity thing, and in reality, it's just to make them look good in front of their dopey middle class friends, because that's what Americans do. Americans will not listen to their Secretary of State going, we have travel advice, do not go to these countries. They still go to these countries. I wouldn't want to be going to the Central African Republic, not because I'm anti-Africa. There's some countries in Africa I want to go to, like Botswana, Namibia, and Zambia, partly because I want to do not the hunting safari, but actually go out into the savanna grasslands and see the wildlife. That's why you want to go, right? I want to go to the Kalahari and the Namib Desert. I want to go to the Skeleton Coast, because they do tours from Walvis Bay and Lüderitz up the Skeleton Coast in the Namib Desert, and you can actually see the shipwrecks, and you can see bits and pieces, because there's bits that are closed off where tourists can't go because there's the mining operations to avoid smuggling and illegal mining, and the military guard these things. You can't just go in. They have these checkpoints you have to go through, and then also you have to go through these checkpoints to make sure you're not smuggling blood diamonds out. You get the probing, like the government, the military, and the police will put the rubber glove on and they will probe you in around Lüderitz and Walvis Bay, because there's a big diamond mining, gold mining concessions in the Namib, and to try and avoid legal mining, people getting in there and illegally mining and doing things they shouldn't. They've got very strict regulations. The police and the army will have you, and you will be. It's the same with drug smuggling out of South America. You will be, the Vaseline will go on and the rubber glove will go on, and they will, oh, you got a diamond up your ass. Oh, who knew? So you can get poked. But there are countries I want to go to in Africa. They're on the bucket list. And I think, I want to go to the Namib and I want to go to the Kalahari just because I like wildlife. I don't want to go, obviously, to, shoot the animals. I want to watch the animals, but I've always had an interest of wanting to go to Namibia, to Walvis Bay and Lüderitz, and seeing the Skeleton Coast and the Namib, and seeing the mist in the morning. It's apparently the sunrises are meant to be absolutely epic. And I do want to go along the Skeleton Coast. There's a reason it's called that. It's all the shipwrecks. There are shipwrecks that are now 4 or 5 miles inland because of the sand dunes. That were once 4 or 5 miles out to sea. That's the Skeleton Coast. It does the wind power does crazy things with the land, and it's the oldest desert in the world. Dates 30-40 million year old desert. They're discovering new stuff there all the time, and yeah, it's just another world. Namibia and Botswana are just there's a big salt flat. You know, is it the Carry where they went over in Top Gear and they drove the cars over the salt flats edge of the Okavango. Yeah, I want to go there. It's just you will die if you try and cross it on foot. You will die. You get lost there, you are fucked. You are. It's like the Bonneville salt flats in Utah, except bigger. And it's a primordial soup. You will sink into it, and then you become fossilized, and then you'll die. And then the vultures will eat you. And but I want to go to some of these places. But yeah, I mean that is. But I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to go to places like the Democratic Republic of the Congo or the Central African Republic or Sudan or South Sudan. I wouldn't. That's not on my bucket list to do that. Uh, and but there are parts I wouldn't mind going to parts of South America like Chile and Uruguay and actually watching a football game in Chile or Uruguay. It's bucket list kind of stuff, but but like there's having like a bucket list, and then it's obviously oh god, it's not just look if my YouTube like exploded, and I could do this as a full time thing, and then someone finds out and you get invited over and you can do podcasts and stuff. That'd be kind of cool. I would say you've made it in life if you get on the Joe Rogan podcast. That's when you know you've made it in life as someone important in your field. That would be my thing if I ever got invited on the Joe Rogan or a similar podcast like Theo Van Von or whatever it is, or Theo Von or whatever his name is, and there's a few other high profile podcasts in the US and around the world in regards, especially when it comes to the independent poddies like the Joe podcast, Sports Joe and Politics Joe. If I ever got on Sports Joe podcast, that'd be kind of like I've achieved something in life. Or getting invited to talk at the Oxford Union. I'll be like, I've been invited here. Oh, the joy. The joy of things. And yes, we can dream. And I don't know what could happen. Even if I won the lottery, if I won the Euro Millions next week, for example, which I doubt will happen, but I'll still give it a go. I'll play on Tuesday, I'll play on Friday. Let's say I win the Euro Millions. I would still do this. I would still go to my day job. Yeah, I do the Euro Millions. I do the Euro Millions every so often, like once or twice a month. I used to do it every week. I used to do it twice a week, every week, every draw. And then I realised, I need to stop doing this. I just do it every now and then. I can't remember how much. Is it 40? It's not a lot. It's is it £2.50 a go? So I'm tempted to do a lucky dip for both Tuesday and Friday. It's £5. It's £2.50 for a Euro Millions. I don't know about the National Lottery. I only do that. I do that rarely. I do that like once every 3 to 6 months. Rarely, because the jackpot isn't as big. But it doesn't matter. There was one week I did both the Euro Millions and the National Lottery. 2 lucky dips for both. I would have won. If I claimed my ticket, I would have won like about 150 quid. So was it worth it? Maybe. 150 quid wouldn't be too bad right now, but I barely win anything. Most I've won off a scratch card is like 175 quid off a scratch card, but then I won multiple scratch cards, took them all in, and I got about 300 quid back in total. I generally actually win on the scratch cards, a couple of quid here, a couple of quid there. I don't really win the big jackpot. I'll be happy with like 500. That'll do me. But talking as we talked earlier about the snooker and the gambling and the match fixing and the allegations, spot fixing. Same with cricket, obviously. We were talking about gambling earlier. I find it interesting that that we've gone full circle, but it is interesting that a lot of these sports facilities, they get national lottery funding. So gambling actually funds sports facilities. Now, people can say national lottery is not a bad thing. Lotteries, as in, have been a thing for hundreds of years. They actually have been in order to raise funds, generally for government. Governments generally come in and go, look, we'll do a lottery. We need funds quick. And the way they do it is they obviously have to give prizes to participants, and it's not seen as a tax, which is interesting. Now, the national lottery, much like various other lotteries, you've got the postcode lottery. There's multiple lotteries now. I think are the lotteries exempt from taxes? I don't know if they are. I know there's a gambling tax. Now, our state, because obviously you've got state lotteries in the US, you've got the Euro Millions, which covers all the various national lotteries across Europe and regional lotteries across Europe. You've got the Australian Lottery Office, where you can actually win off the Euro Millions and the European lot. Are they tax exempt? Because they get given government licenses to operate, and I think they're classed as charities in a way, because they do, with every ticket that's sold, a percentage goes into community projects and local sports funding. You'll see a lot of local sports facilities, community facilities, national lottery funded. The national lottery funded this. It is funny. That's why I wouldn't tell anyone. There would be signs that I won, but I wouldn't actually tell anyone. I would tell, obviously, my mum. By the way, might have won Euro Millions, but I wouldn't advertise the fact that I'm suddenly make it rain. I would pay off any of. I think I'll pay off my mum and stepdad's mortgage. I know I'll do that. I don't care about the early payment fee. That's gone. Pay that off. Because they remortgaged their house to have repairs done to it. So actually, they owned their house and had to remortgage to release some capital to have some repairs. And basically, they bought a house with a conservatory. The conservatory was badly installed. It was pulling the back of the house down, and it would have actually could collapse at any time. Had it taken off, they found out it was causing energy efficiency went down. Put a new extension on, and they barely have to heat their house now. It's a lot better. Proper foundations. It took them a while, but they had to remortgage their house to release some capital. I'll pay their mortgage off. Be the first thing to do. Pay the mortgage off. That would be the first thing I'll do. Is pay that off. And then I don't know. I'll probably buy myself a little cottage on the edge of town or something. Move away from where I am, somewhere a little bit cheaper, close to a town, so I'm close to like shops and doctors and dentists and all that. I would still do this because I enjoy doing this. That's the thing. I actually enjoy having a YouTube. I enjoy this as a hobby. The fact it earns me a little bit of money is a good thing. Would I still work? I would work for a bit, because obviously that's going towards pensions. It's going towards pension schemes. It's going towards topping your pensions up and making sure that obviously because money doesn't last forever. Anything could happen. You could have a massive financial crash. The currency could become worthless overnight. So I would definitely keep working for a bit, and then I'd probably move to a little cottage in the countryside, which then with the current job I'm doing, I'll probably give that up. But I would definitely work for a little bit the first 6 months to a year or so, and then the job I'm doing, it's easy to get on the bins anywhere. But I wouldn't tell anyone. I'll buy myself a little cottage. Not that I overly socialise with people outside of work anyway. So there is. Look, there is that aspects, I would still do my hobbies. I mean, I'm a very interested in metal. I'm very interested in history of metal detecting, and I've been meaning to borrow my mate's metal detector for some time. Firstly, I've got to test it for him, see if it still works, because this thing is apparently like 30 years old. It belonged to his dad before his dad passed away, and he's used it not recently. But this thing is like, oh, I've given myself an electric shock, so I've got to test it and get it out and test it and have a little muck around, put some metal items down, see if that picks them up. But I know some people who are members of a metal detecting club, which is handy, and they enjoy their metal detecting. So that I'll probably do something like that as a hobby. So I'm out and about, and again, I've got the other YouTube channel, so I can link it into that. If I was to, you know, but I would probably just go for a bit more of like the relaxing country gentleman. Like I would still do things that could bring an income in, even if it's buying and selling things, go through my sports memorabilia, that kind of stuff. Maybe start up my own business. I don't know. There's a lot of potential, but I wouldn't tell anyone no. Once I'd moved, I'll go. Here's my notice. I'm moving. Bosh, and then I would take some time to assess. Depends how much I win. If I won like stupid money, I'm never working again. No, I always like to keep busy, but that's why I would like to do things that involve doing out. I mean, I like going outdoors. I like my history. I like exploring things. I'm very interested in metal detecting. And I'll probably buy a bit of acreage of land and then just go, right, this year we're metal detecting this field, then we're metal detecting that field, and that field, and that field, and that field, that patch of woods. That's the sort of with land. And I would go, right, this year, this is the bit of property we're going to metal detect as a hobby. We're going to go, and actually, I'll be probably anal about it and probably like do a grid square pattern. And I would spend X amount of hours in a day going, right, this is what I'm doing. I don't care if it's raining out. I don't care if it's sunny out. This is the 10 by 10 or 5 by 5 meters square. I'm going to put the pegs up and we're going to detect this. Don't find anything. Here's the next one. And actually do it properly, like an archaeological survey. And if I find something a bit interesting, if there is a bit of building rubble in there, maybe get a hold of the county archaeologist. Go, okay, we've got something. Well, 500 million. The UK Euro Millions doesn't go that high. I think the highest it goes before they go, right, we're going to cap it, is around 170, 180 odd. I think it's about that. I think it's about that. But there we go. You're frugal. Look, I mean, I think there's things you could do. You could just sit on the cash and just slowly, enjoy not having to work 5, 6 days a week, 40 to 60 hours a week, and just go right and be a person of leisure and just focus on your hobbies. Or you could invest. You could set up a business. You could invest in multiple things and actually grow your money. Invest in property, invest in other businesses. So you're helping another person out or people out, backing them and going, right, we'll give you like invest in like local businesses. But I think I would probably just buy a little cottage, enjoy the land that it was on, like buy a few acres with it, like 4, 5, 6 acres. Not like a bloody mansion. We're talking a little old farmer's cottage, not quite a thatched cottage, but a little cottage in the countryside, and just enjoy it and just be a country gent. Really, get a little quad bike to go around the land. A little off roader, little quaddy thing just to go around, and just do my thing. And just if I live by myself, I live by myself. Be close to the local village or the local town. Like a short 5-minute walk will do me. Just be on the edge of town, but not a million miles away. So you can just still walk in well, of course, the shopping will get delivered by like a Cardo or something, because I'm one of those type of people who are like, I can do this now because I'm at home all the time. Bosh. And just generally, just obviously do the YouTube stuff, but then have the land to explore and, money to invest in things. Like I've always said, if I win the lottery, I'm setting up my own clothing company to my mum. I've always said that. So I've always said I would have got funky pigeon cards. I'd have like funky clothing company or something. I'd just have a name for it. And funky clothing, it'd be funky designs. It'd be like funny things. I do some of the sayings like, so what's some of my have like some of my some of the quotes where I've done the football club histories. There's always a couple of phrases that I use and I just slip my head, but boffin clothing, yeah, maybe. Have a boffin quote. Yeah, maybe. Sports boffin or something. So I don't know, something funky, something different, some crazy designs. So yeah, but I've always. And my mum likes her arts and crafts, so I might go, right, if you design some things, we can get it into mass production, like these wood arts and crafts and these patterns that you knit and weave and stuff. We could get that. So you hold the trademark to it, you design it, and then we come up and set up a company and sell some arts and crafts stuff and see how we do. But my mum's got I think another 2-3 years before she can retire from the day job. But she wants to do the arts and crafts in her retirement, and she does it now, but makes a little bit of money off it. And I said, well, that could be a thing we could do full time. So I've got these hopes and dreams for things. But I'm a realist. The chances of winning the lottery are next to nil. But I've always said, if this becomes a success or I do something like that, then yeah, I would give up the day job eventually, and I would maybe invest in property. And people talk about, landlords, they're evil. It's like, no. I know what an evil landlord is and what a decent landlord is. And I wouldn't rip people off with the rents. I would make sure the rents are equal to what a mortgage payment would be. What's the retirement age for us? Well, my pension scheme that through my work, I don't know what's going to happen in June actually, whether that's going to be transferred over or stay with the pension scheme. It's an interesting one because I got my letter through and it actually says my retirement date on it. And so, and I was having a conversation with someone I work with, because they were working somewhere else before they were working where we are now. And I asked him, so you were paying into your pension scheme? He goes, yes. I said, so how much have you got? And when can you go, right, I'm taking that? And he goes, well, I think the earliest you can take is 50. He's not 50. He's got a few years to wait. I said, well, why don't you take this? Why didn't you because you've worked there for so long at the previous company, you're paying in. There's a guy I work with who's got his pension scheme's about 65 grand. Like, one off. I said, why don't you just take that? Like, it will sort out a lot of your problems with living and bills, and it will help you in the short and medium term. It just means when you fully retire in your mid-60s, you're not going to have that 65 or X amount of thousands. And yeah, there's a lot of unknowns going forwards. A lot of unknowns. But I'm 36. I'm going to be 37 this year. I would say we're about halfway through our working lives. I would say we're about halfway through. We've got another 25, 30 years to go. In theory, you could start work at 18. work with a company for 20, 25 years, and you could retire from that company and then be classed as fully retired and take a semi-retirement in your mid-50s. I'm not lucky enough to do that because I've had too many jobs. But in theory, a lot of people join the workforce between the ages of 16 and 18. And the thing was, you could work, you have to do 40 years of paying into the system. That's why my mum has got to wait a little bit, minimum 40 years to get a full state pension. So what that basically means is if you were 20 when let's say you struggled to find a bit of work for the first couple of years after school or college, you start your full-time job when you're 20, 40 years later, you retire at 60. You're still retiring earlier than the official state retirement age, but because you paid into the system for 40 years, you are entitled to a full state pension. That is not including any pension, final pension scheme, or paid-in pension scheme, or people's pension. That is bosh, bang. You've got a full state pension plus pension scheme. Generally speaking, it was like you did 25 years at a firm and you were eligible for a full final pension scheme and stuff like that. It's 40 years in the system for a state pension to get the full state pension. So you've got to be paying in for 40 years. I first started paying in with national insurance when I was 17. So, I haven't worked the entire time. So I've got, I would say, so I started at 17, got to do 40 years. I would say 57, I'll get the majority of my state pension. I'm looking early 60s. I would say I've got about 25 years till I can basically retire and be comfortable. But I would also have to use basically the pension schemes that I've got. And I wouldn't say I would be comfortable with surviving just on the state. Weird that. This is what they don't teach you at school. They don't teach you a lot about this kind of stuff at school. And I think this is a massive flaw with the education system. So, yeah, the firefighters, police, army, generally speaking, a career soldier will do 24, 25 years, like my dad, and he'll get a full NCO's army pension. He could have been an officer and he would have got a bigger pension, but he chose not to be. He could have done that, and he could have retired like a lieutenant, captain, or a major, but he decided to remain an NCO, although he was a warrant officer first class, which actually means he got a bigger pension than if he was a ensign or lieutenant. Weird. But so my dad was, my dad earned a fair bit of money. They have a full military pension, and he wasn't at pension age. Yeah, my dad did pretty good. My dad never had a credit card or any debt either. He was very, very good. My dad was really good with money. Weird. It wasn't like he was tight with his cash. He was really good with his money. He knew. I don't know what his final salary was when he passed away, how much he was earning per hour and per annum, but he was doing well enough to afford to go to Egypt twice a year, every year. For the last 16 years he was alive. He was doing well enough towards the end of his time in army service, where he's basically just a glorified quartermaster by the end. He was not rarely doing any active. He was always on home basing by the end. But he was doing well enough financially he could afford to go to Egypt twice a year and not need a credit card. So I'm assuming he had no debt. In fact, he didn't have any debt. What are my views on the work-life balance? There's a discussion around having a 4-day working week and how that boosts or impacts productivity. I'm not in favour of having a universal income because you've got to do something. The universal income where people are paid not to work, and even if they are working, they get a minimum income. I'm split on that because there's some research to say it can help, but at the same time, the welfare bill in this country is too big, and then it comes back to tax, and we're taxed enough already, and our money's wasted enough already. So I'm not having a universal basic income. Would I qualify for that, even though I'm working full time? It's an interesting one. It's an interesting question. I've never been asked my views on working hours and work-life balance. I'm one of the people who doesn't get that work-life balance right. I've struggled with it in the past, where I've and this year I've definitely ballsed up taking my holiday and spreading my holiday out across the 12 months. I've ballsed it up this year. If I had actually some holiday left, I wouldn't be taking unpaid leave next week for 2 days. So I've ballsed that up. So last year, I think I dealt with the work-life balance a little bit better than this year. The year before, I think, was 2022 and 2023. I think I got my holiday spreading it out through the year better. 2 weeks for the group stages of insert football tournament, and then using the other 2 weeks where I was splitting days up and sort of taking Fridays and Mondays and having long weekends and just spreading them throughout the holiday year. I think we have a better work-life balance than the US and Japan, and they're two countries that regularly get criticised for really poor work-life balance and how that impacts mental health and family life and birth rates and just general overall happiness. Although the Japanese are seen as a very happy nation, they're also seen as a very suicidal nation because their suicide rate is scary high in some cities, not all cities, but some cities. There's a high rate of adults being single and struggling to form romantic and healthy relationships and friendships as well. And that's a factor. Is there are in Japan especially, there's more adult men than ever are staying single for life and never having a romantic partner, but also friendships. Friendships is another thing, and the government in Japan are looking. Actually, we've got a problem here. We've got a lot of socially isolated people who not only don't have a partner, but are also struggling socially with a lack of social interaction in regards to friendship. They're living alone, they're dying alone. Suicide rates are high, and the work-life balance and they're dropping down the economic scale. Japan used to be the second biggest economy in the world; they're now sixth. So they're not in a good position. The Japanese economy stagnated for the best part of 25 years. So there's some people who've been in the Japanese workplace since the Asian financial crisis that will never see the Japanese economy grow in a healthy click. That makes sense. And they know that the Japanese work culture has become very stagnant and negative. The American work culture as well. Some people have got 2, 3, 4 jobs just to make ends meet. They're not having a good, healthy work-life balance. They're lucky if they get, apart from the national vacation days like Independence Day, for example, which is July 4th, and Thanksgiving, they're expected to work right up to Christmas Eve and then be back in work. What we would call Boxing Day, they're back at work. They rarely take their vacation days because they're terrified to do so because they don't have the job protection. And yeah, we definitely we've got like the remote working thing, and our productivity is not where it should be, but at the same time, there's a lot of problems with the work culture and also the work-life balance, and that again feeds into the cost of going to sporting events. That used to be a treat at the weekend, was you go see your local team play whatever sport. Tickets were reasonably affordable. You had a bit of disposable income, and it was a bit of your downtime. You got to see some of the same people every week at a sporting event. Oh, yeah, same season. You've got to chat with them, got to know them. You've got to know people in your community who had a like-minded interest, which is the sports team. I haven't been to a sporting event now for 6 years. Just over 6 years. I used to go every weekend. I used to do away games as well. I used to go to my local ice hockey team every weekend, do some away games. I've not been to watch ice hockey or any sporting event for over 6 years, because when I moved to my old apartment, if you look at the videos from the old flat, we're talking 2019, October to 2020, March 2020. Last time I went to a sporting event was was it early season game in 2019 at the Bees. So we're talking August, September. So it's been 6 and a bit years, 6.5 years. A bit of both. I moved away, so getting time rushing around to get to and from because when you're working 5-6 day weeks, you want to when you get in from when you have a 12-hour day, get in. You've been battling with traffic and bad, but you get in, and it's like, you know what, you just want to chill. Go to a mate's pub. My mate ran a pub, so go to the boozer, see some mates, have a giggle. Sundays, I'm doing nothing all day. I'm tired. I'm back at work Monday. I've got to be up at 4 in the morning. 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Get work. I've got to leave for work. So I say sorry at 4:30, 4:45 in the morning. At the time because I lived quite a distance away from where I was working actually. So I've got to go to work, and then I moved back to where I lived in Bracknell, and then I moved here to Wokingham. And I changed jobs, and I was close to my old work. Then I changed jobs. So I was working, and I was a similar distance to where I used to live, basically, to where so it was a lot of commuting, a lot of going to and from, and it was some 5-6 day weeks. And then I'm now working where I am now, still getting up, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Late. I'm now getting up about 4 o'clock in the morning now because I get a lift into work at 5 in the morning. So I'm not being funny. I mean, I should be going to bed now because I've got to be up in 5-6 hours. That's fact, so a little bit of the living situation. Disposable income is not a problem. I did have disposable income. Now it's a bit more of an issue in recent years since the bike crash. But before the bike crash, I had money, so that wasn't the issue. It wasn't expense, although it was starting to get a little bit more expensive. And I was like, I've got to focus on other things now. I'm now, as soon as I got into my first apartment, I was like, right, I've got to be more responsible. I'm not going to be able to go to every game. Then COVID hit, so COVID had a part to play in it. But then after COVID, the team moved, and it was like, you know what, it's not the same. And I was like, okay. And I think, I now money makes it not really a doable thing. Although I'd like to go see some London Broncos games this season at Plough Lane. The fact that most home games are a Sunday is a problem. It makes it harder to get to and from southwest London. It's doable, but difficult. So I've got to work around that. It's not fun. I do have to go to London to visit some friends. So I could at some point after May sort of use that as an excuse to go to London, see some mates, and work around, have a bit of a long weekend. But that's that's a thing. It's a long day. Most of it's travel for 2.5 hours at the ground to then travel back on a Sunday. Not the easiest. That's a long day, and I don't live that far from them, but that's a long day. And traveling on a Sunday in British trains is just not. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But I wouldn't mind going to the odd game, if I'm honest. That'd be nice. But it's logistically, I don't drive. Not that I would want to drive in London, but it's train or bust, basically. It is get the train or nothing. There are several ways I can get there, but to do it on a Sunday is I would need all the trains to line up and have no engineering works, get into London, no delays, get to Wimbledon, get out by the ground from Wimbledon, get to Plough Lane, watch the game, get back station. Hopefully there's no other issues. Trains every hour. If you miss one, you're buggered. There's two ways there's two ways I get. I would have to take a minimum of 2 trains. Minimum. And 2 trains there, underground, and potentially 2 trains there and underground, or 2 trains there and walk. and then 2 trains and walk back, or underground and 2 trains back. It doesn't matter which way I go. I can go to Paddington, I can go to Waterloo route on the lines that I live on. I live on the Guildford line, which means I get train Guildford, Wimbledon, do it that way, but that's longer. Or I go Woking, Clapham Junction, Wimbledon, which is quicker, but ironically a bit more expensive, unless it's on a Sunday, which Sundays travel generally. Or I go Woking and Reading, Paddington, District Line, Wimbledon, get out, walk. So either way, I've got to get 2 mainline trains and potentially an underground. And it's a little distance to walk from Wimbledon Station to Plough Lane. So that's a minimum. That's a minimum. So it's not. It's it's not. It's not easy logistically. It costs a bit of money. It's but and I think that's what a lot of armchair fans don't quite realise. For a lot of people, not everyone drives. Apparently, if you don't drive, you're a failure. That's bullshit. I don't see the value of having a car. If you can't afford to run it, don't have it. And at the moment, I don't actually require a car. It's not as if I have, a big family, kids, all that. I don't need to drive. Wouldn't want to have the added expense of insurance, tax, fuel costs, or charging costs. Not that I would want to have an electric car, because I've got nowhere to fucking charge it unless I'm running a lot of power cables out of it. I wouldn't say I'm right in the sticks, but I'm in the rural end of the sort of two. There's a village and a town. I'm sort of in I went to the most awkward position. I live on a couple of bus routes, and I'm live 10-minute walk from the train station. But trains are every hour. If you miss one, you're buggered. And you have to go to other stations to get connections to where you want to go. But yeah, I walk everywhere. It doesn't bother me. Walking doesn't bother me, but I'm 40 minutes from one station. I'm 10, 15 minutes from the other. And one station is like a train every 15 minutes. Not the end of the world. Other one every hour. You miss one, you're buggered. Simple. You miss one, you're buggered. Unless it's that peak time in the middle of the day where there's a train like every half hour. But even then, it's not guaranteed. They keep changing the train times. Well, I walk with the job, so that's helped with the physical kind of things. Being on your feet, I'm very physically active. But there are days this weekend furthest I've been is down to the shops just to get a bit of food shopping for the next couple of days. And then I'm going to message my mum and say, look, if these teeth come out, I'm not allowed to do any physical activity. Do you mind helping out with a bit of food shopping for the next few days till I get paid? Then I get paid on the 28th. Then rent goes out. And after that, see how much is left over. And I might treat myself to a day out on a weekend if the weather holds. I mean, I'm not expecting, it's that time of year where the weather is so changeable. I'm not expecting the weather to be brilliant, but I don't mind if the weather holds. I might go for a day out, Windsor's, have a tour around the castle. I used to do the bins here. Have a tour around. I might go, have a tour around Windsor Castle and have a little look. So I love my medieval history, and that's just an amazing building. And it is literally on my doorstep. It doesn't take long for me to get to Windsor from where I live on the train, really. I'm quite lucky that once I get that first train, the other connection trains is every few minutes. And I don't mind walking, I really don't. But I might treat myself to a day out. If not, it doesn't happen. And there's some good walks. I mean, I know it sounds stupid. I occasionally again, weather needs to hold. So if it rains, this doesn't work because part of the path is now mud. So I do part of the Thames path. I get the train to Windsor, and I walk from Windsor to Taplow, where I literally right past my old flat, and then I walk across the river to Maidenhead, go in my mate's pub via the Warhammer shop. So I'll buy something from the Warhammer shop, in the mate's pub, have a pint, get train from Maidenhead home, bosh, and that'll be a Saturday. No, the last time I did it was my birthday weekend, so beginning of December. We had some rain. It was a bit concerning. I looked whether I wasn't overly keen. I took 2 jackets with me. I took my warm jacket and my walking. I took 2 jackets, my thin jacket, and my. I actually was sweating. I actually stripped my jumper off. I was wearing this jumper in the end. I just went, no, this is coming off, and that's going in the bag. I was wearing a t-shirt. I think this is December. This is coming back on, so I stopped again, put this back on. But I went for a walk and I did it quicker than I thought. The first time, it'd been a while since I'd done it, so I was a little bit out of practice. That was in November. Did it in December. Got there at a similar time, and I was just quicker doing it. I just was quicker on the day doing the walk. And it was actually quite a muggy day though. The November day, it was actually quite cold. December, it was actually warmer. I think we had an above average. We were mid-teens. It was like 13, 14 degrees. I was like, we were expecting rain. It didn't. So I was a bit quicker in regards to the walk. Bought myself a bit of Warhammer stuff. But it got rain was expected and it didn't. But I actually paced. I did look to the time when I'm actually doing quite good with the pace that I'm setting. And I just went, and yeah, I mean, look, I passed by the Dorney Rowing Centre, which was used for the Olympics, and it still gets used now. Which is, again, we talk about that Olympic legacy. That's nice to see that an Olympic venue is still getting used 14 years later. Well, yeah, it will be 14 years later come the summer. So that obviously makes you feel good at that part of the Olympic legacy. But yeah, I think. But yeah, no. Would you say I'm happy? I've got some good nature trails that are literally on my doorstep. I can go out of my flat within 5 minutes. I'm in the woods, and I'm on a nature trail. And so I'm in a National Trust nature trail. And there's an old Roman road that runs through the woods near where I live, and you can actually follow the path of the Roman road for a bit. And then you've got, if you follow my Instagram, which is the Sports Boffin, there's views of me on Finchampstead Ridges looking over Hampshire, bit of Berkshire, Hampshire, and Wiltshire down to the bit of Wiltshire down to Portsmouth. And that's fun to walk on. I'm not going to lie there. That is like, yes, of course, some great historical woodland, and they are historical areas. Actually, there is a lot of history to who owned them and important historical figures. Around, including royalty and well-to-do people linked to the leadership of the nation. You see, not to call Boris Johnson, but there's been a link with the key, the monarchs of England and the UK in this area for hundreds, if not over nearly 1,000 years. Saxon times, we're talking Saxon kings, so over 1,000 years. A lot of royal estates around here and royal owned land, and then sold off. But then people were quite, associated with the the machines of government in the medieval period into the early modern period, and that's why the road layout is the way it is around here, to do with the current road layout around here starts with Queen Anne and ends with George III. And they had an active involvement in the land around here, in the land management around here. So that's an interesting thing. The railways obviously come through here. I literally live right next to a railway line, so which is a very historically important railway line because it was a joint venture between several railway companies in the I believe it was the 1870s. And it was a very important rail link at the time. And it obviously goes on later on to be a very important rail link in both World Wars. And the German Luftwaffe did drop some bombs on it, ironically, or aimed to try and drop some bombs on it. So there's history. And the area I live in is filled with it, absolutely filled with it. And there's some very important sports people, professional athletes who live around this area. Got some ex-football players, some boxers, some current football players. A fair proportion of the Reading squad live locally. Some ex-Reading players live locally. Some of the London clubs, a lot of their ex-players and current players actually do live in this part of the world. Well, one of the big houses just around the corner from me is I think there's a couple of ex-football players who live basically around the corner from me. There's a professional boxer who lives up the road, and there's a few other important people. There's some ex-players. I do a lot of the Reading training grounds only down the road from me, not that far away. Reading training grounds about 2-3 miles around the corner from the flat. It's in Sindlesham, which is a small little village in the next parish. I'm in Finch Hampstead technically, and it's the next one. So next little village down is where Reading training ground is. How do you mean? Does it make me look out for Reading? Or I've always had a soft. Reading's one of the local clubs. Same with Maidenhead United. Local. I want to see the local clubs do well. I work with a lot of Reading fans who are season ticket holders, but they're doing all right. Obviously, the financial situation with Reading has been concerning in recent years, and they were lucky to survive. Basically, we were very, very close to losing the club altogether, and it made political news as well. The local MPs got involved, and there were petitions to Parliament in regards to the independent regulator. But I've been to many Reading games over the years. I do keep an eye on how Reading are doing. It's an absolute shambles what happened off the field. They're not the only club that's gone through this in the last 10, 20 years. There's been quite a few in recent years that the ownership that had them shouldn't have had them. Obviously, they're in League One at the moment. We're fortunate that the club survived. Same with Bolton in 2019. Obviously, Bury didn't, reformed. Macclesfield didn't, had to reform. But, clubs like Southend, Reading, Derby County, Morecambe nearly going in the off-season at the beginning of this season, back in August. So we've been close to losing a couple of football clubs up and down the country. Hamilton, Academical in Scotland are on the verge of going out of business. So when we talk about the health of the game and the pyramids, I think there are some Premier League clubs that are too self-serving. There is greed, and if the pyramid starts having weakness, if you start taking these building blocks out, the whole structure collapses. And this discussion has been had many times over the years, and rightly so. I think that I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think some clubs do have a bit more of a stronger link with the local community. side of things, where a lot of fans are very local. You do get that with your West Hams, your Arsenals, your Tottenhams, your Palaces, Brentfords. You do get a sense of feeling that a lot of the fans, while there will be fans from the southeast who do go into London for games, but a lot of fans of a lot of the London clubs live and breathe London, and they live and breathe local to, your Charlton or your Palace or whatever it is. Doesn't matter what level of the game they're in. You get a feeling that if they're not from the home counties where they've just moved out of London, but they're still within commuting distance, that they actually live and breathe in the working class council estate around the corner from the nice shiny ground that they play in. You get that feeling with a lot of the London clubs. You get that feeling with your Liverpools and your Evertons. Man City and Man United, I'm a little bit unsure on them. But your Leeds Uniteds, you get that feeling that most of the Leeds United's fans are from Leeds. They're not from Bradford. They're not coming from Bradford because Bradford's got their own clubs, right? Your Sheffield clubs, you get that feeling that both United and Wednesday, the fans are from Sheffield. You get that with the Bristol clubs, that one estate is Rovers, one estate City. If you cross the road, you're getting your head kicked in. That kind of, you get a bit more of that feeling from a lot of clubs in the big cities and towns that, your fan base is local. I wouldn't say you lose the community aspect. I think the pricing out of the average fan is a thing, and that is for the wealthier members of the fan base are more likely to go. They're pricing out a lot of the working class fan base. There is a middle class aspect, and those with a bit more disposable income, but even they're saying it's now getting a bit pricey to take, the kids to the game. Let's say you've got 2 kids or 3 kids. It's getting pricey. And so there is that kind of feeling a little bit with a lot of clubs. Season ticket prices, match day experience, the overall cost. I know a lot of Chelsea fans, for example. A lot of Chelsea fans. It's very expensive. It's not. If you do get a ticket, you're lucky. It's not expensive. It's not cheap. And fans are being priced out, so to speak. Now, I will say this. One of my friends used to go to all the NFL games at Wembley and in London. And in the run up to the pandemic, and we're not talking, I think it's a year or two before, so 2018, 2019. The NFL season, the Super Bowl's done. It's just before the World Cup. I think it was just before the World Cup in 2018. I went to him and I go, "Are you going to NFL games this year? You're going to go?" Because they've been playing at Twickenham in 2018 because Tottenham were playing at Wembley. And he went, "No, I can't afford it. Can't justify it. I'm not going to a single game now." And he had been to every game for a decade. He first went in 2007 when he was a teenager. He'd saved up and he went to that one-off game. He saved up with his part-time job and he went. And he went for a decade solid, every game, including when they went to 2 games and then 3 and then 4. And I said to him, "Why are you going to go?" And he went, "No, can't afford it. Can't justify it. Cannot justify it anymore." And that's 2018. So I don't know what prices are for what the Major League Baseball when they return to London or the NFL games. I don't know how they price things. And my mate Ollie's, I haven't seen him for a few years now since I moved before COVID, but I've still got him on Facebook. But it was this is the facts, can't justify. And he's, as I always say this, it's either 2018 or 2019. I always say this. He's on a good salary, right? He is a corporate accountant. He works in the accounts department. We did. He's obviously he's a fully qualified accountant. He worked at the time he was working in an accounts department for a very well-known British supermarket, one of the biggest British, not Tesco's, but one of the big ones. And he was very, he's in the accounts department, head office in London. So he's going to London every day. Still lives locally around here as far as I'm aware. But he's going to London all the time. And, he's on dollar. He was on a good salary. And far more than what I'm earning in a year. And his first car was a BMW. So let that sink in. And this is when, getting your first car, BMW insurance. No, he bought his car outright, Admittedly, his first car was second hand, but he said my first car's a Beamer. I can afford the insurance, and he was proud of that. And that's fair play, right? No, but that he goes right. I'm going to treat myself to a. It was second hand. It wasn't brand new, but back then, in the late 2000s, early 2010s, if you were in your early 20s trying to get insurance on a BMW as your first car, have fun paying for that. He could afford it. So he says he basically went, I've made it. That was when he qualified as an accountant and he actually paid for his own first car, got himself a Beamer. And yes, he does use a thing called an indicator. He's not one of them. But that was because I've made it because it's a very difficult car to insure for his age bracket as a young new driver. Well, he went, I've made it. So he could afford a nice motor. Then he started getting them as new cars, right? So he could afford a nice motor, the insurance, the road tax, the maintenance costs. And he said to himself, I've made it because of my job. But he said, no, I can't justify the spend. The fact that just though he couldn't justify that outgoing 3 to 4 times a year, he said, I can't do it anymore. Can't justify it. And I'm thinking to myself, but you're on a good job. You've got a Beamer. Well, now that's not a big flex, but a decade or so ago, that's a flex, right? And I'm like, I was stunned because he'd gone up in the world a little bit. He got himself a BMW convertible, got himself a Z4. One of them. He'd gone up in the world a little bit, and he had a convertible cabriolet coupe one. I can't remember if it was a 3 or 5 series coupe, but he decided to have a midlife crisis in his late 20s. Fair play to him. But I did say to him, like, you're not going. He went, I can't justify not even one. And he was, I think it was it 2015, 2016? He was one of the lads dressed as a penguin who got on the American news and on the I can't remember what was it, BBC or Channel 4 was showing the games, and he was one of the lads dressed as a penguin in one of the live broadcasts about a decade ago, and basically being a bit of a moron. And he was exceptionally proud of being dressed as a penguin. Every year, every game, they would go in fancy dress, and he would go as a group with several of his, I think his university friends. They kept friendship, and they would go. And when I can't justify it, we're not going this year. They wanted to get group tickets, and it was just. They did treat it like a night of darts, but then when it came to from 1 game to 2 games to 4 games in an NFL season, whatever, he went, the group ticket is too expensive. Not everyone in his friendship group could afford it. And it was like, we cannot justify doing this, even though they get first refusal because they've been before. And Club Wembley, obviously, this is where the Club Wembley bugbear, because Wembley obviously started hosting these NFL games and trying to, get the revenue in to be paid off. The FA's like agreeing to these things, having these big events at Wembley other than other football. They got rugby league back as quick as possible. That first Challenge Cup final was a sellout. They got the NFL, all these things to pay off the stadium as quickly as possible. And then Club Wembley, the prawn sandwich brigade. When it comes to the semi-finals and the final of the FA Cup, the League Cup final, we're going to complain about that middle tier being half empty around half time, second half. That is part of the problem. The Club Wembley thing is, and it's been heavily criticised for a long time by fans. And it's still a criticism that a lot of fans have. Is the Club Wembley, justifiably? It's justifiable. But yeah, they did treat it like a light like a light at the darts, but they would change their fancy dress for each game. So there's 1 year they went all dressed as beer balls. One game they went all dressed as penguins. Then they were all giraffe. They basically just put the onesies on and just went have fun with it. And of course, they're going on public transport, so they'll get the train in and out, dressed like that. Yeah, but that's what they wanted to do, and they had fun doing it. But then it became too expensive. That's another thing that's become a bit off-putting about going to sporting events is there are those that are stupid, drink too much, ruin the experience. And I've no doubt it doesn't matter if it's the NFL I've been to a lot of football matches. I've been to a lot of ice hockey games, a lot of rugby union games, and unfortunately, the rugby union and the rugby union I found the most egregious. The rugby union I found most egregious. Don't get me wrong. If I think that's a foul play, I'm going to give it to the ref. I'm going to give it the opposition. We're going to boo that dirty play. Yeah, get that. But rugby union fans, when they drink, they're not violent drunks, no. They're just obnoxious bores. They're that public school, but they vote Conservative or they're champagne socialist Labour voters, which do my nut. They're going to be obnoxious, they're going to be loud, and they're going to spill their pint all over you. But they're not violent, they're not aggressive, they're not rude in the sense that they're like, I'm going to fight you. They're just rude in the sense that enjoy the game, be jovial, have a chit chat. Rival team here, but how do you think the referee's reffing this? Is he giving an unfair advantage? Is one scrum get? No, some of them they get a couple of ales in them, and then they're just, I don't want to deal with this obnoxious knobhead. I'm not enjoying the game now because I've got Sebastian with all his accountant friends having too many pints, wearing their jeans and leather boots. Yeah, the type. Having their middle class midlife crisis. And they're talking about the stock market. What's the fucking game? It's not art. I don't know. I mean, look, I don't watch darts anymore. I haven't watched darts. Look, I understand what Luke Littler's doing. It's amazing, and he's probably going to keep winning tournaments and being successful. There's some other really good young players as well. But I'm not a fan of the darts anymore. It's like the lowest common denominator kind of thing. Don't get me wrong, appreciate what the darts players do, but it as to me, the crowd is always just boorish idiots. Any player hates losing. Any successful player hates losing. The thing is, Luke Littler doesn't lose a lot. He's lost 1 out of 3 finals. He doesn't lose a lot. Any driven player. Look, I think in an individual sport, you are all up there alone. I mean, I think he's got a lot to learn. I think he can get better. That's what's terrifying, is he could be the most dominant player we've ever seen. He is what I would say is the Tiger Woods of darts. That's my opinion on how good he could be. He is the Tiger Woods of darts. He is the Roger Federer of darts, in a sense that Roger Federer took defeat well. I would say Djokovic. If you can see in his body language, he's really losing it. But he's still got room for improvement, and that's what's scary. He doesn't lose many games. He doesn't lose many tournaments. He doesn't lose a lot. So for the fact that he's been in 3 finals consecutively and only lost the first one is terrifying. And people thought he would be a flash in the pan. He'd be done. He went on a run. That's him. He's not going to come back. He's the guy to beat at the moment. And I think that's where I think he's still got to gain that little bit of maturity, a little bit. The sky's the limit. He could make a lot of money, be very successful, and he could be the top dog for the next 20, 30 years. If he's still I think he wants to break records. That's what I believe. I think he wants to break records. And I think he can do it. I think I would say he is the Tiger Woods of darts. Boris Becker would be the equivalent tennis player in actual age terms for winning a lot very young and then not being able to sustain that long term. So Boris Becker, I think, won Wimbledon when he was 17 and then won it again when he was 18. I think then he won it again. He didn't win 3 in a row, but he won 3 Wimbledon titles. But he won his first one at 17 and then the following year defended his title. So he won it twice as a teenager. And then I think he won his 3rd title when he was like 21. And then he just wasn't quite the same player after that. Won a lot very quickly, and then it all went a bit wrong with Boris Becker. But if you read up read up on Boris Becker and how off the rails his private life became. Um, Boris Becker won a lot very, very quickly, very young, and then he couldn't be at that high level later in his career. And off court issues did for him, like his tax affairs and his affairs and his personal life got messy, and ultimately he had financial difficulties and went to prison. So Boris Becker read up on Boris Becker. I hope Luke Littler is a bit more like Tiger Woods with his success, not the off-field chaos, personal life chaos. But Boris Becker and Tiger Woods were brilliant, very, very young, but they had scandal. And Tiger Woods obviously kept with that success, but there was a lot of scandal with their private. I hope Luke Littler doesn't end up having that. I generally do. I generally hope he doesn't have that, with the private life and a lot of the media. He deals with the media pretty well at the moment, but they're waiting for him to have that first major slip up in his private life of any kind. It doesn't matter if he's like late on a tax payment or, he donates money to someone or gets involved in something happens in a pub or a nightclub. They are waiting on that slip up. And I do fear for him because we've seen what the sports media and the mainstream media have done to many a young athlete in this country. The concern I have is Paul Gascoigne. Look what happened to Gaza. And Gaza did some bad things, and he holds his hand and goes, "Yeah, no, I've done some shite." But I do think the media did some horrible things to Paul Gascoigne, and that contributed to his behaviour. That makes sense. I hope that doesn't happen to Luke Littler. I hope the media are better than what they were. They're not, but I hope there's a little bit more decorum and respect there. I don't care what Luke Littler does in his private life, as long as it's legal and he's not hurting anyone. Let him get on with his life and live his life how he sees fit. If he does something bad, then yes, public interest, as he is a public figure. He's done something, wrong. He needs to be held for account for that. But at the moment, he's done nothing wrong. He's a young kid. Let him do his thing. I do fear with Luke Littler with the media. I do, and the fame a little bit. He seems to have a very mature head on his shoulders, but we'll see what happens in the coming years if that starts to impact things in a negative way. I think he's very mature. I think he's been raised well by his parents. I think that helps. He's been instilled with a good work ethic by his dad. But I do fear that potentially there could be those negative influences who want to have a piece of him. And I fear that the media will try and find some dirt on him or his dad and try and get a story that is a non-story to make headlines. And I hope, I'm praying that the media have learned from the last 20, 30 years with some of the disgusting shit that they've put a lot of people through. But he seems to be doing all right. Well, I don't give a he's 18. Leave him be. Leave him be. Honest. I don't care. But nothing to do with his sporting achievements. Let his family be. Let him be. Let his close friends be. It's just he's going to find out very, very quickly who his real friends actually are in the next couple of years. When it comes to the media and selling stories and or them trying to get in and get information, he's going to find very, very quickly who his close friends are. And I hope he doesn't have to have that negative experience. I think he's dealing with things quite well. I just don't like how the media are going about things, but I think he doesn't really care. Um, the recency bias when it comes to reporting and betting odds and all this, and look, I mean, how many times are you going to win it? How does he know? Um, as many as he can. I think the best answer he can give is as many as I can. Just something like that, and then just go, well, as many as I can. Next. I generally go, really, what drivel do they just? Yeah, well, these journos are under pressure from their sports desk editor or their deputy editor or the main editor to get churning, and they're also under pressure from the battle from social media and the fact that mainstream media, how we consume it's changing. Well, yeah, I think the quality that Phil Taylor was playing against might have been a bit less. I don't know. He is setting a lot of records at a young age, though, in regards to winning titles a lot young and having a high win percentage at such a young age. He's doing things that are ridiculous. To be fair, you've got to remember the first World Championship final he made, he was a qualifier that year. So he's a very meteoric rise, and he's actually sustained it. That's the important thing. He hasn't burnt out. He's not a flash in the pan. He's won a couple. Um, yeah, but Phil Taylor had a very long career, and there's a lot that he could do, and there's targets he could aim for. A lot of things he can aim for, and we don't know how long his longevity in the game is going to be, and whether he decides at some point to go, you know what, I'm going to go down a different path now. I'm going to, take a step back or whatever. He's 18. It's not as if he's 38 and he's had a long career and he's won a lot of titles and he's still trying to chase down certain records. He's 18. You know, he's 18. Is he the best player right now? Yes. Is he the greatest of all time? That's open for debate when he's retired. And we can look back at the body of work of players who've gone before his own era and go, well, you can't compare eras because the amount of professional players is different, the quality is different. Manufacture of darts, the weights of darts are different. Less televised tournaments, prize money was different. Less professional players to play against. The boards are different. The lighting's different. The players are generally healthier now because they don't allow alcohol in the dressing rooms or at the hockey, although a lot of them do smoke. They're taking drug use more seriously than what we did in the 80s and 90s. So the Phil Taylor, Luke Littler argument, the game is different era. And by the end, Phil Taylor was not as good as what he was at peak. We know that, but he had a long career. And so therefore, more professional players, more prize money, more players do it full time. There's difference with sponsorship, more televised tournaments, more endorsements, so players don't have to have a job like they are doing this full time professionals, more practice time, more media commitment. The whole thing has changed. And so therefore, if Phil Taylor at peak was to play Luke Littler at peak, oh God, Phil Taylor at 18 and 19 was not winning world championships. The world championship field was smaller, so he's actually playing less matches per tournament, and so therefore he's probably a fresher player. It just, there's a difference already. There were less tournaments. Players weren't as professional, so there's more alcohol and drug use involved. When I say drug use, I mean recreational, right? Most players were chain smokers, so they were not healthy, which does impact the mind, which is a very mental game. They were drinking and smoking at the hockey. Can't do that now. Okay, yeah, Phil Taylor made every final from 94 to 2007. Didn't win every final, but he made every final. I don't think Luke Littler's going to make every final in that same time frame. I think that if Luke Littler makes every final from 2024 till 2047, then we can say he's better. Fair enough. Then we can have that debate that he's a better player. At the same time, if he wins more titles but doesn't make every final, does that make him a better player? If Luke Little, in theory, was to win more world championships than Phil Taylor, but appears at less finals, does that make him a better player? But it's BS. It's just media trying to create debate. I would say the darts average, I think, is the one you want to look at, and win percentage is what you want to look at. Yes, Taylor makes the one, but you've got to remember they've also got a Grand Prix now. They've got ranking, grading tournaments. There's a lot of other darts tournaments going on, and you've got the Grand Prix of darts basically, where they're going, the league kind of thing. So he's playing more. So his average is going to be different. The more games you play, it's going to definitely impact your average and you're less fresh. You're constantly on the road at this point, which is why more players are professional, because they want to maximize their earnings, maximize their sponsorship, and maximize their TV time. And they get more endorsements. So it's changed. It's not the same. It's not the same. Because players are playing more, practicing more, doing more tournaments, they're going to be of a better quality. They're getting more time. It's the same as snooker. It's the lesser players, those who were part-time, who also got day jobs, of which there are still many, bearing in mind on the tour. Not everyone can be in the top 10 or top 100 and have the same kind of money coming in. And success. They've got to go through qualifying tournaments. They earn very little. Well, nobody at darts has won sports, but it doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. No, that doesn't. And that's when the BBC had darts rights to the BDO. So they had the rights to a tournament, exclusive rights to the BDO World Championship. Never, weird one, that, isn't it? Potentially, yes. I don't know. Get more young players. I think Luke Littler might have inspired a lot of young players who were just playing casually for their local pub or in the local pub league to give it a go. And if we can see another Luke Littler type, another young, late teens, early 20s kind of player win or compete, then suddenly we're having a different conversation. I think that's what's needed. More young people playing the game and being successful. I think that's where it's going to be. Hang on a second. A lot of the talent pool's increased and we're suddenly producing a lot of players, and that's potentially where I see the needs must. But I don't know. Oh, crikey, I've been going for more than 6 hours. So what I'm going to do is I've got to be up for work in not a lot of time, 5 hours time. I'm going to call it a night. And I've got to get back on top of the NRL season previews, and I wanted to cover the Zach Lomax situation, and I haven't got around to that, which is a bit annoying. But no, it's getting late. I have to be up at latest 4 o'clock in the morning, so get ready for work. Which is, I just don't want to go to work. But I'm only work for 3 days next week, and then I've got the dentist. So yeah, I've got a bit of a crap week ahead. So I'm going to call it a night. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, because it's nearly 11 o'clock. I mean, this is one of the longest live streams we've ever done, by the way. So it would be nice to see more people asking questions, but it's just that time of year, and time zone difference is an absolute pain. In fact, I've gone for 1 can of Monster in 6 hours. I'm doing quite well. Haven't had a break, which is good. I admittedly had the phone go off a little bit, but I think we dealt with that all right. Yeah, well, there's apparently a couple of people viewing, but we've had a few questions from a few other people. It would be nice to see more people in the chat and all that, but at the end of the day, it's a Sunday night, not a Saturday or Friday night. I get that. it's a couple of weeks after Christmas, New Year. Everyone's a little bit. January is quieter. I will admit that. January is one of those months where it's just a bit of a drag at times. I think we can all agree on that. It's that time of year, though. And once the Super Bowl's done, we'll probably get more North American viewers in the build-up to the NBA and NHL playoffs. There's still a bit of uncertainty surrounding Major League Baseball and the TV rights with the FanDuel Sports Network, which is technically run by Market Street Sports Network, as in the actual people who actually run the bit of uncertainty surrounding ongoing TV rights with Major League Baseball and the other major leagues, the FanDuel network. Will that be providing the network coverage for the regional broadcasts in the US come the end of the NBA and NHL seasons? We don't know. There's a lot of that up in the air, a lot of concern there. That's something that I think we need to talk about a little bit more. I've covered that in a video going, we could see even further regional broadcasting headaches for the major leagues in North America. It makes up a huge proportion of the revenues. So there's definite issues in the broadcast market in the US. Do still have my concerns about the World Cup. I do. I think a lot of people do. And we'll see what happens in June and July, but there's some concerns that this World Cup will not be a memorable tournament for the right reasons. It'll be a memorable tournament for all the wrong reasons. So we'll have to see what happens there. But yeah, it's a dead month. January is a horrible month. It really is. But it is what it is. What can you do? Everyone's a little bit sort of stuck in this rock and a hard place between Christmas, New Year's, and then Easter. It's just one of them. And it's a grin and bear it situation. It's a grin and bear it situation. So it is what it is. But for me, for now, thank you very much. Yeah, it is. It is Christmas, please. Yes, it is what it is. But thank you very much. I ranted about a few things. But yeah, I'm done for now, and I will catch you all very, very soon. I've got to get back on top of the rugby league season previews as well. Got to get back on top of that. But for me for now, it is goodbye, and I will have more content for you all in the week. But bye for now.